Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quazo and I am what you Kuku How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emma, Mwabu, what I want here, Bube, Emma. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodawo, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you what I know. Aneke television. How I get one with the Quazo and I am what you Kuku How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emma, Mwabu, what I want here, Bube, Emma. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man, the one television, you do man, help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodawo, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you what I know.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome to Business Outlook, your window into the market, money, and economic developments shaping Nigeria. Welcome to Aneke TV market segment, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu. We'll bring you the essential market data, currency shifts, and economic intelligence driving Nigeria and the global economy today. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your wealth finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Now starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the market sustained its bullish momentum yesterday, August 6, 2026, as the all-share index ASI advanced by 297.10 basis points to close at 245,209.34 points. Equity markets grew by 191.78 billion naira to settle at 158.28 trillion naira. Despite the positive headline index, performance driven by mid and large cap buying, overall market breadth closed negative with 24 gainers against 35 losers. Trading activity contracted significantly with total volume falling by 35.47% to 531.75 million units, while total transaction value dipped 19.68% to close 20.45 billion naira across 44,755 deals. Now taking a look at the top 5 gainers. Etena gained 10% to close at 36 naira 30 kobo per share. Avacap yesterday gained a positive 11 naira 95 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 9.63%. Legend gained 9.52% to close at 4 naira 60 kobo per share. FCMB Group yesterday closed on a bullish note of 8.55% to close the trading book at 12 naira 70 kobo per share. Honeywell Flour, traded as Honey Flour, gained a positive bullish adjustment of 7.98% to close at 17 naira 60 kobo per share. And quickly, here are the top leggers, speaking to the top 5 market losers. FTG Insurance dropped 10% to close at 2 naira 52 kobo per share. EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, traded as ETI, dropped 9.99% in the bearish rim to close at 72 naira 10 kobo per share. Chelarams PLC, traded as Chelaram, dipped on a negative 9.85% to close at 11 naira 90 kobo per share. Thomas Wyatt yesterday made a bearish adjustment of a negative 9.83% to close at 3 naira 21 kobo. UPDC PLC, traded as UPDC, closed equally on the dip of a negative bearish adjustment of 8.45% to close at 3 naira 25 kobo per share. Now quickly taking a look at the top movers, yes, the top 3 market volume movers yesterday. LCMB Group led market activity by volume, trading 131.74 million shares, accounting for 24.81% of total market volume. First Holding Corporation, FBN Holdings, traded 43.44 million shares, signaling 8.18% of total market volume. Avacap traded 36.32 million shares, taking a chunk of 6.84% of total market volume. And quickly taking a look at the market drivers, we have First Holding Corporation, yes, still speaking to FBN Holdings, dominated the transaction value on the exchange, generating 5.95 billion naira, which accounted for 29.13% of the day's total traded value. FCMB Group followed with 1.59 billion naira in traded value. Arade Holdings generated 1.24 billion naira in total turnover. Grantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO, the owners of GT Bank, contributed 1.17 billion naira in trades. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Expect a mixed trading section today, while headline index gains remained anchored by selective buying in key banking and industrial counters. Yesterday's negative market breadth indicates underlying ongoing profit taking in mid-cap securities. Trading is likely to stay range-bound, driven by portfolio realignment and institutional position ahead of the weekend break. And quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira maintained relative stability at the official Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market as of yesterday, being August the 6th. The local currency closed at 1,364 naira 55 kobo against the US dollar, reflecting a marginal appreciation of a 0.03% compared to Wednesday's close. The intraday trading range saw highs of 1,430 naira 74 kobo against the US dollar recorded at bank counters, while lower end spot deals were executed around 1,360 naira 45 kobo against the US dollar. Total forex liquidity at the official window contracted slightly, down 8.4% to 182.40 million US dollars, as institutional demand remained modest. And moving on to take a look at the parallel market performance. The local unit traded in narrow range bound corridor yesterday. The Naira traded between 1,415 naira against the US dollar and 1,430 naira against the US dollar for cash and transfer transactions. The premium between the official and parallel market rates narrowed to approximately 50 naira to 65 naira, signaling continued alignment between official and open market valuation. Now taking a look at the key market drivers, where liquidity inflows played a key factor. Yes, foreign supply from foreign portfolio investors and central bank interventions via periodic auction continues to cushion spot market pressures. Another factor here is the corporate demand. Seasonal summer travel demand and routine import bill obligations maintained moderate pressure on overall dollar availability. Now quickly giving you the Naira outlook for today. Expect the Naira to trade within a consolidated band between 1,360 naira against the dollar and 1,385 naira against the US dollar at the official window today. Market liquidity is expected to stay supported by steady CBN intervention sales, though end of week demand, smoothing by commercial banks and corporates may keep rates hovering near current resistance levels into the weekend. And quickly moving on to the global energy market, where global crude prices staged a sharp rebound yesterday, snapping a multi-day slide as renewed supply disruptions and Middle East geopolitical friction re-entered trader focus. Brent crude surged by $3.81 yesterday to settle at $83.26 per barrel. The intraday range, where prices fluctuated between a session low of $78.94 and a highs of $83.78 per barrel. Now quickly, let's take a look at the primary drivers. Bullish sentiment resumed following reports that proposed shipping arrangements through the Strait of Hormuz may restrict US and Israeli flagged vessels, alongside broader security concerns across major maritime energy corridors. Now, quickly taking a look at the Brent crude performance this morning. Yes, Brent crude has maintained its upward momentum in Asian and early European trading hours this morning. Brent is up additional 1.02% or 84 cents, trading around $83.30 to $83.03 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate is following suit, edging up a 0.89% to trade near $77.98 per barrel. Now, bringing you the Brent crude outlook for today. Expect energy markets to remain volatile with bullish bias through today's session. Now, taking a look at the key factors guiding market directions, which include the Strait of Hormuz supply risk, ongoing legislative and military developments surrounding the Strait of Hormuz will keep elevated risk premium priced into crude futures. Another factor is the U.S. macro data. Investors are closely monitoring today's U.S. non-farm payrolls, report for cues on energy demand and Federal Reserve monetary policy trajectories. Another factor we are watching that would shape the market is the price corridors, where night-term technical resistance for Brent sees around the $84.50 handle, with immediate downside supporting, holding firm near $81 per barrel. Now that quickly takes us to the Nigerian commodities market, where the domestic commodities market experienced mixed trading across major agricultural hubs, yesterday being August 6, 2026. While grain prices stabilized following modest harvest inflows from north-central producing states, transportation logistics and elevated fuel costs kept regional market price spreads wide. Now quickly we'll take a look at staple food prices across regional hubs, starting with Lagos. Speaking to my 12 and Oyibo market, 50 kg bag of local rice traded between 62,000 and 75,000 naira. 100 kg bag of beans sold between 95,000 and 120,000 naira. Paint bucket of garri reached 1,500 to 1,800 naira due to elevated urban transport surcharges. Basket of tomatoes moderated to 28,000 to 35,000 naira as seasonal supply improved. And quickly moving on to Abuja, speaking to Wuse and Utako markets, 50 kg bag of local rice averaged 68,000 to 78,000 naira. 100 kg bag of beans ranged between 88,000 and 105,000 naira, benefiting from closer proximity to northern supply corridors. Paint bucket of garri traded at 1,300 naira to 1,500 naira, and medium yam tubers range from 2,200 naira to 3,500 naira. And quickly moving across to Enugu, speaking to Obete and New Market, 50 kg bag of local rice stood at 70,000 to 82,000 naira. 100 kg bag of beans averaged 100,000 to 115,000 naira due to transit freight costs from the north. Paint bucket of garri sold at 1,200 naira to 1,400 naira, remaining cheaper than southwestern hubs due to proximity to eastern processing belts. Medium yam tuber traded between 2,000 and 3,000 naira. Now quickly to our market outlook for today. Expect food prices to have largely movement to remain largely range bound today. While incoming grain harvest will offer mid-pricing relief on grains and tubers, high haulage diesel costs continue to limit significant price drops across urban retail markets into the weekend. And that takes us to the international market scene, starting with the US Wall Street. The Wall Street closed lower as at Thursday, being August the 6th, as rising energy prices and corporate earnings, induced investor caution and of key economic data. The Jones Industrial Average fell 464.02 points to close at 53,885.10 points. S&P 500 dropped 13.59 points to 7,709.96 points, stepping back slightly from its recent record high. Nasdaq Composite edged lower by 15.09 points to settle at 26,348.35 points. Now quickly, the market driver here is that technology stocks faced downward pressure following missed guidance in the semiconductor sector, while a nearly 4% spike in crude oil prices fed back into broader inflation concern. And moving on to European markets, where the European equities bucked the global trend to close higher on Thursday, buoyed by positive earnings across media and pharmaceutical counters. In Germany, DAX advanced 0.20%. France, CAC 40 led regional gains, climbing 0.70%, and United Kingdom, FTSE 100 rose 0.30%, and Stocks European 600 gained 0.40% overall, driven by strong quarterly performance from major multinationals, including WPP PLC, which gained a positive 23%. I'm moving on to the Asian market. The Asian exchanges experienced heavy headwinds yesterday, dragged down by a sharp tech sector sell-offs across semiconductor hardware manufacturers. In South Korea, Kospi tumbled 4.50% to close at 6,306.40 points, which hit by severe profit taking in artificial intelligence and memory chip leader like SK Hynix, which lost a negative 9.7%, and Samsung Electronics, which lost a negative 6.1%. And Japan, Nikkei 225, declined 0.93% to close at 65,683.26 points. And in China and Hong Kong, mainland China's Shanghai Composite bumped regional trend to gain 0.57% to 3,900.35 points, while in Hong Kong, Hang Seng Index fell 1.49% to 25,530.28 points. And quickly, here is our market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. On equities, we urge you to stick to tier 1 banks and dividend-paying blue chips. Use recent price dips for selective buying while avoiding speculative penny stocks. On foreign exchange, balance equity holdings with high-yield money market tools to gain shield across currency fluctuation. The strategy for today is to maintain high liquidity and prioritize capital preservation ahead of the weekend closing bell. Now, quickly before we go, here is a quick update. Bank of Industry opens subscription for its 5-year fixed rate bond. And manufacturers urge the central bank to slash borrowing costs from 26.5% to ease business pressures. wike approves minimum trading volume threshold before stock prices movement can occur. And Man Export Promotion Group launches its roadmap to help local business access government export schemes. While Federal Mortgage Bank unveils its housing loan scheme in London targeting Nigerians abroad. And here is a quick reminder before we go. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity, age-long traditions, and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good morning, welcome to Sports Today on Aneke TV, where we bring you what's happening around the world of sport. Today promises to be interesting. We're going to be delving right into the occasion of the day. You see, I'm putting on an apparel that shows that we are having a sports occasion. On Wednesday, we did the Sunrise Sports. Today, we're going to be doing the Thank God It's Friday Sports, TGIF Sports. And what is it about the TGIF Sports? It's going to be a conglomerate where we are bringing you the events that happened across the world of sports since Monday. And then to complete the taste of your meal, we're going to be bringing you transfers that was, taken aback, and right now the fees have been completed. Talking about the Real Madrid transfer and the Trabzonspor transfer. I hope you know who has gone to Trabzonspor is the king of Egypt, and I hope you know who has gone to Real Madrid is still no longer the king of Egypt, but the winger in Cote d'Ivoire. Not doing this alone this morning. You know how we do it. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the sports oracle.
All right, and I am worldwide saying good morning. Thank God it's Friday, as Mr. Godop has said, the sports oracle, and it's a lovely Friday morning right here on Aneke TV, and it's your show, Aneke Sports, where we give you all the updates that has been happening today. He promises, or he has said, it's going to be a wonderful session because we are going to recap. We are going to do.
Is it me that said?
Okay, we are going to that said. We said. Okay, we said we are going to do a recap because a lot has been happening in the world of sport. Right from Monday, we have been seeing so much talking about transfers. In fact, especially transfers. What has been happening, even with Vinicius Junior, who has been.
Don't worry, I have something. See, don't worry. I'm ready.
I know you.
I'm ready
fasting to say about Vinicius Junior.
I'm ready fasting out today.
No, we are going to get.
I'm ready for Liverpool today.
Let's just take it easy.
Okay,
from Monday to Friday, it has been a lot, and of course we are having some closing bell because I can say some has been closed. We can't be talking about going front and going back or speculative talk. Now we have some closing bells, and of course there are some that are still open. And today promises to be a lot because of course there are still a lot talking about the Nigerian team, talking about Super Falcons, and those that are doing us proud in the Commonwealth game. We are going to see a lot. So just sit back, relax. If you are chilling with your cup of coffee, if you are chilling with your cup of tea, water, whatever it is that you are taking, just sit back and relax. We are going to give you all the updates, and don't forget the leagues will soon be back. We are talking about 2 weeks from now. We are going to see the league. In fact, next week we are going to see the La Liga starting, and of course the coming week after next week we are going to see Premier League, the French League also kicking off. Of course, German Bundesliga will kick off after the rest have started. So I'm telling you, today promises to be a wonderful one. So, Mr. Good Hope, the Sport Oracle, where are we starting from? Where should we start from?
We should start from
because there are a lot.
There are a lot really. But let's just start with the controversy that has been going on for days now, where you are still having UEFA to still decline their intentions to support FIFA, especially to boycott the FIFA, to boycott the World Cup stakes, not the World, of course, the World Cup generally, because they have said that they have lost their hope and interest in Gianni Infantino. So even though he called it off, he called the proposal off.
I told you yesterday that man, at the end of the day, you have to retrace your step.
Even though he called it off, yet there has been this tension between them. He has actually announced that he's not going to. UEFA said they are not going to continue, trusting him. So that particular action had to cause some frictions among them, and it's giving this vibe of you have repented, but you are still going to face the consequences.
They will not forget so soon what you have done.
Yeah, but really, the question is, I've been asking this question, and hopefully we're going to have an official from NFF or someone who is in the higher rank of sports in the community to give us a clearer update on this, because I'm so interested. Why would Confederation of African Football, did they even read the nuggets? I mean, did they even read the proposal? Because that's the question. Of course, it may not be as though that what was proposed was wrong, but there are people who, when you are talking about football, you should look up to them. For instance, as we are talking about football, or we are talking about sports generally, there are people we should look up to. There are people that inspire the game. They don't inspire individuals alone, they inspire the game. For instance, in the Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo debate, there are people. Cristiano Ronaldo has inspired Messi fans, and Messi fans has also inspired Cristiano Ronaldo fans. I'm sure there has been a day or two that Messi performed that they said, okay, Messi is amazing. And then there's also a day that Messi fans has acknowledged Cristiano Ronaldo. You see, so it's a balanced world, even though we have choices, and there are choices, of course, to make because you're a human. The question remains, if you have a boss, someone where this football is coming from, and most of your players, I'm talking about most of your players, are in that league, in that side of the world, and they have said no, that they cannot continue like this. You carry yourself, enter.
You still want to force it on them. Well, like we said yesterday, at the end of the day, I just believe there will be progress. Let it be said that what has happened has happened. Let's move on. Let us find a way forward. For me, at the end of the day, yesterday I was talking about Infantino coming to apologize. Now he has called off what he's planning to do, and the next step will be to tender a formal apology, because you cannot bring out all those friction, all those tension, cause commotion everywhere, and you just sideline the decision and expect everybody to just move on with you. You have to tender an apology, a formal apology to everybody, to all the confederations involved. Then they will not decide if they are going to still continue with you as the president. It's not left for them. This one is not something you are going to force on them anymore. UEFA will now have to decide if they still find confidence in you to lead them or to be their leader till 2030, where the World Cup will come up. So it's just a matter of time, but I believe we are all humans, or they are all humans. They should have that spirit of forgiveness, because prior to this decision that he took, I can tell you that Infantino has been doing very well. He has been doing very well since he became the president. We have been enjoying football, we have been seeing the best of it, but coming to take this decision now will now be like an injury to what you have been doing. They say, one bad can turn 99 good to bad. So at the end of the day, he has been doing well. Just this slight mistake that he has made should not be the reason why they will just throw him off and say, okay, we should have another election, let someone come to lead us. So for me, the next step is to take or offer a mandatory apology to all the confederations, in fact, to the world of football, not just the people governing, in fact, to football fans and every other person involved in football. Offer an apology, and I hope, or I believe that, UEFA, in fact, especially UEFA, because we are the first people to turn down that offer. So believing that UEFA, if they can accept the apology, I believe every other person will just follow suit. CAF have not even made any official statement whether they are for or they are against. So if UEFA should accept, the American side, the Asian side, anyway, those ones we are supporting initially. So everybody will just follow suit. The main people to accept the apology will be UEFA and just let everything continue.
Well, we're talking about this World Cup, and let's just go right into the junior World Cup, but not the World Cup you think. It's now an athletic World Cup, where we have Jessica Oji for the first time ever, who has won all the track events, who has actually won the track events. It's been a congratulatory stuff, looking at the medals she has won, and how she has been amazing this time around. It tells you that Jessica Oji is the woman of the moment, and she is known as the Sprint Jessie. She's known as the Sprint Jessie because she has been so amazing. Like someone who does not even know how to say no and has been undefeated. You will see that a field event world title at any level. That's what she has been winning, the field event world title, and she's the new world junior champion, winning the shot put title in Oregon with a mark of
1:18.08.
Yeah, 18.08 meters, a dazzling jest for Team Nigeria. And this could be coming out from the Commonwealth Games. But we have seen that we have seen the Commonwealth Games producing talent, and even in the side of those who para-athletes, I would say. So those who are really physically challenged, but they still got the gold for Nigeria. They still won some medals for Nigeria, and that's why we had to clock it around the 27 medals we had. It's been amazing seeing that happening, and I must tell you, it's something that we really need to understand. We don't have a lot today in the world of boxing, because the boxing matches we had conversations about that yesterday because of the saga of sponsorship, the details,
and everything.
The sponsorship,
even
the venue too. Of course, the venue venue has been settled. The venue is going to.
I'm sure they will not even change that venue, because if they are moving to 2027.
It's just like a delay. Delay is not Delilah. Delay is not denial, don't mind me. Delay is not denial, because when you look at it, you would think that it's going to enter 2027. But what they are saying, it might. But what if it doesn't?
For me, I don't even want it to
what if it doesn't get into 2027?
Let it be this 2026, because there's no main event since in this 2026 in the world of boxing. So this particular main event that we are supposed to see, are we still going to push it to 2027? What other fight are we now going to use as the headline for 2026 in boxing? There is no fight coming up yet. So the one that we have, if they are not ready for it this August, there's still a lot of time. We have September, which they were proposing to be the date or the month for the fight. If you can't get it or get all the preparatory measures for September, October is there, November is there. So there's still a lot of time within 2026 to headline this event. But pushing into 2027 is just for me, is not something I will find so interesting. I'm not too excited moving into 2027. I've enjoyed football in this 2026. I've enjoyed Formula 1 in 2026. I've enjoyed wrestling in 2026. We have also enjoyed long tennis, where we are talking about the likes of Karas and Sina in 2026. So we are enjoying Commonwealth. We are enjoying WAFCON in 2026. What will now happen to boxing? Why are we moving it? Or why do
that does not mean there will not be other games. There will eventually be other games.
Yeah, there will be other games. Just boxing itself.
It could be somehow. It could be somehow.
Let them leave it to.
Because you want to see Anthony Shabi.
I just want to.
Well, on that note, I want to announce officially that we are going to be having that fight. I'm talking about the worldwide versus Sports Oracle fight is coming up, and you have to just take a look to your screen as we announced to you the date and the time. It's going to be a weekend fight so that everyone could, participate in separating the fight.
But this fight
is going to be
you're announcing now. I thought I was involved.
No, you're not involved.
You're just taking me by surprise.
Yes, I want to beat.
When I fixed the fight for us, at least I came to you.
No. I said everyone is going to be involved. Everyone is going to be involved so that they can separate the fight.
For weekend?
Yeah,
so I just have, in fact, this Friday. You don't even give me time to prepare.
No, you're not preparing, no. I'm like Gianni Infantino. I'm like Gianni Infantino. No preparation.
Can we do a walkover?
If you walk over, you pay me $30,000.
How much is Anthony Joshua fighting for?
That's how much is it?
How do you say how much is Anthony Joshua fighting for? $30,000.
Anthony Joshua's
we'll fight that fight.
Okay, we'll fight it. What day?
Yes, you beat me.
What day?
At least at the end of the day, I'll gain some, at least I know in boxing, even the loser gets
of course you're right. So even the loser
at the end
but then the loser's title will be a loser forever.
No, it cannot be.
You know why? Because if you had lost the game, it will be in the record that you lost.
I lost now, it will be in the record.
But you gained financially.
I gained financially, and I will always go for a rematch. Because now you took me unawares, but like a lion that I am, I will not run away. I will fight. I will fight the fight. Surprising to you, you don't know if I've even been preparing back. You see, going backward to just one corner, go and prepare. Yeah. Just get small.
Please, I will need your picture for the design. So
okay, I will have to take off my shirt.
No, you take off your shirt.
Okay, you want to see my chest?
No, I just need your picture.
If you see my chest, it
don't worry.
Don't worry.
Whatever you see, you take. Now let's go back to this track event where we're talking about the Precious Opinion came up with a big leap in the men's triple jump at the World Athletics of the 20 Championship, jumping a new PB of 16.02 meters, 0.9 to easily qualify for the final. Opinion was previously trained in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State, before leaving for the United States, and is looking for a medal, or looking like a medal prospect, finishing with the 4th best jump in the qualification series. First thing I discovered about this guy is that his name is Opinion.
You would think when you are reading it that someone would think that you are talking about someone's opinion.
Yeah, this guy is actually someone's opinion.
Precious Opinion. That's his name.
That's Opinion. I've actually seen someone answering documents.
Wow, documents.
Yeah.
In Nigeria.
No, in Bayelsa too. They answer very weird names.
Opinion, document. How can you be answering
brother document?
Are we supposed to be flipping?
I don't know, but I want to tell you something, that names actually, it depends on the parents, because his parents are causing this.
So what's your opinion on this opinion?
Well, my opinion on this opinion is that he's the personal best. You know Xavi Simons. You know why he was called Xavi Simons? He was called Xavi Simons because the mom said that when they gave birth to him, he stayed 5 days without having a name.
Okay.
So one day he watched Barcelona match and saw Xavi and called him Xavi.
The mother?
Yes.
And just name someone because he just watched.
Yes, he was Barcelona and saw Xavi, and Xavi was performing so amazing. He said, that guy, my son will be Xavi Simons. And that was why the guy became Xavi Simons.
Well, that's
so you don't know what the father has said and say, this one will be an opinion.
So people should have opinion.
Yes, have opinion, because Opinion left Bayelsa, Yenagoa, and he has gone to the United States, where he's making the mark in the World of Champions. He's really good, and we're seeing how much he can contribute. He's a medal prospect. He has a great opinion to get into the rings, and also getting it right into the tracks. Of course, a lot to talk about in the world of football. We are seeing the great Egyptian king being welcomed
Mohamed Salah
in a foreign land, and after his 9-year spell in Liverpool. You will also see that Vinicius Jr. has signed a new contract with Real Madrid.
6 years.
Yes, for 6 years.
And someone that was taunting.
Yeah, for 6 years. And let's talk about Mohamed Salah and the kind of celebration that he received when he came to, when he Trabzonspor. I mean, it was thousands gathered to celebrate this icon of football. Thousands gathered to, shine their light on the light that has come into their world. A new light that came into Trabzonspor. And this guy, with the kind of welcoming they gave him, I am sure that he will not have any. I'm just telling you ahead, he will not have any bad season. Mohamed Salah did not just exit Liverpool. He left Liverpool as a king, and he was welcomed somewhere else as a king. You see, from the airport, thousands. Hey,
the Turkish side, they have a way of welcoming footballers.
They have a way.
You saw the way they welcomed Victor Osimhen when he came.
The way it was
2,000. Even Andre Onana was welcomed. Even though that was a loan spare, he was welcomed.
I was wondering, what kind of welcoming is this?
I think they have that culture, and
I like that. These people have love.
Even when you finish playing football, you go to the home fans and you start, there's a way they control the fans where they will be beating drum, you'll be just lifting this.
They are so amazing.
Salah has not played any football match for them, and they are just welcoming. He's like the king he is. They have welcomed him, giving that king welcome. Look at multiple. I don't know if I should be saying thousands or if they're getting to million, because the people here, they are quite much. This is like a filled up stadium, not even for a football match, just to welcome a player. And this guy, I can tell you that at least he's currently the highest paid in Turkish league right now, and he will bring a lot to the Fenerbahce, the Trabzonspor side, who have the great man or the big man or the tall man that we call Paul Onachu.
Mohamed Salah. That's my own. That's my brother, Paul Onachu.
Is our own.
Our brother.
The way you see, you are taking him to yourself.
You actually know today that I'm on the Nigerian. I'm on.
No, you are wearing our
Nigerian spirit. I mean, the men, our men's national team can be on this kind of apparel.
We have that. We have this color of jersey. So Paul Onachu, Mohamed Salah, and don't forget the keeper. I can't forget Andre Onana.
I
say sometimes you just go somewhere. You can take him. That's your guy. You go somewhere.
Andre Onana is my guy.
You fit in somewhere. If imagine Onana in Manchester United, he will still be trying to get a playing time.
No. You don't understand. If Onana is still in Manchester United, he will still be, diving after the goal has been scored.
They will not even give him that playing time.
They will shoot and then
by now he will enter the net. Then he will dive. So now you are somewhere and you are regarded like a king.
And he's performing.
He's
so well. In nine shots, he had to take away 4 and conceded 5. He's performing.
I don't think that's what Onana is doing.
No, I'm telling you now.
Onana is doing better.
9 shots.
9 shots on target.
He saved 4. Amazing. And
sometimes he does this on purpose. He just allows some to enter. Because Onana is one for the camera.
Yeah.
He likes to give 1 or 2 for the camera. Let's say like the ball came in and I dive. So when he dives, they capture him.
Yeah.
And you think he saved the ball.
He saved the ball. And then they will go and Photoshop him.
So Onana, Onachu, and Salah, I'm having to see a great.
Then we're still going to see Victor Osimhen.
That's
now, I mean, while we're talking about this, let's just go over to the names of African players transfer this season. Okay. Those who have moved, from the African side to the clubs. We are having Aubameyang moving to RC Deportivo. That's Aubameyang has moved from where he is to RC Deportivo. Aubameyang seems not to be old.
It's like someone is getting younger every day, and he's moving from clubs.
He's just moving. That guy is just making money.
I don't know how many clubs of Aubameyang have played till today, because you will go and check his history. You will see that he has played for about 5. Before you just close your eye, look at him now in Deportivo. He has added another club. This is someone that has played for Arsenal. He was in the French league. He played a lot of years in the French league. He came to Barcelona. He played. He has moved again, moving to Deportivo. He is going to play probably in the next 1 or 2 seasons. You will see him moving again. So at the end of the day, you can't count how many clubs this young man, I tend to call him a young man because he seems to be getting younger. He will just be featuring in different clubs, and at the end of the day, we still get the goals. Sometimes I just wish he will just come back to the Premier League, because there are some clubs that still needs Aubameyang services in the Premier League, because this guy is quite clinical. Because I will not say he's very clinical, but he's quite clinical. He tends to give you the goals when you don't even expect it. I can't forget Aubameyang and Lacazette pairing. These two give Arsenal almost the best time of their life. They are pairing. When they will get the goal, they will go and have that handshake. They were the one that brought that handshake where you salute each other and shake. Other clubs begin to copy. So Aubameyang is one that have graced the football pitch with a lot of clubs, and I'm going to see what's going to happen with Deportivo.
Now we're still talking about Iheanacho moving to Bursaspor.
this one I would not say. I'm not happy about this one. I can tell you, I'm not happy about this.
It's not. Now, I have to explain something.
No, comparing where he's moving from, Celtic.
No. Let me tell you what happened.
I will not be seeing the great man here that often.
You mean you will not be seeing?
I will not be seeing senior man that often again. When you are playing for Busaspor compared to Celtic, I will not be seeing you that much anymore. I want to be seeing them now.
Well, I think one thing I've explained here several times is that there's a way transfer works. If I come to sign you now from your team, even if you are in your top flight league, why do you think people are joining Tottenham?
Tottenham is still in the top flight league.
Because even though they are not, they just managed to save their head from relegation. So why do you think they don't have any championship? They don't have any other league except Premier League to play and other local football association cup, that's England FA Cup and the Carabao.
They still have prospects.
That's what I'm saying.
The prospect of Tottenham coming back to Champions League.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They don't have any Champions League to say that they are playing.
But this is Tottenham.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is Tottenham, and then this is Premier League. Abi, good. Ian Nacho himself. You don't know how much he has been offered.
I don't want to look into the money.
No, you have to listen. You have to, because the guy is not young. Ian Nacho is not young.
Does not mean he could have not gone to another club where he will be visible.
Which club were coming for him? Let me tell you something.
It's not.
Let me tell you something.
No, it's Sport and Celtic.
No. I want to let you know. Don't think that the money that was paid for Ian Nacho would be that. Don't think his eye did not open, because him going to Busaspor, it was just I would say an emergency, because of the kind of money they have rendered.
But Ian Nacho right now in football, he can't be playing for money anymore, because this is not even the time to be playing for money. So he has gotten the money already. Ian Nacho is not 19 or 25 that you will say he's still. How much is Busaspor going to pay compared to what Celtic was paying?
No, you don't. Okay, well, let's
probably
check. No, let me check.
It might just be. Let me use the example. Just like Jordan Henderson now, who has gone to Chelsea.
Don't worry, let me check.
He will not be playing. It's not coming from the same.
It's not the same.
Jordan Henderson, what he was receiving.
Don't worry, let me check.
What he was receiving in Liverpool, is it the same thing with what he's going to be receiving in Chelsea?
I have my.
No, just as you are checking.
I have my documents ready.
I want to give you.
I have my opinion.
Give opinion yourself. Henderson was receiving more when he was younger in Liverpool.
Okay.
Than what he will be receiving now.
I'm checking.
Is in Chelsea. So, because he coming to Chelsea will not be because of the money. He just came.
How much
in Chelsea?
How much is Ian Nacho paid?
Don't forget, compare it to Celtic.
Ian Nacho paid.
It will not be that consequential to be saying you. For me, I just wanted to be seeing him. At least in Celtic, I was able to be watching, the league, to be seeing Ian Nacho. Now in Busaspor, that's in Turkish league. Probably once in a while you'll be seeing the major teams in Turkey now.
It's loading.
Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, Trabzonspor. Before you go and see a channel to watch Busaspor match, it will not be featured against Galatasaray or the bigger boys that you'll be seeing. But you having to see a channel where you will be able to watch the match will be difficult. Unlike Celtic, where it's visible, you'll be seeing some channels where you can watch the match. That's just what I'm saying. Okay. But in terms of money, now, it might not be too consequential to say that is the reason why. He's just moving maybe to try another league. He has been in the Premier League, he has played in the Championship. Now he played in the the Scottish League. Now he has gone to Turkish League. Probably the next league you will be seeing maybe in the Russian league.
I think I have the answer. I have the answer.
You have the answer.
Let's see let me tell you. First of all, from what I'm seeing here, Celtic offered 30,000 euros per week. Now, Busaspor offered 23,000 per week. 1.4 million.
Am I hearing correctly?
1.4 million. Okay, 30,000 pounds was Celtic.
Okay.
Then Busaspor offered 22,000 euros a week. That's
1.4
million euros every year.
It's lower.
Now, okay, it's lower. Now, look at why.
No. I'm holding you there. Don't even tell me why. I don't want to hear why.
No. I thought it's because of the money and the contract, right?
Okay, and the money now is lower.
Now the money is lower because he was minus 7,000 naira.
Okay.
Now, can I tell you why?
Why do you want to tell me why?
Because I told you it's part of the contract.
Our argument.
No, I told you it's part of the contract.
Prior to before you checked, what was our argument?
Our argument is because it's money.
The money. So the money is supposed to be bigger.
Yes, the money is even smaller. The money is even smaller. Okay. Then another argument is coming up. Why?
Okay. Because
remember, I always say that contract has a way it goes. When you are signing a contract in a team, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
It's either it goes to your favor or it goes to the favor of your agents. And then your agents are the ones that can convince you. Your agents actually can convince the club. Secondly, thirdly, your agents and the club could have direct contact.
But don't forget,
your agent and you,
the most important person in the contract
is the person. Good. Now that's where you see the coaches coming in. For instance, transfers like Morgan Rogers. Xabi Alonso called Morgan Rogers.
Yeah.
Xabi Alonso of Chelsea. Even though they have not won any match so far.
Okay.
They have won.
Okay,
the preseason. Okay, anyone. But
they've won one. They lost two.
They lost two. Good. You see, they have gotten a red card, right? Okay. So imagine that it was Morgan Rogers that called Xabi Alonso. Then Cole Palmer also called Morgan Rogers.
Okay.
You see what's going on there. Now in Manchester United, the same thing happened when Lisandro Martinez was about to join Manchester United. There were some Argentine players
that called him.
Now, same thing happened it's going to happen in Manchester City shortly, because we're going to see Enzo Maresca going over to Enzo Fernandez going to Manchester City, even though Enzo Maresca is their head coach. Now, Rodri is linked to Barcelona. Why do you think Rodri would leave Real Madrid's offer and go to Barcelona? He has been called, and remember, Rodri seems to fit into that Barca system more than Madrid.
Rodri going to Barca is just Madrid. We are not so much interested. Initially, Perez didn't want to go on with the deal before the World Cup.
Okay.
It was after the World Cup that it was like pressure. They were just saying, let's get him. But I can tell you that Madrid, we are never that interested.
Okay.
And don't forget that him even going to Barcelona, he informed Real Madrid out of respect, because this was where he was going to. So he now told them, since these people have come, and of course Rodri himself wants to go to Spain. Based on personal reasons, family reasons. He wants to move to Spain by all means.
He said it before and after the World Cup. He granted that such an interview. What I'm saying is, you don't know how much Pokubasi has called him. You don't know the influence, the conversations he has had with, because he spoke with Deco and he spoke with Hansi Flick. You see, these two factors, these two people were the major reason why he has agreed to play for Barcelona, if that deal is going to be. Now, talking about Iheanacho, the deal actually would be from Celtic, because even though they won the league, they won that final game against Hearts. They won 2-1. You remember that final game? But even the fans had to rush into the pitch. Everybody ran into the pitch. And it was a wonderful game. Now, the question is, what happened to his contract over there in Celtic? What really happened to his contract? It was not that his contract was bad or his contract was not right. It was actually that, there was a falling apart from him and his negotiators. So he had to take a pay cut so that when he's going to Bursaspor, so that he can be able to even be on the top flight league. Now, I'm not going to bring in Barcelona's issue here, where it said that they don't have. It's rumor. It's actually rumor, not a reality. Even though you can see that maybe sometimes real, sometimes it's not real. But let's say it's for us to banter football, that they don't have enough to cater for their players. That means their players to be doing whatever they like. Now, what I'm saying in essence is that contracts can influence the player's decision. And same with money. Because if he's taking 15,000, 20, 30,000 per week, there are people who are taking 130,000 per week. Do you know, if Iheanacho has a place in Turkey that he's going to be paid 500,000 a week, and he's going to go there, and he will not be in the camera, he will go. He's in Nigeria. He's our brother.
Initially, that's you have explained every other thing. Back to the basics. I will still draw you back to the initial argument or what caused this our checking and everything. It was the money, where I had to let you know that Ian Nacho will not be playing football at this age for money anymore. Maybe he just want to have another experience of another league, because you have checked it now. We have seen that the salary is even lesser. So for me, it's not really the money that moved him. I believe he has his own personal reasons. So we have seen that it's not the money. He just maybe wanted to switch. He has been in Celtic. He has played for Celtic. Moving to Turkish league to play for Bozokspor is just basically another time to have experience in the Turkish league. So at the end of the day, I know it. I cannot say that Ian Nacho was moving to Bozokspor for money, because the visibility is Bozokspor now bigger than Celtic.
No, Bozokspor is even lower because
it's
now
lower than Celtic.
They are lower. In fact, they are not in the top
experience.
flight league.
No, they are not there.
Let me just use the word Bozokspor is just like West Ham.
West Ham is you are even going far. You go to Championship and look for one club.
Blackburn.
Blackburn.
Okay, let's do Blackburn or QPR.
Now imagine someone coming from West Ham to now go to QPR. Okay, West Ham now are even in the Championship, so we have to come back to a club in the Premier League.
No. They are not in the league.
No, Bozokspor is not in the major league.
Yes,
they are in the other division.
Yeah, they are in the
That's
other
what I'm saying. Now West Ham now have gone to Championship, so we cannot use West Ham. Let's use Bournemouth, who are in the Premier League. We can't use Bournemouth.
Who are in
No,
the Premier
assuming that Bournemouth are Celtic, so we are using Bournemouth, who are in the Premier League, because Celtic, the Scottish League is quite, where they are in the Scottish League is well above where Bozokspor is in the division. So you moving from Bournemouth to West Ham, who have got to the Championship, that's what I'm just seeing there. So basically, it was not because of the money. He just wanted to maybe experience another league. Maybe he has personal fallout with the Celtic side and all. So we have not heard from the senior man himself.
We have not heard from him.
We need to hear from him. This is the reason why. Okay.
Yeah.
So because for me, as a player, if I was an opportunity, I would not move from Celtic
as a player
to Bozokspor.
Actually, they offered him fresh contract
In Celtic.
Yes,
and he did not
fresh offer after he has agreed with Bozokspor.
Oh, that he has already.
You see. Anyway, on this note, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll delve right into this gist and also into the world of sports, much more in football. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now let's just take a look at the WAFCON. WAFCON is around the corner and has been happening. Nigeria yesterday, day before yesterday, of course, had to win their game by 6-2, where they had to scale up in the need for quarterfinal qualification, and now we are going to be seeing them facing Cameroon just in the coming day. I will tell you for a fact it's going to be a showdown of champions, and it's going to be a showdown of those who would get into the semi-final. And Wisdom, you've seen how that game was. Of course, we were not able to x-ray every fact, but right now we are seeing that there's still the semi-final going to come after the quarterfinal, and we are having CAF that's talking about Ghana facing their opponent. It's going to be a wonderful game that we have seen coming along the way. I must tell you that they are not ready for this game. They are not ready for this game because Malawi is going to face Ghana, and it's going to be for a place in the WAFCON semi-finals and direct qualification for the 2027 Women's World Cup. That is actually what is going to be. When you go into the semi-final, it's going to be a direct qualification for the Women's World Cup. I don't know how women actually calculate their games. We will bring one of the best of the best in the world of sports for the women
to come and
x-ray these things to us, because we would want to know, and I mean our audience who are females would want to have that. So
I think
just hang on.
It's just
we're gearing up for that.
Basic criteria, like what they are using. Like, you know, semi-final involves 4 teams. So if you are able to get to the semi-final, you have automatically qualified for the World Cup. So the 4 people playing the semi-final have a slot in the World Cup already. So the rest of the, you know, people will now have to go and play playoffs to qualify. But nevertheless, Nigeria is facing Cameroon on Sunday by 7 o'clock, and you know, this is a stronger side compared to, you know, the people we have been playing. You know, we trashed the Egyptian side 6 goals to 2. Even the Malawi side that, you know, had to win us the other day was not even the people that were supposed to win us. So this fight, I'm calling it a fight now because this is the quarterfinal. Here you can't afford to lose. You can't afford to make those mistakes because it's just a one-time match. If you lose, you are going home. There's no home and away, or it's not the group stages where you still have the opportunity to play 2 other people to get across to the next day. So Nigeria, believe me, being the champions or being the reigning champions and the current title holders, should or no better than, you know, to put up that performance they played in their first match. There's no room for mistakes this time around. There's no rooms for error. Promises have been made. Promises have been fulfilled. So right now, morally, mentally, physically, emotionally, they should be ready. You know, they should be ready for the match. We are not ready to see Nigeria leaving the cup at this stage, not at this quarterfinal. We still want to see our darling country proceed to the semi-final and of course to the final. So this match, I'm looking forward to this match on Sunday. I can tell you that I will just go get ready, sit down and watch this match. Don't forget, Malawi is also playing Ghana. We're going to see who qualifies at the end of the day from these 2 teams. But I'm wishing my own country very well and, you know, progress to the next round.
We are nationalists, so we wish our country the best. And while we're still talking about that, let's, you know, tell our audience that the 19-year-old, you know, Diabate had only played 15 minutes at WAFCON before tonight, for, you know, the Night King versus Ghana. Now, the game that brought Ghana into the lights, talking about that game that had to, you know, make them to go into the lights. And 4 minutes after coming off the bench, she scored Mali's equalizer from a free kick. That's Diabate scored the equalizer, and she was just all tears. I know women, they are crying. Oh my days!
They are very emotional beings.
Oh my days!
It's a lot. When you watch
after scoring,
when you watch their football, you see a lot of tears.
Yeah, you know,
especially when they are knocked out.
Yeah, when they are knocked out, they used to cry. I mean,
you have to carry a lot of people.
One of the goats had to cry and sit down and was decorated with an Indian cloth some time ago when he was crying.
Last week when we saw the picture. Imagine if men can cry. You know, if someone like Cristiano Ronaldo can cry when he's eating, if Messi can cry, then what are you talking about? These people are very emotional. From now, you will start seeing the emotions, because once you are knocked out, maybe the group stages, you might not see that much of emotion, because some people already knew their fate before the final match. So some we are already aware that even though we win this match, we will not qualify. Except from our group, where we had to see, you know, 3 people still struggling to qualify. They did not know their fate. But now, when they beat you in the quarterfinal,
you take the beating.
The tears that will come outside. You have to be carrying 11 women out of the pitch, because almost all of them will be tearing, you know, just looking back on what they could have done better in the match and so forth. But at the end of the day,
we are announcing that Diomande has officially joined Real Madrid. Finally, after a long week of silence, they have joined Real Madrid. He has joined Real Madrid.
He has officially joined Real Madrid.
And then we are looking at Real Madrid's attacking force. You have Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo, Brahim Diaz of Morocco, Jude Bellingham of England, Endrick of Brazil, then Turkish Adagula, French Kylian Mbappe, Portuguese Bernardo Silva, and the Cote d'Ivoire, Yaound Diomande.
No, just look at this.
Just look at this attack. If this attack you, I'm not sure you will survive.
about 10 players only in the talking about from the midfield to the strike. About 10 good quality players. You cannot start everybody here at the same time. So imagine the bench that Real Madrid will be having. Imagine what Mourinho is going to do with this squad. You know, last season that they did not come out with any trophy, and in fact, last 2 seasons, Real Madrid have not been the Real Madrid we used to know. The champions of football, talking about the Champions League, the title holder, the professors of, you know, Champions League, not having to come up with any trophy. I can tell you that this season they are all out, and they have been doing the signing. I don't think there's any other club that have signed as much as Real Madrid has done this season. If you talk about defense, they have signed. You saw Dumfries coming in, you saw Konate coming in, Cucurella coming in. They now got to the midfield. Added Bernardo Silva to the midfield. Added what's his name now? Diamond, who is also a winger. You go to the front, you are seeing a lot of people.
You're seeing him back. You're seeing.
I don't know what's
if they mistakenly add that Bakola as snatching from Liverpool that don't want to complete that sign.
They're not snatching from Liverpool because where are they going to even fixing Bakola again? There's no more space.
There's no more space. Well, now let's just go down to Manchester United before we deal with Arsenal and Liverpool this morning. In Manchester United, there's this stake and disagreement in some contracts where if Manchester United qualifies for Champions League, there'll be a 25% raise in their salary. So people who have not even played some minutes in the league, I would say, for the team, currently have their salaries raised, like Marcus Rashford and Andre Onana. Because I told you, Andre Onana was not sold. Andre Onana was
he's on loan.
He's on loan.
He has not been sold.
He has not been sold because Manchester United actually knows what they are doing to loan this guy, and that's a very, very wonderful thing. You will see that that despite playing 0 minutes for the club, Marcus Rashford and Andre Onana's Manchester United salaries have risen 25% due to Champions League qualification clauses. But then there's this one about Zexi. Zexi has his own contract was not renewed, was not he was not part of that qualification, that part of the contract clause, because they have to renew it when the summer of 2023, when the summer ended. So it was when Manchester United had to change the contract and signings and renew the structure, and it was before 2023 summer that it was done. So even Mason Mount had to benefit from that, but there's no Zexi there, because Zexi, what the new rule was, Joshua, Zexi would, if you play up to 60 minutes for the club, then you can be part of it. That's what it is now. So Joshua Zexi
has not played up to 60 minutes.
You see, so he has not played up 60 minutes for the club. So that's why he's not part of it. But there are other people who has played more, because why Manchester United want to do that is so that they want to see those who are consistent with the team. And it's not bad, really. It's not really bad. It's just what football is.
It's not bad, but somehow it's just being unlucky for Zexi.
Yeah, and Zexi
is not the one that has made himself not to play.
And Zexi this season has been he's going to fire.
You saw the training. You saw the training he was doing. I don't know if that
training for bouncing or for Enzo Fernandez.
Can that be attributed to Enzo Fernandez? He's just doing some physical training that I don't know where it's we will see the use. We'll get to
also, the Argentine FA have announced that July 15th will be in the National Football Teams Day. They celebrate National Football Teams Day. That's for them. The date actually was choosing to celebrate the Argentina's win against England. And it's good for them, even though they seem to be the red card FC.
It's good for them. Just imagine that they have won the World Cup. They will do Nigeria.
No. They say Nigeria.
They will give us a celebration day.
Say
fix this day for Nigeria to also celebrate. In fact, each country should have a date to celebrate. So, but it's a good thing.
It's a wonderful
that. Go back. If you go back to watch the clip of that football, just the highlights, or if you have time to watch the 90 minutes, you will know that it deserves to be celebrated.
Well, it deserves.
Having to come back from a go down it's not just coming back. The time of coming back. I want
to flog some people.
No. I want to flog some people that you want to flog.
No, I want to flog them.
Having to come back from a go down in the semi-final, 80-something minutes.
It is something.
You didn't even allow the match to proceed to extra time. You had to break the
beautiful.
Calm down.
Let us end of the match. Why did Vinicius Junior renew his contract to 6 years?
Vinicius Junior, that we have been saying, he was just taunting Real Madrid, taunting Arsenal, because right from time, you know that Vinicius Junior will not.
Let me tell you.
You know, there was a time he had to delete.
Why will he do it?
He has to clear his post on Instagram.
It's because Arsenal started coming for him.
Arsenal were coming for him.
Why?
He was just using Arsenal like a bait to Real Madrid to like
Arsenal.
Are you even
not even talking about
Arsenal? Imagine Arsenal offering a better salary.
Unless so.
Real Madrid now.
Why Why did we make it 6 years? 6 years is so that let this rubbish not try itself again.
Will not try this rubbish again.
Let them not try this rubbish again.
Are you saying Vinicius
in their life?
Are you saying Vinicius cannot play for Arsenal?
No, I'm saying that how can a 15-time Champions League team, how can he leave a 15-time Champions League team and go to a team? Where is their Champions League?
They have 15.
They have 15 what?
It's 15.
So a team that the last time they won a trophy, that a reasonable trophy was 22 years ago.
No, it's not some months ago.
That's what I'm telling you. Before they won that one, that the world did not have peace.
We cannot be counting 22 years ago anymore now. So they have
the last time they won their last trophy was 22 years ago.
Please leave Arsenal for Arsenal.
Okay, let's go to Liverpool. What's happening to Bakola?
This is Friday. Before Monday,
did they need a bar before we serve them cola?
Before Monday, you will see that Bakola has moved.
Has moved to Liverpool.
Yes.
Don't worry. Before Monday, we will see Gakpo going to Tottenham, and it will fire. It will backfire.
Can go to Tottenham, but I'm telling you before Monday. By Monday, we will come out and read that Bakola.
Okay. Well. I'm now okay. So that let's just. I'm very okay.
Thank God there is no time for you to capitalize on these people. I know you just want to plug them, but we are happy that this is where we are going to draw the curtain. We don't have the time to do that which you want to do to the innocent people of Liverpool and Arsenal. Thank God there is no time, and this is where we are going to draw the curtain here on Aneke Sports. Don't forget to join us still same time, same station tomorrow. We'll give you more updates, and don't forget our match talking about the Flying Falcons, the Super Falcons, who are going to play on Sunday. Go out there, cheer them up, support them, give the best of what you can give. If you are going to be watching the match live, watch it live and support them. We are hoping to get a win over Cameroon. I remain your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely Friday and have a lovely weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Thanking you for watching. See you again. Bye.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Police Service Commission transfers 50,000 new recruits to force for nationwide training. Pat Utomi urges African leaders to prioritize national interest and continental unity. 6 dead in fatal school shooting on outskirts of Bangkok. Bank of Industry opens subscription for 250 billion naira capital. Now the news in details. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has pledged to maintain total transparency fairness, and strict compliance with federal regulations across all its administrative and recruitment procedures. The Director General of NEMA, Zubaida Umar, reaffirmed this commitment in Abuja during an interactive session with leadership from the Federal Character Commission. She emphasized that NEMA remains resolute in enforcing equity and administrative integrity across its workforce. Umar noted that public trust is essential for an agency charged with leading nationwide disaster response and humanitarian interventions. In her response, Federal Character Commission Chairman Hulayat Omidiron commended NEMA for maintaining high operational standards. She encouraged continued institutional collaboration between both federal bodies to strengthen administrative accountability and advance national cohesion within the emergency management sector. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Lagos State in mitigating persistent coastal flooding and upgrading critical water infrastructure. This commitment followed the strategic bilateral meeting between the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Joseph Utsev, and Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at Lagos House Marina. Addressing newsmen after the session, Professor Utsev noted that data from the 2026 Annual Flood Outlook identified Lagos as one of the 33 states facing highest vulnerability to severe flooding. He expressed the readiness of federal technical teams to implement long-term interventions, including expanded drainage networks and modern early warning systems. Professor Utsev further confirmed that Lagos State will be integrated into the Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene Program to enhance climate resilience. In his response, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu welcomed the partnership, emphasizing that rapid urbanization and rising sea levels make Lagos uniquely exposed to extreme weather events. Both leaders agreed to accelerate co-funded capital investments in urban drainage, sanitation system, and flood forecasting to safeguard lives and property. The Yobe State House of Assembly has issued an urgent appeal to the federal government, international humanitarian organizations, and development partners for immediate relief assistance following severe flooding in the Maturu and adjoining communities. The resolution followed the motion presented by lawmaker Buba Ibrahim Kalalwa during plenary in the Maturu. The lawmaker revealed that heavy torrential downpours across Dikumari, Malumatari, Maduri, Malari and Pompomari caused widespread destruction, claiming 2 lives and displacing hundreds of residents. While commending the Yobe State Emergency Management Agency for providing initial relief, lawmakers warned that the crisis requires higher-level intervention. Yobe lawmakers urged contractors handling municipal drainage projects in the Maturu to accelerate construction works to avert further catastrophic flooding during the peak rainy season. The Assembly observed a minute of silence in honor of the deceased and extended condolences to the affected families. Before adjourning, the Assembly advanced key legislative business by adopting a committee report on a bill to establish the Yobe State Senior Secondary Education Fund. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has secured the conviction of 2 human traffickers and placed 7 other suspects on trial over alleged infant trafficking operations in Gombe State. The development was confirmed in Gombe by the NAPTIP State Commander, Aminu Shira. Commander Shira revealed that intelligence-led surveillance uncovered criminal syndicates operating in collusion with compromised social welfare personnel and healthcare workers. He explained that these compromised institutional actors facilitated the illegal sale of newborn infants to illicit buyers across state lines. Addressing journalists at the command headquarters, Shira noted that the involvement of trusted medical and welfare officers necessitated heightened operational monitoring across private clinics, maternity homes and social care facilities. He assured that NAPTIP remains determined to prosecute all facilitators involved in baby selling rings. The agency urged parents, community leaders and civil society groups to report suspicious adoption arrangements and unauthorized infant movements immediately. Operatives of the Abia State Police Command have arrested a 51-year-old child trafficking suspect, Nnamdi Lazarus, and rescued 6 abducted children in Aba. The breakthrough was confirmed in Umuahia through a press statement issued by the police public relations officer, Mrs. Maureen Chinaka. Mrs. Chinaka stated that the suspect, an indigene of Mbano in Imo State, residing in Urata, Aba, was apprehended by officers attached to the Violent Crime Response Unit, Aba North. She explained that the arrest followed credible and actionable intelligence tracking the activities of an organized child theft network operating within the state. The command confirmed that all 6 rescued children have been safely reunited with their families following thorough medical evaluations and verification exercises. Police investigators are currently executing targeted operations to arrest fleeing accomplices and dismantle the broader human trafficking syndicate. The police spokesperson assured the public that the suspects will be arraigned in court upon the conclusion of investigations. The Police Service Commission (PSC) has transferred 50,000 newly recruited police constables to the Nigeria Police Force to commence rigorous nationwide training across designated police colleges. The handover ceremony in Abuja was presided over by PSC Commissioner, retired Justice Paul Galimji. Justice Galimji stated that the mass recruitment drive was conducted over a 7-month period pursuant to presidential directives aimed at addressing national security challenges. He highlighted that the selection process adhered strictly to principles of meritocracy, physical fitness, and equitable national representation across all local government areas. Receiving the recruits on behalf of the force, Police High Command representatives commended the Commission for conducting an auditable process. The intake of 50,000 constables represents one of the largest single personnel expansions in the history of the Nigeria Police Force. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Latunji Disu, has approved the deployment of commissioners of police to 8 state commands and several strategic operational formations across Nigeria. The posting was announced in Abuja by Force Public Relations Officer, Mr. Ani Iniedu, following approval by the Police Service Commission. According to the statement, the newly assigned state command commissioners are Afolabi Olutokumbo for Abia, Ayodeji Faniyo for Plateau, Saka Ajao for Bayelsa, and Ajo Odue for Cross River. Others include Nana Ama for Anambra, Patrick Dao for Edo, Tani Mutala for Jigawa, and Samuel Irale for Delta State. In addition to state command appointments, Inspector General Disu approved postings to key specialized formations. Affected divisions include the Force Intelligence Department, Force Criminal Investigation Department, Department of Finance and Administration, Department of Training and Development, the Police Academy, and the Police Staff College. The Force Public Relations Officer emphasized that the redeployments are designed to enhance operational efficiency, strengthen tactical leadership, and consolidate ongoing institutional reforms within the force. The Inspector General charged the newly posted senior officers to implement proactive, intelligence-driven crime prevention strategies in their respective jurisdictions. The chairman of the National Reconciliation Committee of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Professor Pat Utomi, has called on Nigerian political leaders to elevate national interest above personal ambitions. Speaking in Abuja during the inauguration of the Reconciliation Committee, Professor Utomi stressed that Nigeria must reclaim its leadership role to spur economic growth across Africa. Professor Utomi asserted that Africa's long-term economic stability depends heavily on Nigerian leaders embracing patriotism, institutional integrity, and political reconciliation. He cautioned that eternal political division and zero-sum power struggles undermine national stability and erode investor confidence across the West Africa sub-region. Addressing party leaders, Professor Utomi explained that the committee's mandate extends beyond resolving internal disputes arising from recent congresses and primaries ahead of the 2027 general elections. He described national reconciliation as an essential foundation for building durable democratic institutions and fostering sustainable socio-economic development. Professor Utomi further observed that despite Africa's vast natural and human capital, the continent remains hampered by perceptions of political instability. Citing international finance forums in Geneva, he urged African governments to implement consistent policy frameworks and aggressive infrastructure development to unlock major global investment capital. Civil society organizations and political stakeholders in Rivers State have raised concerns regarding Governor Siminalayi Fubara's decision to operate the state government with 5 cabinet commissioners. Key ministries including Health, Works, Environment and Justice remain without substantive commissioners following the State Assembly's rejection of 4 nominees in March. At a joint press conference in Port Harcourt, representatives from the South-South Youth Initiative and the Civil Liberties Organization warned that operating with a skeletal executive council weakens public administration. They argue that running government business without full cabinet leadership impairs interministerial coordination and compromises public accountability. You're watching News Around the Globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Police Service Commission transfers 50,000 new recruits to force for nationwide training. Pat Utomi urges African leaders to prioritize national interest and continental unity. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, 6 dead in fatal school shooting on outskirts of Bangkok. On business, Bank of Industry launches 250 million naira bond offer. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. A powerful magnitude 5.8 earthquake struck off the coast of Occidental Mindoro in the western Philippines, shaking buildings in the capital, Manila. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology reported that the offshore quake occurred at 10:38 a.m. local time at a shallow depth of 10 kilometers. The epicenter was localized 21 kilometers southwest of the coastal town of Mamburao. The sudden seismic event caused noticeable tremors across central Luzon, prompting safety wardens in Manila to initiate immediate precautionary evacuations of major government buildings and commercial high-rises. Disaster management officials in Manila confirmed that thousands of office workers and civil servants temporarily evacuated to designated assembly points as safety protocols were activated. First responders reported no immediate casualties or severe structural damage within the capital metro area following preliminary structural integrity checks. Seismologists advised residents across Occidental Mindoro and surrounding provinces to remain vigilant against potential aftershocks. North Korean state media has launched a public health campaign promoting traditional culinary remedies, including dog meat soup and ginseng chicken broth, as extreme summer heat conditions affect the Korean peninsula. Official meteorological bulletins reported that temperatures reached an unprecedented 36.7 degrees Celsius, marking the highest recorded temperature since official weather tracking began. State television broadcasts featured regional culinary competitions, showcasing traditional Sambak summer foods designed to restore body vitality during extreme weather. Medical specialists appearing on state channels recommended increased fluid intake, dietary adjustments, and controlled visit to designated coastal resort zones to mitigate heat-related illnesses. At least 6 people have been confirmed dead following a violent shooting incident at the Devsiring school campus in Nonthaburi on the outskirts of Bangkok, Thailand. Thai law enforcement authorities confirmed that emergency tactical units were deployed to secure the prestigious academic institution following frantic calls from school administrators. Police reports indicate that the suspected shooter, identified as a 14-year-old male 9th grade student, was subsequently found dead inside a classroom from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Eyewitnesses described a chaotic scene as the armed student moved systematically through school corridors before opening fire on instructional staff and pupils. Emergency medical teams and tactical officers rushed to the scene to evacuate hundreds of fleeing students and faculty members to safety perimeters. Municipal health officials confirmed that several injured individuals were transported to nearby trauma centers for urgent medical treatment. And now to business news. The Bank of Industry BOI has opened public subscriptions for its inaugural 250 billion naira Series 1 fixed rate bond offer. The capital raising exercise is designed to secure long-term local currency funding for commercial enterprises operating across strategic real sector industries in Nigeria. The 5-year bond issue is being managed by lead financial arranger Chapel Hill Denham, offering an investment yield range of 17.35 to 17.50%. The debt instrument will be listed on the FMDQ Securities Exchange to provide secondary market liquidity for institutional and retail investors. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM) has called for robust government procurement policies, regional market protection, and sustained workforce development to drive Africa's automotive industrialization. The chairman of IVM, Chief Innocent Chukwuma, made the call in Abuja during the ECOWAS Regional Automotive Industry Development Forum. Addressing international policymakers and automotive stakeholders, Chief Chukwuma emphasized that African manufacturers possess the technical capacity to produce vehicles locally. However, he argued that sustained industrial growth requires deliberate government policy frameworks that mandate the preferential procurement of locally assembled vehicles for public institutions. And on to sports news. The Bayelsa state government has initiated comprehensive arrangements to integrate Scrabble and chess into the curriculum of all public secondary schools across the state. The initiative forms part of preparations for the upcoming inaugural Bayelsa State Secondary School Scrabble Championship. Following directives from Governor Doye Diri, the Commissioner for Sports Development, Daniel Igali, led a ministerial delegation to confer with the Commissioner for Education, Emela Gentle. Both cabinet members established an inter-ministerial task force to oversee teacher training, equipment distribution, and competition logistics. Under the implementation plan, certified coaches from the Bayelsa State Sports Council will conduct training workshops for designated physical education teachers. These trained instructors will subsequently coach student clubs in preparation for inter-school, zonal, and state-level mime sports tournaments. And to entertainment news, Nigerian international Afrobeat musician David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has issued a public warning regarding political conduct in Osun State ahead of upcoming electoral activities. Davido voiced his concerns during a widely viewed live online broadcast hosted alongside popular media personality Kata Efe. During the live interaction, the music executive addressed President Bola Tinubu directly, stating that any perceived electoral irregularities or anti-democratic practices during Osun State elections would draw international attention. He asserted that he would personally leverage global diplomatic channels, including contacting United States political leaders, to advocate for electoral transparency in the state. The public statements have generated widespread commentary across digital media platforms and political circles in Nigeria. Election observer groups and political commentators continue to monitor public discourse surrounding Osun State's political engagements. Stakeholders maintain that strict adherence to constitutional electoral guidelines remain essential for sustaining democratic stability and public trust across all states. And now to end the news, the main point again. Police Service Commission transfers 50,000 new recruits to force for nationwide training. Pat Otome urges African leaders to prioritize national interest and continental unity. Bank of Industry opens subscription for 250 million naira capital development bond. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's electoral system remains one of the largest in Africa, but also one of the most contested in terms of public confidence, participation, and outcomes. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, shows that over 93 million Nigerians were registered voters in 2023, yet only about 25 million votes were cast in the presidential election, a turnout of roughly 28%. This sharp decline highlights a growing disconnection between citizens and the ballot box, trust deficits, and technology gaps. A major issue is trust in the electoral process. The introduction of the BVAS device and the INEC result viewing portal, IREV, was expected to improve transparency. However, controversies over delayed or disputed uploads during the 2023 collation process triggered widespread criticism and legal disputes. For example, several opposition parties challenged presidential results at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, arguing inconsistencies in result transmission. Although the court upheld the outcome, the dispute further deepened public skepticism. By comparison, in Ghana's 2020 elections, results were publicly declared at constituency collation centers in full media presence, significantly reducing post-election disputes and strengthening trust in the Electoral Commission. Vote buying and economic pressure. Vote buying remains one of Nigeria's most visible electoral weaknesses. During the 2023 elections, domestic observer groups such as the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote Initiative documented cases of financial inducement in multiple states, particularly during legislative elections. In some polling units, reports indicated voters were offered cash or goods, ranging from food items to small sums of money in exchange for votes. This practice continues to undermine issue-based politics. In contrast, South Africa's Electoral Commission enforces strict campaign finance regulations, and political parties are required to disclose funding sources, reducing direct voter inducement and increasing accountability. Electoral violence and security concern. Security remains another critical barrier. In parts of the southeast and northwest, voter turnout was significantly affected by fears of violence, enforcement clashes, and disruption of polling activities. For instance, in the 2023 elections, INEC was forced to relocate or delay voting in several polling units due to insecurity and logistical challenges. By comparison, India, the world's largest democracy, deploys over 1 million security personnel during national elections, ensuring that even remote areas are secured through coordinated federal and state election security operations. Youth participation, high numbers, low turnout. Nigeria's youth population remains a major electoral force, with more than 60% of the population under the age of 35. However, participation remains inconsistent. Despite the Not Too Young to Run Act of 2018, which reduced age requirements for elective office, youth representation in major political offices remain limited due to party hierarchy dominance. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements such as online civic campaigns on X, TikTok, and Instagram significantly shaped political conversations. However, analysts noted that digital activism did not fully translate into voter turnout at polling stations. In Kenya's 2022 elections, youth engagement was stronger due to targeted civic education campaigns and structured mobilization efforts led by both civil society and electoral bodies, which helped convert awareness into turnout. Party structures and internal democracy. Another structural weakness is eternal party democracy. In many political parties, candidate selection is heavily influenced by party elites, often sidelining younger aspirants. This limits renewal in leadership and discourages political participation among emerging voters. By contrast, Germany's proportional representation system allows political parties to present structured candidate lists that often include youth, women, and minority groups, ensuring broader inclusion in governance. The way forward. What must change? Experts argue that Nigeria's electoral reforms must move beyond technology and focus on trust, enforcement, and inclusion. First, enforcement of electoral offences must be strengthened. Vote buying must carry swift prosecution to deter offenders. Second, civic education must be expanded. In countries like Finland, civic education begins early in schools, producing one of the highest voter awareness levels in Europe. Third, electoral transparency must be reinforced through consistent and credible result transmitting systems that are backed by law and not subject to interpretation. Fourth, youth inclusion must go beyond voting. Structured mentorship, political training, and party reform are needed to allow young Nigerians meaningful access to leadership positions. Finally, security coordination must be improved using models similar to India's Election Commission framework, where election security is centrally coordinated to ensure uniform protection across regions. Conclusion. Nigeria's electoral system is not defined by lack of participation alone, but by a crisis of confidence, enforcement gaps, and structural exclusion. As the country moves toward the 2027 elections, the central question is no longer how many Nigerians are registered to vote, but whether they believe their votes will count. Across the world, strong democracies are built not just on elections, but on trust, transparency, and consistent accountability. For Nigeria, closing that gap remains the defining challenge of its democratic future.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from Aneke TV's Enugu studio.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful Friday morning. You're welcome.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. We urge you that it's time to go grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a good Friday, and we are in the thank God it's Friday zone. Ochoma, you're looking very... Since Monday, you've been looking amazing. I mean, astonishing. And I could tell you for a fact that Mr. Uche could be right with what he has been saying.
I know that Mr. Uche is playing the chopper for you. Is there something you're not... Even me said that, yeah, I will tell him I am surprised.
No, you should not be surprised, because...
It feels like there's something you're not telling us.
No,
it's time for Ashebi.
Today is Friday, and you're looking all Friday-ed. And Mr. Uche too is, when I saw him,
you switched to Mr. Uche.
Yeah, because everyone is looking amazing.
When a young man starts looking in one direction, it's maybe an Ashebi calling.
Ashebi cannot call twice. It calls only once.
You're beginning to admire your job.
So I didn't. It was you that started.
You should have allowed me.
Okay, let me allow you.
You have me be sending the compliments. Now that you are helping me to send this compliment.
Okay. Oh my God!
Are we getting set to get Ashebi?
Me myself, I sure.
There is something that we're not being told, though.
Well, it's been a wonderful week. We've seen a whole lot. We've cried, we've laughed, we've vexed from issues that has happened in the week, and finally it's Friday, and it's like we say, thank God it's Friday. It's been in my books, it's been a successful week, even both in our personal life here in the studio and with the plannings adjustments that have been made so far in the past week. So yeah, it's been a long first week in August.
And tomorrow is Saturday. After yesterday, Mr. Uche was already into Friday, and I'm sure that today is his Saturday. So now tomorrow will be Sunday. Yeah.
But I didn't know how that happened. I felt like yesterday was just Friday. Mentally, I was already living in a Friday, and even till this morning, I still repeated to someone that I lived yesterday as if it was a Friday. I don't know how it happened, but like you rightfully said, Nigeria is always on the speed lane.
Yes.
On the fast throttle lane. No slowing down, things keep popping up. Then when you think that they are slowing down, there's nothing happening, something pops up again. But thank God it's Friday, and we're here.
Thank God it's Friday.
So if there is an after party, that's where we'll do the Friday.
Well, there's no after party, and
we know that some people will be in the rural rugged area. But for those of us who love 7:59, it's a Friday.
All right, now let's go over to the quote of the day, our inspiration segment here on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV, where we have a quote from Anne Landers. She said, opportunities are usually disguised as hard work, so most people don't recognize them. It's a very short quote, an interesting one. Opportunities are usually disguised as hard work, so most people don't recognize them. So now we are talking about hard work, and from what she's trying to say this morning, opportunities are in those areas that seems to look as though it's not an easy thing to do. So I mean, those things you do that seems not to be easy, that time it takes you to figure out how to embark on a project, how to work on anything that can help you or that can change the course of humanity. It is an opportunity for you to shine, for you to thrive, and for you to grow on, also for you to create employment, and also for you to bring in more hands into the fold. It's a great opportunity, and that opportunity is actually disguised as hard work. That's what Anne Landers is saying this morning. So it means that daily and monthly and yearly, wherever you see yourself, you are seeing it as though you are working so hard, or you are trying to do something that you have not done before. It is important that you understand that it is a process, and that process means that you are going to come out of the light. So whenever you work, even if you're working harder than you think, that's an opportunity to shine, so that when the easy ones come, you can now have your place and have a full life.
Well, I don't think there is ever an easy one, because with every step, we often say this, with more the reward for hard work is more work, and when opportunities present themselves, it's another avenue for you to prove yourself. And in proving yourself has never been easy. Proving your worth, proving your integrity has never been a walk in the park. Some persons do not realize that hard work is opportunity. We pray for opportunities daily. We desire opportunities. We often say, oh, opportunities come but one. Opportunity comes more than once. It is up to you to decipher what these opportunities are in the places where you find yourself, and the jobs that you do, in the environment where you express yourself daily. When you see yourself doing more, it opens you up to more things. If you are secluded and you limit yourself to doing one thing, you don't desire to explore, you don't desire to leave your comfort zone, you will not see those opportunities. So it's when you push yourself to the limit or stretch yourself further that you see these opportunities, and they are presented as hard work.
All right, looking at these quotes, I just realized that all the successful men we know, or those I've come to see or read about, that these are hard workers.
They are hard workers, yes.
We're speaking about opportunities, but I realized that yes, it could be hard work that created those opportunities. Speak about Dangote, Tunelumelu. You see these guys, they work hard. And then, need not mention Mike Adenuga, whom usually operates, even in the office, sometimes 2 p.m. at night. You see him seated and interviewing, staffs and intended staffs and others. So you see that these people that we reverence and admire, that they are hard workers. Need why they say, and I'm not trying to dismiss the place of fortune and luck, or what the religious people call grace, you understand. But when we work hard, the opportunity invariably creates itself, which is why often they will tell you that when the hard work will beat talent if talent doesn't work hard. And you see a typical example where Cristiano Ronaldo is when the football lovers are talking. You see him so hardworking, and you see the height he has attained. Whereas there are many talented people in the game of football who are more talented than Cristiano Ronaldo, but they've not gotten close to the apex where Cristiano Ronaldo rests at this moment. So it tells us that in any given time, one needs to work hard. Those opportunities will come to those who work hard.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we go right into the weather updates. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and calm with morning temperatures between 24 degrees Celsius and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it becomes warm and humid, reaching 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. Showers and thunderstorms are likely later in the day, especially towards evening.
The day in Enugu, the coal city state, starts warm, calm and refreshing with morning temperatures around 23 and 24 degrees Celsius. The afternoon temperatures may climb to 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, with light to moderate rain expected later in the day. The evening might be cool and pleasant after the showers.
Good morning, Abakaleke. The day in Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. It will be among the warmest states in the southeast today, peaking at 30 to 31 degrees Celsius before heavy showers and thunderstorms arrive later in the day.
Welcome to Imo State, where the day begins mild and cloudy, with morning temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. The afternoon temperatures will rise to 29 and 30, followed by showers and a few thunderstorms later in the day.
Good morning, Umaya, Abia State. The day in Abia starts warm with cloudy skies, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will reach 29 to 30 degrees Celsius before moderate rain and occasional thunderstorms develop towards evening.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay warm, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. I'll be taking a look at some stories from the newspapers and looking at the stories that are making headlines across major newspapers this morning, talking about the Punch, the Vanguard, the Guardian, the Daily Trust, the Nation, as it appears on the cover stories. All right, starting off, we'll read out the headlines from the Punch newspaper. On the Punch this morning, see Osun account freeze. EFCC boss faces public fury as Tinubu reverses order. EFCC boss faces public fury as Tinubu reverses order. On the Vanguard story, Tinubu to EFCC, defreeze Osun account. On the Guardian story, methane emissions in Niger Delta. How poor regulation shields oil firms, harms host communities. And on the Daily Trust, ICPC clears presidency. On Phantom Council, ICPC clears presidency. On the Nation newspaper, the president asks EFCC to vacate order freezing Osun account.
And joining us with deeper insights on these news issues is Revered Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning, and thank goodness it's Friday. We are always looking forward to Friday.
All right, Mr. Res, you've heard the headlines that have been reeled out. Let's listen as we dig deep into these news issues.
We're starting from the Vanguard headline, which says Tinubu to EFCC, go to court, get order to defreeze Osun account. President Bola Tinubu has directed the EFCC to immediately approach the court to vacate the order freezing the Osun State government's bank accounts. Although the anti-graft agency acted within its legal mandate, the president felt the timing close to the gubernatorial election could be misconstrued as federal interference. He therefore ordered the legal reversal to safeguard democratic integrity while maintaining his policy of institutional independence.
Mr. Rose. Why are you laughing?
You know,
you're laughing to the headlines.
Yes, because you see, it has been there a little while, and Osun State government have been crying foul that some power, the upper power, is beginning to, do things that will be inimical to the freeness of the election that is coming on 15th. They have crowded out, they have alleged that, they have made claims, and so on and so forth. And now it became so obvious that at this time that people are going to pick up a new leadership for the state, that the EFCC now deemed it expedient to begin to act on what is believed to be a constitutional right per se, but you see, even the president, who is a Democrat, have seen that it is doing the right thing at the wrong time. Although some legal experts says it may be wrong in some aspects, because freezing the account of a state will freeze also the responsibilities of government, the runnings of government. Because the moment you freeze an account of a state, it means you have stagnated that state. I do not know if Constitution primarily gave, or the ICPC Act gave them the right to freeze state accounts. I do not know if it is in the spirit of the lawmaking. That is because sometimes when laws are made, there is the spirit of the law, which may not be the literal meaning or the literal implication of the law made. Then, so they have said they have the constitutional right to do so, to freeze account for 72 hours, even before going to court. Although the president said, the president was even assuming that they may have gone to court to get a legitimate court order to freeze the account. But they did not, because they said that they have right to freeze the account for 72 hours if it is seen to be carrying out some fraudulent deals. And then who convinces the other that the account of the state government is being, used for fraudulent dealings? They said monies were going out. Of course, the state government account, money must be going in and out almost all the time, except there's no money there. But naturally, there's always money in the state coffers. Even if they don't have money, they can also get a short-term loan from banks and then replace the money. So the legal opinions, who are majority senior advocates of Nigeria, people who are very knowledgeable in law, and people who are seen to be experts in legal interpretation and all that, said that they are not supposed to do it. Although the EFCC chairman claims it is their constitutional right. But until it is tested in court, we will now know the spirit of the law and why it has to. Of course, the president, in his wisdom, saw that the timing, it is based on the timing that the president took his own action by asking them to defreeze. Whatever you can do, going to court or otherwise, defreeze that account. It is not a good timing for you to freeze the account of a state. But I do not know if the law expressly stated that the anti-graft agency should freeze the account of the state. If they do have the right to do so, then it means they also have the right to freeze the account of federal government. And you see, and we have seen situations where certain things were done, were not accountable, certain accounts, then NPC and all the revenue agencies have not actually given proper accounts, where there are allegations of fraud. They have not taken any action in freezing any of the federal government accounts for one thing or the other. That is an infraction on accountability. So one wonders why EFCC has to go, right out to freeze the account of the state government. beyond the prison of the state government accounts, we all know that even the police have been doing theirs, arresting officials of the state government, you know, for one allegation of crime or the other. You see, and all these things are happening within the time that the election is just very close by. So one now begins to look at the fact that maybe some powers from the top is beginning to use state power and state agencies to begin to, you know, intimidate the government and those who are interested in re-election. You know, intimidate them and make things to be very difficult for them. Because at a point, in some states today, also, they are now beginning to come out with policies of paying 200 million before you campaign. And some places like FCT, 750 million before you do a presidential campaign. I wonder if Tinubu, during his presidential campaign, will be seen to have paid 750 million. How much is his salary? Or is the party paying? How much do the party have? Party, where do they get the money from? If it is not monies that are siphoned from government accounts everywhere?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Yeah, because that is the allegations that are making rounds everywhere. They said people allege that the government, all the state governments, the federal government, that all the monies they spend in their politicking are monies, you know, gotten from the business of government. And nothing but that. That's the allegation. And it is very prominent. I wonder, there will be no smoke without fire until they begin to now investigate. That is the area where I would have loved EFCC to come in and investigate and know where all these monies are coming. No, it should not be one-sided. You see, they are now investigating Osun State in a one-sided investigation because election is just very close by. And during the elections, they will now begin to go to other state governments that are not. Because I have not seen that governments that belong to APC that have been brought to the fore in terms of such investigations and in terms of doing something that has been done in Osun State, where account of the state was frozen. But then, with the president's order to the freeze, I think within a few days, it's about 8 days from now, we'll have an election in Osun State. They should please allow election to be free. People should not be harangued. Security should be put intact, especially when it's an off-cycle election. You can always have over 40,000 police in the state alone to, you know, see for the security of that election. I do not expect that there will be skirmishes, any form of security skirmishes in Osun State, because the police will have the number. And of course, if it warrants adding up from other security agencies as assistants, not at the polling unit, but, you know, within the state roads and all that, to ensure that there is adequate security of lives and property, and ensure that people will freely vote and freely wait for their vote to count before they go to their houses, so that the election will be seen to be free, fair, and of course, with that fairness, it will certainly be credible. But because of these problems, you know, the credibility of that election is already, you know, put on the road to doubts. It's already on the road to doubts because the process already has various problems, which will elicit claims and counterclaims by the dramatics personnel.
This is something that we have seen, and I would say kudos to Mr. President for intervening in such a time, because if there was no call or there was no retraction, it would have been said that it would it's actually politically motivated. But you are seeing Mr. President intervening, calling the governor of Osun State, directing him, and also directing the anti-graft agency, EFCC, that there has been, there's a court that they should go to court and revert the, freezing of the account. We have seen such a thing happen in Benue State, Akwa Ibom State, and Kogi State. But why Osun State seems to be, very pronounced is because of the election that is just nearby. And that's why what Mr. President was saying, that even though maybe there was such an issue, it's not now that EFCC would have, moved ahead to freeze the account. And one of the things I was thinking about when I saw the news, I was like, how many days does it take for a court order to be processed and a state account to be freezed? That's actually what I did. Now, we have from the news, we are seeing that the government, the state government, they are saying they are going to check if the account has been, frozen, so that they can start their state, state activities, running their day-to-day activities as a state. So my own is, how long did it take for that account to be frozen? How long did it take?
No, you see, the FCC froze the account of the state government based on what right they have in the constitution to freeze for 72 hours. That is something, it's a mandate that they have right to freeze for 72 hours.
Mr.
After which,
Mr. S, 72 hours to freeze a state government's account?
That is exactly what I now interrogated. That it will now be a matter of pronouncement of court whether they have the right to freeze account of government. Because when you freeze an account of government, it means you have crippled government. Then it may not be in the spirit of the Constitution for you to exercise that right on a state government account. Otherwise, you also have the same right to exercise that same constitutional right on the account of the federal government. So someday, the AFCC can freeze federal government account and everything in Nigeria will be grounded. So that's the argument of these legal experts, saying that it is not done because it means you are now putting down every activity of government in a state, a federative unit set up by the Constitution. That I wonder, the spirit of that law may not be for you to do that on state government. It may be on other issues where it is absolutely necessary.
All right, we see EFCC coming out to defend their action, saying that they had to freeze the account, one of the government accounts, that's how they put it, based on some irregularities that they observed going on the account, and that they did not need any court order to freeze any account according to their the regulation on the Money Laundering Act, under the EFCC. Now, my question is, and of course, we see that the state government has fined or has, sued EFCC to the tune of 2 billion naira, for what they did. Now, my question is, if it didn't take them, if they didn't need any court order to freeze, why did they necessarily need a court order to unfreeze? Because if no investigation was conducted or no notice was issued to the government to check your account, oh, this is what we're observing, check it or we will freeze it, they just wake up, go ahead and freeze an account, and then we see the government coming out to tell EFCC to go out and freeze. Another question is, what is the sanction? What sanctions are issued to agencies who, do things just because they can?
You see, when you talk about sanctions to agencies that do things,
because we are seeing EFCC
when you talk about
refuting
sanctions,
yes,
the sanctions could come from the National Assembly. That is exactly because that is the oversight function. The National Assembly can sanction such agency, can call for the president to sack
them,
whoever is culpable in doing things that are not supposed to be done.
Now, away
from there. Then your first question is why they
need a court order.
They may not need a court order. It depends on the communication. It depends on the way, the perception from where the president got it. That is exactly why the president said go to court and unfreeze. The president may have thought that they actually went to court formally to get the freezing order. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably knew that, or he knows at this time. Probably alleging, because we understand that things happen with knowledge on the what he has said. Okay.
And what he has said.
But away from that, how long? Because we see that this August 15th is just barely a week away. Do we expect that the court resolves this issue, issues them this order prior to this, because they need at least 2-3 days before the election
That
day?
is if AFCC goes to court, or if like Osun State have gone to court. But the AFCC may not need court to unfreeze the account.
Exactly.
So he may have even complied with the order of the president yesterday.
All right. Taking on this issue, there are several angles to it. And when one would want to look at this issue, we must equally give credence to the divergence of opinions. And before the law, you see that all opinions seems right until it's given judicial interpretation. We've seen the case with state of emergency. We've seen different presidents declare state of emergency in some states, and we've seen different actions towards state of emergency and the divergence of opinion on interpretation. That said, I'm not a lawyer, but I've looked at Nigerian constitution and the law that set up EFCC. I've not seen anywhere that it gave EFCC the power to override the constitutional authority of a federating unit. Now, if anyone shows me that part of the Nigerian law, you equally would show me the part of the Nigerian constitution that empowers EFCC to freeze the federation account. I celebrate Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his forthright and the speed with which he has spoken out on this issue. I continue to applaud him for maintaining that toga of a Democrat. But that said, what is happening is because we have strong men, weak institutions. If institutions are meant to function, Mr. President need not make a pronouncement on this issue, because the contention that is arising from his pronouncement and order to EFCC to unfreeze, I bet the fact go to court and see that that account is unfreeze, begins to tell you that we have weakened institution. Even the president in a nation where the rule of law is absolute has no power to declare or mandate EFCC. He can send them to go to court and argue your case and see that you follow the constitutional and legal requirements to your actions. But mandating them to go to court and unfreeze the account of Osun State tells you the dilemma of the Nigerian state when it comes to the rule of law. And while we're at it, I quickly looked at the profile of EFCC chairman. And it's quite unfortunate that someone who is so knowledgeable, not an outsider, to the operation of EFCC, will lead such onslaught against the Nigerian constitution. If the president doesn't have a right in the Nigerian constitution to seize the allocation of a local government in Nigeria, then tell me where that power is. The EFCC got that power to make such an attempt. Remember, and I cite, the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while the governor of Lagos State fought tooth and nail against Obasanjo when the local government accounts of Lagos State was frozen. The court gave him victory. They gave him verdict. Then, President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, God rest his soul, now expressly obeyed the order of court, and the accounts of Lagos was released. You begin to see the work of strong men who continue to weaken our institution. And I say this, the EFCC chairman is a lawyer. And I should add, perhaps because it is in the trajectory of EFCC to continue to take powers where they do not have such powers, perhaps he must have learned as the chief officer to Mangu as EFCC chairman. He's been in the system, so he continues to uphold the system, leading us to one thing: we need to purge ourselves of these tendencies to abuse and overreach ourselves where we do not have such powers. Because this is a big controversy before the Nigerian Constitution. And I'm happy, though Mr. President has declared that the Osun State government has gone ahead to institute action against EFCC for this matter, then calls an urgent attention for the need for proper interpretation of the system of government that is working in Nigeria, where the limits of the federating units, because we know that there's a clear separation when one looks at the powers of the federal and that of the state. And we are told in the Nigerian Constitution that the power between the states and even the local governments are well spelled out. So in this case, one will continue to pray that the operators of Nigerian Constitution do not operate us into chaos. And then when one now begins to even, ask many other questions, a lot could be unraveled. Because like Mr. President has cited, that the timing is not right. But the truth is that there's no proper timing. There's no better timing. Irrespective of the fact that the Osun election is, fast approaching, one needs to call out those who are around Mr. President not to continue to take actions that will put our president cast him in bad light. Look at the feelers coming out from Osun State. We've seen the arrests of individuals who are close to the Osun State government. A lot of things going on. So people need to be careful not to hit up the politics for nothing. There were elections in Ekiti State. We had an off-cycle election in Anambra State. There was off-cycle election in Kano State. And what is the report? We continue to celebrate the Anambra election as a roadmap to 2027. So what is it about Osun State that 9 days to the election, a lot of things are being unraveled? This is deploying 15,000 personnel to Osun State. We are seeing thugs with machetes. And this we are calling Mr. President. Kudos that he has spoken at this time. But there's still one that is needed. To see that the enabling environment is created in Osun State. Election shouldn't be a do or die affair. It is upon him as the father of the nation to ensure that there is a free, fair and credible election in Osun State. And like his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari did. He was at the helm of affairs and he ensured that we had a free, credible election. And the incumbent went to thank him, not being a member of his political party. We wish to see the same replicated, Mr. President.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is from the Daily Trust. And the headline reads, Phantom Council, ICPC clears presidency. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has submitted an interim report officially clearing the presidency of any wrongdoing in the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council saga. This investigation revealed that the council was entirely fictitious, operated by an individual using forged documents and an unauthorized office space, though no government funds were ever disbursed. Consequently, the ICPC has recommended the prosecution of the impersonator alongside administrative sanctions for public officers whose operational oversight enabled this scam. We're back to the ICPC. ICPC has finally concluded their investigation.
It's almost...
It's 30 days already. 30
yes.
It was 30 days, I think, last week.
7th July, right?
Yes.
This is...
So this is their verdict that declared the presidency.
It is 30 days, and ICPC has made pronouncements.
This is a preliminary report, though. They actually recommended for prosecution. But they said investigation will still continue, which means they have not actually concluded investigation. But one wonders, they say exonerating the presidency.
Exactly.
The ICPC is part of the system. It means government has been given the responsibility to look at itself. Certainly, many persons will not actually agree to the veracity of whatever, or to the factual. Let me use the word fact, because truth may not work most often, but facts works, and that is what the court needs to make pronouncements. So may not believe in the fact that the the ICPC is presenting to the world, because you cannot be a judge in your own case. You cannot investigate yourself, especially in a matter that is as grievous as that of a fake agency. Although they came out with the idea that there are other fake agencies, around the same, around the same person, but those people, they all actually indicted some government officials. But my worry is that the secretary to the government, or the office of the secretary to the government, did approvals for this director general, and all other agencies all did approvals. My worry is, what is the position of the National Security Advisor, who was in the know even before budget anything? He was in the know even before the budget was put in. And my worry again is that they tend to parry the fact that Adeni was in prison or detention when the budget everything went through and came down to what it is. And the matter has been raging even before the president signed that. The matter has been raging. Investigations have commenced much earlier, before even the budget, the appropriation bill was passed and sent to presidency. So how did the that budget still scale through? Because already you have uncovered a fake agency. And when you uncover a fake agency, the National Security Advisor, is he faking? He doesn't know. Or did he not possibly intimate the DSS, intimate the ICPC, intimate the EFCC about a fake thing happening within the National Appropriation Bill? Already the man is in jail. So who now continue the facilitation of these things until it became part. When did the presidency sign the budget? Was it not in April? April?
Yes.
I suppose in April.
It was in April.
Thank you. And this man has been in detention since last year. The budget has not been passed. Yet the budget went in through. And already they know there's a fake agency. And they already know there's a Adeyemi who, in quotes, was assumed the fraudster. And yet, the activities of the fake agency continued to go until it came out to be a budget, to be an allocation approved by. And what happens to the approval now? Will the National Assembly withdraw what has been passed? Are they going to revisit it? Because it's a law, appropriation law. It's a law. Except that law is repealed, that money remains put for a fake agency. So it is only when you bring back, assuming you completely say this is a fake agency, yes, then you have to retrieve, you have to go back through the process to bring back that part of the Appropriation Act. But that has not been done. And now the ICPC is saying they are giving a preliminary report. The man should be tried alongside. Okay, administrative reprimand has been suggested for those who are working in government. So the man is only administrative reprimand. So who knows what kind of administrative reprimand? Will they be sacked from work and now be tried for fraud? Or I don't know exactly what they intend to do, but they have a way. They have a way of getting around all that to protect their own for those in government. I see those in government being protected, except for those who are not liked. You say exonerated the presidency, which means Bajabi Amala is completely exonerated because he is working with the presidency.
Was he interviewed?
He was not. That is entirely both the ICPC and the National Assembly Committee, House of Representative Committee on that matter have all exonerated everybody, including the presidency. Because at the end of the day, the own preliminary feelers we are getting is that Adeniyi is culpable. He forged all documents and did everything alone. But I asked, and therefore I will continue to ask, on the side of the police, Adeniyi mentioned terminal or terminal or terminal, whichever way. I cannot pronounce his name well. But he mentioned, and this man is dead. And the reports are that he died in a hotel. Yes, he died in a hotel. In a hotel inferno fire. Now, police, on your own part, what happened in that hotel? What are the footages of the cameras? Because I do believe that such things.
He got burnt.
Huh?
Everything got destroyed. The hotel.
We have cameras in the studio. Someone is watching it somewhere.
Even the camera got burnt.
It's to know if it's being recorded.
Excuse me. No, every camera stores. And on your phone, you have your storage. Whoever is handling those things will possibly get. See, I should be able to ask questions on what should, of course.
Every Nigerian has the right to ask questions.
Of course, that should tell us exactly what transpired. That's why I said that somebody has. We know how this technology works. When you say it got burnt, what do you mean by getting burnt?
They got burnt.
Yeah, the camera got burnt. Yes, and you don't know that the cameras on the phones of individuals.
They could have gotten burnt.
Okay, the readers also got burnt.
They could have gotten burnt.
Yeah.
There is a possibility.
There's a possibility.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm saying. At least they should tell us that. They have not told us that. That is the thing. They go, and they didn't even wait for a little while to now level the entire place. Excavate and leave nothing there. So these are some of the questions that Nigerians kept asking, and that's exactly why they said the government should not investigate itself, because it will be counterproductive, and there may not be much that will be seen in this matter, except to now level it up with sand.
Well, this is where we are right now, and I've just been, you know, I'm laughing mixed emotions, because we are seeing that from the whole interrogations ICPC had to conduct, from the whole, you know, investigations, they had to present, you know, the details of the investigation back to the presidency, and they have cleared the presidency. Now, part of those people who was, you know, part of them who has been mentioned to have a link to the PFIPC, for instance, looking at the chief of staff of the president, no interrogation. Looking at the ONSA office, maybe just few interrogations. The other day, Mrs. Wilson Jack had to come out to clear the air that they head of service that they had some, that they saw the name, that they were not able to, you know, diligently conduct. That was what was said. There was no diligence in in consultation and also clearing the air to get them in to know actually what is being said. Now my question is, if there's no government fund, or there's no, the budget and what was allocated to them was not given, and the government has been cleared, so on what basis, who sponsored, was it private, individually sponsored, who actually sponsored the agency, who actually gave the, you know, go ahead to have a, you know, a space in the federal secretariat? These are the questions that we ask day to day. If the ICP said government is free, that the budget, there's no money, there's no even one kobo that came from government, federal government, to the agency. They even said there are other agencies that were discovered in an agency in Abuja and just around the agencies. Who now sponsored the agency? How much? Because you won't tell me they have not been operating. If you have over 100 staffs, how have they been paid? What are the, you know, the miscellaneous expenses and expenditures that has come through for them? Where did it come from? And it will not be, let me just, you know how Nigeria is. There's no, you say, okay, it's 50,000 naira. No, it will be rolling into millions. You know, when you say it's 50,000, somebody can say, okay, it's 50,000, and what, even the public can gather the money and bring. But now it's rolling into millions. So who released the millions if the federal government is clear?
ICPC has come out to say that the presidency does not have a hand. Can we just believe them? Because
believe them.
I mean, they have come out to say that they've done their due diligence. They've had 30 days to interrogate, to investigate, and they have come out. I mean, we read that the House of Representative had their own ad hoc, and they conducted their own investigations, called in the people that they called. We didn't really see ICPC calling anybody. We just heard that they started, and now we heard that they are done. So if they are coming out to tell us, you know, from based off of everything that we've heard, based off of these supposed allegations, and, you know, Adeyemi saying that he has evidence to back his claims, the ICPC comes out to say, oh, that the presidency is completely exonerated. I don't know, but we should just believe them and hope that they conducted their investigations duly and correctly.
All right, so I have only one question. Was ICPC able to interrogate Adeyemi?
Yeah, has he been able to talk?
Under what condition? You know, the very individual that we want to hang is pleading to be heard in public. He was requesting the House of Rep panel to create an enabling environment. He doesn't want to speak behind closed doors. He wants to speak where the whole world, could hear him. SCPC rather, has done a very commendable job within the time frame given to them by Mr. President. But beyond all this, let me state that Femi Gbajabiamila, unfortunately, to me, is innocent. He has not been proven guilty. The only link to him is Adeyemi. And Adeyemi has not, to me, been given the opportunity to make those allegations on record. And the place that are prosecuting, or ICPC that is now recommending prosecution, we should be able to at least give the gentleman time to speak his own bit of it. Today we are seeing him now as a serial forger, because we were told that every document we have forged. But let me ask a question. What ICPC has not told us is how they subjected the so-forged documents through forensic and scientific search to know that it was forged, and that the signatories and the various things that he forged all this. He forged the extent he got to occupy the office of Presidential Economic Advisory Council. They are the FCT. There are a whole lot of things that are not sinking. But Mr. Rest, like you rightly, cited, and I rest it on that, the National Security Advisor, to me, is the one man that Mr. President needs to ask a lot of questions. I rest.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at the Guardian headline, which says methane emissions in Niger Delta, how poor regulation shields oil firms, harms host communities. An investigative report highlights how weak regulatory oversight in the Niger Delta has allowed massive unchecked methane and crude leaks, such as the ongoing Uzere well failure, to severely devastate the health and livelihoods of host communities. Despite the NNPC spending nearly $29 million on pipeline maintenance, glaring discrepancies in compliance ratings, and a systemic failure to collect hundreds of millions of dollars in flaring penalties continue to shield oil corporations from accountability. Although new reporting mandates take effect in late 2026, the current regulatory framework heavily incentivizes operators to hide emissions rather than face costly environmental remediation and community claims.
Well, you see, it is just one story too many in Niger Delta. We have been having problem with gas flaring. We have been having problem with the environmental hazard within the oil-rich areas of Niger Delta. We have been having problems of spillage. These were some of the factors that the then late Ken Saro-Wiwa fought. May he so rest in peace. He fought the government of the country to ensure that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. That the environment, their own environment, being the goose that lay the golden egg, were shortchanged. But eventually, in the course of that, they had problems resulting in his being sentenced to death, and he was killed. And now, in Delta State, to be precise, oil wells have failed there are emissions, there were, gas going on, not even fled. But when you talk about fled, then it means you're burning it, putting a burner up in the air and burn it, and which of course should have given us more revenue. The methane gas is a gas that can give us as much revenue as any other thing. And yet, in all parts of Niger Delta, you see places where they are being fled, and the gas flaring is still going on till today. If you go to ports, you go to Delta, you see gas flaring everywhere. So, it is not a good development. It is something that the regulatory agency, of course, the complicity. There are fingers being pointed at the regulatory agencies who tend to leave the oil companies to, tend to enforce them to do what is the needful where they are supposed to be, drilling oil. But instead of doing that, they leave them. And these oil companies try to circumvent, get away from doing the needful to ensure that such spillage and such flaring and all that, will not be handled, because they're going to pay more money. They pay more money for environmental clearing and all that. You see, people are already crying foul. Some fishermen are crying. Those who are in their cassava farms are crying. In fact, remember that even the money, the national wealth that comes, it seems government do not take a recourse to the fact, even when they say 13% derivation, where does it go to? And what has this money been used? Even the Delta Development Commission, what all these monies, where have they been plugged? If they are used in these areas, people that own the land will not suffer. But there is environmental degradation, somebody's farm is spoiled, no other means of livelihood, and government is not making any provisions. The oil companies are not making provisions. So it becomes a real bad situation for Nigerians. So I continue to talk. I talk to government of the day and the oil companies to please do. The international agencies are even coming in. Civil society organizations are also coming in to say, oil companies and government, do what you ought to do to give life to these people. But they are not doing it. I do not know exactly why they are not doing it. Whether they hate the people as a people, or corruption, or they do not actually want that responsibility of governance which they have been given is not used. It's not supposed to be used for the good of the people, because they are not using it for the good of the people. The people who are in that community are all crying. Yet every day you see tankers going out with crude. Every day you see tankers going out with crude. Yet nothing happens to the lives of the people whose soil, whose ancestral land is where this goose that laid the golden egg is. It's unfortunate for Nigeria.
Well, it's very unfortunate for Nigeria, because when we've seen the issue that has been raised here about the methane greenhouse, how it has been, how the people who are giving to the nation are not able to have something, even if it's just a clean environment. I'm sure we all know that it's not today that this issue started. It has been happening over the years. Now I want to maybe deviate a little from the government side. I want to also bring it to certain inter-community issues that they could be having. For instance, we may see a community being settled, or a community having some leverage over the other community, and that could bring clash, a clash of interest and clash of activities in the community. Because I would say basically this could be intercommunal relationship which has been broken. Because if communities could come together to, you know, facilitate and raise their voices together, you know, to the government, to the federal government, and to those, because crude oil is not just what we use in Nigeria. You've seen how important this crude oil is, and the people, the production, the place it comes from naturally, there's spillage, and it affects the standard of living in that area. It raises a lot of questions that we need to ask if they are together, or if they're together to raise their voice to the federal government for an appeal for intervention, I would say.
Emissions, the issue of emissions and, you know, discrepancies, regulatory oversight has been a reoccurring issue for so many decades now that we have not, or probably I wouldn't say we've not addressed it, but we've not completely looked into it, because I remember there was a time when the NDDC commission, when the NDDC was on, they had some communities were settled, some regulations were put in place, but then again it has become, you know, something that needs to be looked into, and it has, if I dare say, it has gone beyond just the Niger Delta. And it's not something, the air is being polluted, living conditions are stifled because of these things. So I wish the government sees this report, or the government authorities in charge of this region sees this report and finds a way to mitigate against these emissions and ensure that the lives of the people living in these communities are not endangered further than it already is.
All right, very well said. I'll just sum this up in one bit. You know, when we talk about oil firms, so keep looking at the big oil firms, the BPs, the Shells, and the rest of them. But what are we doing, even beyond the legislations and regulation? What are we doing? Government at a time set up NDDC. Go into that commission. I suppose it's populated from people from oil producing areas. What are they doing? Remember, we had off your mic. Until today, the mic is off. I rest.
The mic is off, really.
Okay, we're bringing to you a brief documentary on the World Breastfeeding Week. The first week in August in the UNICEF calendar is celebrated worldwide as the World Breastfeeding Week, and the World Breastfeeding Week 2026 is a powerful reminder that breastfeeding is not merely a personal choice. It is a life-saving public health investment, a foundation for child development, and a responsibility that families, employers, health institutions, and governments must actively support. This year's theme, Breastfeeding for a Sustainable Start in Life, Strengthening What Works, challenges society to move beyond applause and awareness to practical action. It calls for stronger maternity protection, access to skilled breastfeeding counseling, baby-friendly health facilities, safe spaces for nursing mothers at work, and policies that protect mothers from the pressure of aggressive marketing of breast milk substitutes. Breastfeeding gives a child the first and most important protection against illness. It provides ideal nutrition, supports healthy growth and brain development, strengthens immunity, and helps to reduce the risk of infections, malnutrition, and preventable childhood deaths. For mothers, breastfeeding can support recovery after birth, deepen the bond with the child, and offer important long-term health benefits. But no mother should be expected to breastfeed successfully in isolation. A mother needs time. A mother needs accurate information. A mother needs emotional encouragement and practical support. She needs a health system that guides her, a workplace that respects her role, a family that stands with her, and a society that recognizes breastfeeding as essential, not optional. Now, as we mark World Breastfeeding Week, the call is simple but urgent. Strengthen what works. Protect every mother's right to breastfeed, and give every child the sustainable start in life that they deserve. Congratulations to all mothers, congratulations to all birthing nursing mothers who have given us the privilege of being breastfed from our mothers directly and not, having to be subjected to all breast milk supplements and substitutes. I mean, I'm glad that I was breastfed. My mom will fondly tell me that she fed me for almost 2 years, so you can imagine where all the strength comes from.
Yeah, this clearly tells us that no child should be, deprived of the opportunity to be breastfed.
Yeah. All right, that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV, and also a wrap on the newspaper review. You can go out there and grab a physical copy of your favorite newspaper or catch the full details online. I am Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching this edition of Sunrise. Until we come your way same time on Monday, have a wonderful week.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a blessed day.
Mr. Resa, it's a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you. And for you, viewer, keep on watching us on Aneke TV. We'll give you the best all the time.
And Uche Osai saying thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today, we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So, again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. You get, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 walls of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flights to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate with somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet, technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that the technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits, but that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may become killer machines. For instance, if the brake system is bad, then a crash will becomes imminent. Therefore, even in the use of technology, we must bring in checks and balances. We must set boundaries. We must also know how to apply technology so that it will not take over our natural capacity. If we did not take precautions, then it may destroy the whole system. But that doesn't mean that technology is bad. What matters is how we apply it. So my own advice on it is that while we key into the new technological system that is already in existence in our society today, we must also set boundaries and ensure that it did not replace our natural capacity and other tendencies we should have as human beings that make us human beings.
As we have seen, opinions on technology are mixed. While some say it simplifies life, others feel it adds new challenges. One thing is clear, no matter how advanced tech gets, it's changing the way we live, work, and connect. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And I'm Uche Osai. Today we'll take a look at political thuggery and the road to 2027. An ancient proverb reminds us that when the music changes, so must the dance. But as Nigeria navigates the complex unfolding terrain on the road to the 2027 general elections, it appears a familiar dark rhythm is attempting to play once more, the rhythm of intimidation, the cadence of violence, the desperate dance of political thuggery. We are still months away from the ballot boxes, yet the early warning signs are already flashing in the shadows. From localized political skirmishes to the weaponization of digital spaces, the recruitment pipelines are being primed. Hungry, vulnerable youths are once again being positioned as tools of disruption, while the high-profile architects of these maneuvers remain safely hidden in the comfort of their affluence. The question staring us in the face today is stark. Will the road to 2027 be paved with the true democratic will of the people, or will it be hijacked by the lawless might of hired actors? Are we doomed to repeat the cycle of fear and voter apathy, or can we dismantle the machinery of electoral violence before the first vote is even cast? Today on The Insight, we are cutting through the political rhetoric to examine the loopholes, the socio-economic triggers, and the systemic reforms required to safeguard our democracy. And to help us dissect this critical issue, we are joined by a man who commands a unique vantage point, a distinguished intellectual, and a seasoned administrator with a deep and nuanced understanding of Nigeria's political trajectory. Please welcome to The Insight, Comrade Fidelis Ede, Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative, and a farmer. It's a pleasure to have you on The Insight one more time.
Thank you for having me.
It's been such a long time since the last time we met, and we're so excited.
Sorry, even last Monday I would have been here, but I came back with some cold from Abuja. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we understand. We are so excited to have you.
Yeah.
Let's just dig straight into this issue. You know, speaking to definition, when I speak to, let's say, a market woman in Onitsha or in Enugu, or a marketman in anywhere in Nigeria, and when I talk about, thuggery in Nigeria, they'll give you a picture of young men, with knives, guns, machete, dangerous faces moving about. But I'm asking, with your vantage position, where you sit now, understanding that the dance is changing, speaking to the era of the internet and the dynamics of politics today. What's your definition, of thuggery in today's Nigeria?
Well, thuggery essentially is defined by perception.
Perception.
Yeah. When I say perception, I do not mean that we don't have maybe a dictionary meaning of thuggery. But I think when you take a sample, assuming you now go into the streets and ask people to speak to their understanding of what thuggery means, you will get to note people talk about certain characteristics, certain attributes. And when it's so said, like you tried to point out, we are associated to the youths. But the question will be, if we say it's just about the youth, is that somebody who is given to thuggery, particularly if it's that the role he plays in politics, is it that he attains certain age and abandon it? So thugs also grow old. But the question will be, do they abandon the trade? They may no longer walk in the streets. They may no longer be the ones, the direct agents of violence or mayhem. But they also emerge, just like what you have in politics. So if you talk about political godfathers, you can now begin to know that there are people who bring in their wealth. There are people who also contribute other essential inputs without specifically referring to the great man, great in his own sense. If you think about the godfather of Amala politics in Ibadan, something strikes you. You know, if people also want to talk about the road transport, you know, not many people will also remember that their role in the election process include that they are critical in conveying materials. People will just think that it is at the park you get people, you know, the aboros and what have you, you know. But the truth of the matter is that if we must put this in proper perspective, I will prefer one to ask this question: is anybody born a thug? And the answer is no. Because particularly in this part of our country, there is no birth that don't come with a lot of joy and celebration. We celebrate that somebody has been born. We celebrate that a life has come in, particularly if he's a male. You know, that celebration is not that that's the first time we are seeing somebody being born. It's what the person represents or what the future in terms of destiny portends for that person. And through the names we bear, you will notice that there is nobody who at birth is given a name that is repugnant. There is nobody who does not have a name that connotes that in God, through you, we will achieve some heights, either for the family, for the community, depending on the circumstances. So if people are not born into that subculture, the question will now be how or at what point the people now move into that subcultural life. And it's very obvious that through history, we have learned that there are two, if you want it, there are many, but we can classify for purpose of this discussion, two classes of people that are in society. Those who have meaningful life, those who have meaningful life, those whose aspirations are baked from childhood. They have the opportunity of attending school. They have the opportunity of transiting, you know, the different ladders, you know, building to be civil, to be productive, to be resourceful. They have mentors, they have guidance. You discover that this category I try to capture now, even when they have issues, you know, delinquents, abnormal character, and what have you, while schooling, somehow they also beat into line. They are captured, you know, they are framed in a way that they outgrow that. Then you have the other category that in the course of their moving, because of circumstances and background or environments, they end up having meaningless life. And we know that a meaningful and meaningless life cannot coexist, just like light and darkness. So to that extent, we can now begin to ask, if we have a community model, because I'm still going to come to governance, at what point did we lose out in our communal sense of living? Because this story you try to point out have not always been with us. Yes, we used to have great men, great young people, but societies also, communities have a way through which they exhibit their prowess, you know. You know, or kokaria, in terms of when they go farming, they will tell you while others were doing 3 heaps, he have already done 6. So it means that at that point, people had a way of exhibiting their talent, you know. So with that, you discover that the one that is Dinta will continue to thrive. At a point, he combined it with farming. At a point, he combined it with other things. So what it means is that you don't have this nuisance in communities. And as they are growing, because of the background that, I hope you don't mind, because this is our environment.
Yes.
You discover that at times it is the community that shape, in fact, the peer group thing. You know, at a point, it is even your age mates that will beat you into line. Because if you think you are stubborn, there are people within the age group who are stronger than you. Not that they are stubborn, but they will tell you that if it's about being stubborn, that they will have made that. So that you have to behave. But with urbanization, we lost that grip in the behavioral framing. Now that you find that young people who are even not old enough to attend to themselves are in urban areas not guided by anybody. You know, you find people elect to say, no, I won't go to school. You know, what do? They go in, you find them as hawkers, you find them as barrow pushers. Mind you here, I'm not condemning this trade because it used to be a process of ibambo. You know, as people grow, there are things they find themselves with which they tell story. If you look at the mobility of the Igbo man, you will discover that at one point or the other, you know, you may not have been hired out to a stranger, but you may have lived with an uncle or a relation or even direct brother. You know, this were way of framing people. And for those who, like they used to say, didn't have brain for education. And I have to say here that when we were saying people didn't have brain for education, we were just focused on Western education, you know, the raw. When I say raw now, you now talk about reading, then arithmetic and writing. We didn't, if Bill Gates was to be a Nigerian, he would have been a dropout. And you will discover that the American entrepreneurs, the flyers, are not wonderful certified intellectuals. You know, these were guys who early enough, just like some of our people who were into ironsmithing, who were, like I've mentioned, hunting, which would have taken people into archer, you know, arrow game and what have you, even sports. There were times here, the issue, it was so it wasn't, you know, people, it was just for, you know, so we didn't have the modernization that transited to harness these talents. And because the youngs are usually restive in mentality, and it's not something that is common now. It's not that it just started. I read somewhere in 1000 BC in Babylon, where the elders described their youths as lazy, godless, and rascal, that they are not likely to keep to their culture. I'm talking about 1000 BC. You can now see that this is an attribute of growing up the youths. And the same people who may have described these youth, assuming we have access to how they were described when they were youth, you will discover that these are dynamics that society have to hone. So, but coming back, what I try to capture is how it seems as if we lost out, and the promotion of subculture that have now created tendencies that threaten things like even elections has become a tradition, you know. So with time, we discovered that values in terms of character formation, in terms of people now being identified as responsible. You know, if you watch these days, the word gentleman seems to have become obsolete. There were times, you know, people were so described. There were times in communities, people will tell you, you see that man there, his word is his word, you know. But it's no more. And this has to do with our material orientation. When I say we, the development of humanity, not now Nigeria, you know, because if you talk about material development, we can begin to talk about the core capitalist system, you know. So that's what has happened. So in our march to modernization, we lost that traditional center that used to hold us together. Then with colonialism, they tried to move us into a pattern we are not used to, but forced us to abandon what we had without arriving at where they wanted us to be. So it's like somebody who is in a journey. You've left where you are, and along the line. It happens even today for most of the people who jump from Nigeria. They arrive to where they are going to discover that it's not the picture that was painted. And coming back is not that easy. So, Togri is a product of modernization brought about by a system that we were not able to appreciate, and the movement of people recklessly, I must use that word now, because when you say urbanization, urbanization started with the Industrial Revolution, people leaving to come and take jobs and what have you. But when people leave their community, where they were being fed for, where they ought to be productive and resourceful, and come into an urban area unplanned, and start squatting in places that are not habitable, find themselves engaging in tents, just they say they are trying to make a living, you discover that they end up also being a willing tool. That has to do with now the process of recruitment. Then if you also look at our educational system, you will discover, take the issue of the role of Wole Soyinka in cult in university. You will discover then that from his analysis of how we have captured it, it was something first they started to counter some tendency of the white man, then bully or arbitrariness within the school system. But these were brilliant guys. Just like if you look at the illuminated, you know, who pride themselves as the enlightened, you know. So cultism in the school system was not just for dullards, you know. In fact, then, if you are not already set for grade 1, you are not likely to be admitted into the confraternity, you know. But over time, things get deregulated. So now, it turned out to be an organ of bullying, and people now using it to even advance their own academic environment. And what it means is that with time, being a group, they started also operating outside the educational system. And mind you that at a certain point, they will also graduate from the school, from the tertiary institution, depending on whether it is a college of education, polytechnic, or university, you know. So, like I told you, that talks also grow old, you know. So you saw how they now began to affect society. So as people also move into politics, who are their colleagues or those with whom they more has interacted, they also started providing a certain level of support. And in politics, support means so lot. It's something you can just not define. There are even people who support to a candidate maybe that they turn the person's driver without being paid for the period the person, because in our environment, once somebody is bidding for a position, the assumption is that no jebego. And by the time he loses, the man turns around to say, do you know that throughout the period I was with this person, he never paid me, and all that, you know. So we have undefined expectations and arrive at bus stops that end up in dash hopes and what have you. So the tendencies that have created Togri in Nigeria are so diverse. Tribalism, religion. If you also look at the politics of the First Republic, particularly what happened in Western Nigeria, you will discover that Togri, you know, is just now we are discussing. You know, those engaged in this don't look at it as thuggery. They believe that they are advancing certain interests, and that of the West, that was later described as Wild West, now got to the point of even derailing the First Republic, because you cannot talk about the collapse of the First Republic without linking it to the political crisis in the West. Yeah, we can talk about the coup, but there were things that spurred that climate and consciousness that led to the young military officers saying no, that we have to save our country. So it is a bad influence. It is something I don't know how we can deal with. But again, education and the lack of it is at the core of its continued perpetuation.
All right. You've taken us through the historical account of the trajectory of things given to urbanization and other, but one is prone to ask, given this inherent culture that was imported, and I hear you mention Amala politics while you were describing this, should we trace this to this imported culture? Because even the climes where we would say that we copied democracy from, they rarely have this sort of issues that we're discussing now, speaking to Togri. So the point is, at what point did he get to that violent nature? You cited the Wild West, but today we'll continue to take advantage of that situation. And it seems to, when I interact with people, and if you go out, they will tell you that thugs are part of politics. At what point did he get to this point?
No, it has always been there. Where you say it is not as noticeable as it is here, it is just a matter of proximity and their growth over time. The worst thuggery culture in recorded history can be found in India. I think it's in the 18-something. That was not just for politics. It was a set. It was a cultural group. With the Indian caste system, they remained in place, were in control of almost like a region. They almost all wanted to even operate like a political party. Very dominant. And because there was a particular god they were worshipping, they were ruthless. They kill by strangling. And it was something they fancy. If you look at US in particular, up to the point America adopted the merit system. The political system in America was patronage system. It was deadly. In fact, we cannot begin to talk about thuggery in terms of what we are feeling with the political development of America that completely alienated blacks up to 1963, when Luther King and his team started walking the streets after the Rosa Parks bus incident, segregation, So even recently, the fact that Hillary Clinton lost the election is not just that, it's just that America is not set for a woman president, and it is still endemic in their culture. Racism, that's why I told you, defining thuggery just from the point that, this is something society builds. So when society builds it, the element that emerge, you may not directly say is thuggery. But what you will be looking at, the consequences and the outcome, what is it used for? So, I made the point about meaningful life and meaningless. You cannot, in a society where people continue to be degraded, where people continue not to have access to the basic things of life, and you now tell me that the values for subculture, do you know in Nigeria, the informal sector is greater than any other sector. Whether you are talking about education, whether you are talking about government, the formal sector now, I mean, is both the government, private, all formal institutions that have allowed people to have employment or people to have meaningful life, they are not up to 30% compared to the 70 that still have not had access to modernity. And that is why, if you look at the 1999 Constitution, if you trace it back to the struggle against colonial rule, you will see the impact on why it was necessary to have the local government system devolved. Because it has always been agreed that the bulk of our people, mind you, the Nigerian constitution, you are a Nigerian today because you are an indigene. And you are an indigene because there is a place you are from where your grandfather was traced. That's what conferred the right on you. So we are all indigenous people. The idea of citizenship is what the Constitution introduced. So if we don't have a system of catching the people where they are domiciled, I still feel sad. The contradiction, which is a sad paradox, we found ourselves with development in the north. People will blame Lugard and say no, but the truth is that feudalism in north was already entrenched in a manner that dehumanizes people. How do you wake up and say that there are people who are created to rule, then there are people who are created to be servants? The Takalawas, how do you defend them? Are they thugs? But they are more deadly than the thugs when you provoke them, or when they are more mobilized for a specific action.
They're speaking to the mobs now.
No, exactly. You know, the point I'm trying to tell you is that you can now put an advert. You can put an advert in the newspaper and say, I want to employ thugs. You know you can't do that. Yes. But if you need them, there are people who will recruit them, and they know from where they will recruit them. If you need thugs now, you can't go to Independence Law to recruit thugs. You can't go to GRA. You can't go to Transekulu. There are people, there are areas.
You know, should I confidently now say that the system itself creates that enabling environment?
No, that is what I'm trying to tell you, that if you look at our governance trajectory, because my approach towards the issue is not usually the question and answer, you know, and given my background, at times I look at myself and said, if God has not been kind to me, and if one had not met people who actually affected me and encouraged me, I can tell you that I may not even have the courage of being a thug, because to practice that, you also need some courage. But I can tell you that if in 1979 I left St. Patrick's Seminary without result and started work in Ministry of Agriculture Enugu as a clerical assistant, which is messenger equivalent, and my salary was 85 naira. It was Shagari who made minimum wage 100 naira, you know. And if I had not met the kind of officers I met who said, no, you don't belong here, further your education, you know, and if in the course I had not also met people who I was looking on to say, I want to be like these people, you know, I would have retired. Today, I am a retired public servant in Enugu. My pension monthly is 48,000. But I retired on grade level 14. You can see the level. Imagine those who retired on grade level 3, grade level 4. I am now talking about, not now me. I'm talking about those who also have family and have to bring up children. These are the people who also, except they are lucky as me, given what I have described, who will produce those that will be vulnerable for a lot of things that are not meaningful in society. And you'll find people who will leave their village, they will go to Onitsha. What they do is to push barrow in the evening. A barrow pusher who just feeds from hand to mouth. Where do you think he sleeps? And somebody picks them and gives him shelter and begin to train him on a particular role. In fact, when we refer to our prison system, You know, it is part of the justice system as correctional. The question will be asked, those people who are convicted for crime, particularly the young one, when they exit, when they are discharged, where do they go to? Do you know that there are people who just wait for them and pick them and begin to reschool them and make them know that why they went there is because they didn't, they were not well trained, you know. So what I'm saying, it is the society, it is the government. But now when I talk about government, I don't talk about the individual. It is the system we have created. It is, because when I made reference to communities, we used to have a system whereby before you leave your village to any town, you will arrive there and be received by somebody who definitely will enlist you into the system. And if you're already working, by the time you know next meeting of the village or the community, you're already with them. So they have a way of checking themselves. But I'm telling you that people just live an environment frustrated, just like I talked about Japa, you know. They get there and discover that this is not, but because you are alive, you must adjust. Yes. And those who are on the lookout for such vulnerable people, because there are people. Why crime is that there are people who also are mentors.
All right. On that note, let's just go on a short break. When we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we've been discussing with Comrade Fidelis, the Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative, and today he's telling me that he's equally a farmer as well, and he's been helping us school us on the issue of thuggery, political thuggery, and the road to 2027. It's been a pleasure discussing with you so far.
Thank you.
All right. You've taken us into what I would say the school of understanding thuggery in Nigeria. We've understood the trajectory, the cause. But let's look at the road to 2027. And I'm asking, when you listen to the rhetorics, the political rhetorics coming out from leaders, those who are the helm of affairs, you begin to see that we're already beginning to see semblances of what portends or shows us that the road to 2027, there may be, a replication of these very negative vices that we've witnessed in our political culture over time.
You just captured the word by saying replication. It obeys history.
It obeys history.
The political tension that is coming is consistent with history and the pattern. I think what has happened is that Nigerians of my age will tell you that the thing is not even as heightened as it used to be. You know why? Because people are weakened, people are wiser, and people are more frustrated now. People don't know that Apache has its own benefits to electoral progress. There were times before now, mobilization would have been along partisan rule. Anybody who witnessed 1979 election, history tells us that, I just made the mention to Wild Wild West. Yes. Do you think that this is how it was. And why at times when I, particularly when I talk on politics, I try to go outside Nigeria so that people will know that this is consistent with the political culture anywhere. The president of America never accepted, he never accepted defeat in the election he lost. He never. In fact, before the election, he was very clear that if he is not declared, that America will burn. Were you not aware? You know, so do you have any such thing here? You know, so the point I'm saying is that we often don't look at the root cause of where we are. We follow emotion and sentiment. And because people are new, just like the INEC registration of voters, they will tell you if you are 18 years and you've not reached that, you know. So there are people who have not seen this pattern. In fact, they only hear about it. They were not here 79. And you know, the social media now, the volume of overload of information and what people, you know, TikTok has also even made it down that everybody manufactures one thing. And so at times I advise people, be careful what you internalize. Because people don't even know that those things you read also affect you. You know, when people talk about stress level, at times people say they can't sleep and what have you. Most times it's what you have internalized. Because just like animals that chew their cud after eating, when they lie down, that is when the process starts, you know. So the point I'm making is that what we are seeing is consistent. And it may not even get to that tempo.
It may not get to that tempo.
No, it may not. It will not. Not it may not. It will not. Do you know why? What usually leads to that level of conflict and violence in Nigeria is the balance of power between the government in power and the opposition. But you know, you've seen the opposition now. Where are they? So who will now create that environment?
Sorry to come in. If one may, you are saying that what we're witnessing in Osun State will be an isolated case because the opposition is not there. Because given to what is the build-up to Osun election, we've seen youths, thugs, wielding machetes and guns on the street. And the rhetoric is coming out from Osun State. We've heard the governor himself speak to the fact that they cannot be intimidated into submission. And what I'm saying now is, the case of Osun, do you think that that could be an isolated case when you get to 2027?
No, listen. You've just I made this point that what fans or fires violence, including thuggery and what have you, is opposition.
Yes.
Which you now have in Osun.
Yes.
Assuming the Rivers State governor had insisted to recontest, you will still be seeing the same thing. Because what it will mean that the government in power will be mobilizing with its resources, while those in opposition trying to use the federal government apparatus will be countering. Where you don't have balanced opposition, you know, because it means that's why one-party system is an anathema, particularly in an environment where you have diversity. In an environment, in fact, good politics ought to thrive on different ideology. And for Nigeria, they have multi-party system, you know. So when people talk about, for instance, the federal government and the president trying to muzzle parties and all that, I say, well, they are not students of history. They are not students of history because if you look at the collapse of the political system in Nigeria, it definitely started under President Obasanjo. In 1979, in fact, if you look at the Second Republic, it was not so. And how do I mean? In the Second Republic, you had a political system where the government in power account to the party. So the party was there to defend itself, and those, they had a job. The party national chairman, secretary, state, they knew that without their party winning an election, that their job is gone. But came 1999, I don't know the incident that led to Obasanjo now assuming the leader of the party. He was the president-elect. He was the president in power and the leader of the political party, which is a contradiction, which Nigerians are not even looking at. Because a president like Shagari was the president of Nigeria, not candidate of MPN. He was answerable to the National Assembly and the Nigerians that have the sovereign authority that gave him mandate. But when a president assumes the leader of a party that elected him into office, that means he abandons the greater mandate of the people. And in abandoning that greater mandate, you discover that he is defined more by his intention to return to power. So everything is about politics for him. So you have gotten to a point where, apart from that, it is worse in the state. Because at that federal level, you still had contention. You still had people who were checkmating Obasanjo. You will recall that at a point, the current president, when he was governor of Lagos, was the only person remaining in AD that led to the local government fund bill. So you saw states that even took federal government to courts and all that. But you have those today. So when you have people moving to one party, and people are saying it's because, no, it is because people are trying to go for survival, because we lost what it used to be. And if you look at our constitution, it was defined in a way that the party is supreme when it comes to politics. Because one, you cannot register a party if the party doesn't have a manifesto derived from chapter 2 of the constitution. So the constitution already has imposed ideology. And that was why in the Second Republic, when you talk about MPN, you talk about mass housing. AD, you talk about education. Then MPP, you talk about the people. If you go to section 16 of the constitution, you will see from where they are picking. But we now got to the point. That is the aspect Nigerians are not even looking at. And that is why we are where we are.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Of 80,000 medical personnel as Governor Sanwo-Olu unveils 100 billion naira funding gap. ndlea appeals to governors Mbah and Mwifu for operational logistics in Enugu and Ebonyi. Inspector General Disu submits foreign model state police blueprint to stakeholders. Federal government proposes antitrust rules to penalize fuel price fixing and artificial scarcity. Details of the news. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has issued a stark warning regarding severe workforce and funding deficits crippling the state's healthcare sector. Speaking at the second Eco Health Convention in Victoria Island, Governor Sanwo-Olu announced a critical shortage of 40,000 doctors and 40,000 nurses, with only 7,000 medical doctors servicing the entire population. Remaining practitioners are effectively shouldering 10 times their standard clinical workload. Beyond manpower shortages, the governor highlighted an immediate 100 billion naira deficit between current budgetary allocations and operational requirements. This financial strain is worsened by shrinking international donor funds, which historically financed 2 decades of public health programs across the state. In response, the administration has launched aggressive recruitment drives across 29 secondary health facilities and initiated plans for a dedicated medical university. Governor Sanwo-Olu reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a resilient health system capable of sustaining high-quality delivery. He urged private sector stakeholders to co-invest in critical medical infrastructure to bridge operational funding gaps. Resident doctors at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital have suspended their 2-week industrial action and returned to work following critical administrative commitments from federal authorities. The strike, which began on July 28th and disrupted clinical operations across tertiary emergency units, was halted following high-level mediation led by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. Central to resolving the dispute was a binding commitment by hospital management to restore subsidized call duty meals for medical staff on extended shifts. Under the signed agreement, daily call duty meals will resume for 50 doctors on September 1st, with provisions to expand coverage to all eligible personnel once integrated into the federal budget. Management also pledged to resolve pending postgraduate examination disputes. Hospital administrators further agreed to rectify salary delays affecting newly recruited medical personnel and streamline administrative procedures. National Association of Resident Doctors leaders noted that the intervention averted a planned nationwide walkout across federal tertiary hospitals. Executive members confirmed they will monitor the implementation of agreed welfare terms over coming weeks. With clinical services fully restored across outpatient clinics and ward units, hospital authorities expressed optimism that the agreement will sustain industrial peace. Non-teaching staff at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, staged a peaceful protest on campus over their exclusion from approved federal allowance disbursements. Operating under the National Association of Non-Teaching Staff of Nigerian Universities, workers marched to the Vice-Chancellor's office demanding immediate payment of their consolidated tertiary institutions allowance and earned allowances. Branch Chairman Adebayo Aladerohun accused university management of misinterpreting federal circulars and selectively disbursing funds to specific staff categories, asserting that statutory employment terms guarantee equal entitlement to approved benefits. The union issued a 7-day ultimatum to management threatening legal action and industrial disruption should withheld funds remain unpaid. Addressing protests and staff, Deputy Vice-Chancellor Professor Taiwo Amos appealed for calm, assuring workers that no employee would be shortchanged by the administration. He clarified that management is bound by statutory financial guidelines and reaffirmed the institution's commitment to maintaining transparent payroll administration across all university cadre. Professor Amos confirmed that high-level consultative meetings are underway between university executives and union leaders to resolve the payroll dispute amicably. The Federal Fire Service has launched a nationwide mandatory fire warden training and certification program targeting organizations hosting an average of 50 or more daily occupants. announced jointly by National Fire Academy Commandant ACF Umetali Peter and Consult Principal Wola Okereke Chinedu. The directive requires designated facilities to nominate internal wardens for formal safety training. Under the regulatory framework, affected institutions must appoint one internal fire warden for every 50 daily users to undergo practical emergency response training. The measure addresses increasing fire outbreaks nationwide, where delayed response and poor evacuation protocols frequently escalate minor incidents into major disasters. The Federal Fire Service warned that non-compliant institutions face regulatory sanctions under the Federal Fire Service Act. Sanctions include financial penalties, legal prosecution, and the sealing of facilities evaluated as posing severe public safety risk. Enforcement units will inspect registered premises following the conclusion of the initial training phase. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Judiciary, says Nigerian police force has developed an operational framework for the proposed state police system, drawing models from the United States, India, and Pakistan. Speaking in Abuja at a workshop hosted by the Nigeria Institute of Police Studies, the IGP explained that a specialized committee conducted foreign comparative assessments. The workshop was organized to brief senior police officers on structural shifts, clarify proposed decentralized operational command chains, and address internal personnel concerns. The Inspector General Disu emphasized that the federal government's policy decision on state policing requires police leadership to maintain and manage a seamless transition grounded in professional standards and operational accountability. At least 5 people have been killed in a reprisal attack on Abugi, Kuchinda, and Mikugi communities within the Kupa Kingdom of Lokoja local government area, Kogi State. The violence erupted after a local vigilance member allegedly killed an unarmed herder on suspicion of cattle rustling, prompting retaliatory attacks against agricultural settlements. Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo condemned the killings as unacceptable, ordering security agencies to immediately reinforce the affected areas to restore public order. In a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kingsley Fanwo, the state government ordered the immediate arrest of all individuals linked to both the initial attack and subsequent reprisal. The state government appealed to community members to refrain from retaliatory actions, assuring residents that security agencies are coordinating with traditional rulers to maintain peace. Joint security patrols involving military and police personnel have been deployed to secure farming communities along the Kupa corridor. Operatives of the Abia State Police Command have arrested a 51-year-old child trafficking suspect, Nnamdi Lazarus, during a raid in the Orata area of Aba. Acting on intelligence, officers attached to the Violent Crime Response Unit apprehended the Imo State native after finding 6 abducted children inside his residential premises. At the State Police Public Relations Officer, Mrs. Maureen Chinaka, confirmed in Umuahia that all 6 rescued children have been safely reunited with their families following verification exercises. Police confirmed that the tactical teams are pursuing fleeing members of the criminal network to dismantle the entire trafficking syndicate. Preliminary investigations revealed that the suspect operated within an organized syndicate specialized in child abduction and illegal abduction schemes across regional borders. Mrs. Chinaka assured the public that the suspect will be charged to court upon the conclusion of ongoing police investigations. Zamfara State Governor Alhaji Dauda Lawal has reaffirmed his administration's policy refusing negotiations with criminal networks operating in the state. Speaking during a condolence visit to Bagundu local government area following an attack on the community, Governor Lawal declared that the state government will not engage in dialogue with armed bandits. In a statement issued by his spokesperson, Suleiman Bala Idris, Governor Lawal promised to deploy state resources to support ongoing security operations aimed at eliminating armed groups. During his visit to the Emir of Bugundu, Alhaji Hassan Tahiru, the governor offered condolences to bereaved families and assured residents of sustained state support. Governor Lawal appealed for patience from residents, stating that security agencies are actively coordinating tactical operations to secure the release of abducted citizens. The Emir of Bugundu, while responding, commended the state government's hardline stance, expressing support for ongoing military and police operations in the domain. The governor subsequently visited affected households and community leaders to evaluate local security requirements. The Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (ndlea) has identified widespread cannabis cultivation in remote forests and recruitment of students as major hurdles in combating illicit drug supply. Speaking during a visit by delegations from the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the Association of Community Pharmacists in Benin City, State Commander Dr. Michel Ofoyeju warned against the destruction of forest reserves by drug cartels. Commander Ofoyeju stressed that overcoming substance abuse requires interagency coordination, public education, and clinical rehabilitation alongside direct law enforcement. In response, leadership from the visiting pharmaceutical associations pledged professional support to reinforce the command's war against drug abuse campaigns across the state. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (ndlea) has appealed to Enugu State Governor petermbah and Ebonyi State Governor Francis Wifuru for operational logistics support to fight drug trafficking. The appeal was made in Enugu by the newly appointed ndlea Zonal Commander for Enugu and Ebonyi States, Owoputi Adekunle, during his maiden press briefing. Commander Dekunle stated that the zonal command requires additional operational vehicles and surveillance equipment to conduct effective raids, arrests, and investigations across both states. He emphasized that multi-stakeholder collaboration involving state governments, traditional institutions, and local communities remain essential to curbing illicit drug distribution networks. Adekunle highlighted that illicit drug abuse directly drives violent crimes, including armed robbery and sexual assault, posing risks to regional economic stability. He commended Governor Mbah for previous support provided during his tenure as Enugu State Commander, expressing confidence that Governor Wifuru would extend similar assistance to the Zonal Command. The Zonal Commander announced plans to intensify public sensitization campaigns across schools, traditional settings, and media channels to discourage drug abuse among youth. He warned drug traffickers operating within Enugu and Ebonyi states to desist from illicit activities, emphasizing that the command will enforce statutory penalties without compromise. Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris has approved the creation and upgrading of 2 administrative districts within Agungu local government area to strengthen grassroots administration and traditional governance structures. Announced by the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Garuba Omar Dutsimari, the decision followed formal resolution passed by the Agungu Local Government Council. Under the structuring, Yeman district has created the administrative headquarters in Gungu, headed by newly appointed district head Alhaji Abubakar Mohammed Mera. Simultaneously, Gwangwange district was upgraded with Darikwai Muhammad Ibrahim appointed to lead the administrative domain. The administrative adjustments were executed pursuant to Section 10 of the Kebbi State Local Government Law of 2008, which empowers local councils to recommend the creation and upgrading of chieftaincy titles. The Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs charged the newly appointed traditional rulers to discharge their duties with integrity, discipline, and transparency. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Lagos faces deficit of 80,000 medical personnel as Governor Sanwo-Olu unveils 100 billion naira funding gap. Inspector General Disu submits foreign model state police blueprint to stakeholders. Coming up shortly, federal government proposes antitrust rules to penalize fuel price fixing and artificial scarcity. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Over 25,000 skilled artisans in Odon State have issued an appeal to the federal government for inclusion in President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope Agenda empowerment programs. Operating under the Artisan Defender and Empowerment Foundation, the coalition started in a statement signed by Chairman Ogundu James and General Secretary Adebayo Lubenga that its membership remains excluded from federal interventions. The leadership urged the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, and the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs to evaluate proposals previously submitted by the group. The association stressed that artisans require government-backed vocational training, equipment grants, and credit facilities to sustain their livelihoods amidst economic challenges. The foundation cautioned that continued marginalization of skilled workers could lead to nationwide protest and a withdrawal of political support ahead of upcoming electoral cycles. The coalition called on relevant federal agencies to engage its leadership promptly to address the economic challenges facing artisans across the Niger Delta region. President Bola Tinubu has flagged off the reconstruction and dualization of two major road networks in Osun State valued at over 216 billion naira. Represented by the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola, in Oshobo, the president directed contractors to adhere strictly to engineering specifications, quality standards, and agreed completion timelines. The project launch was attended by Minister of Works Dave Umahi, Edo State Governor Monday Obebolo, and key regional stakeholders. Political figures and traditional rulers present at the ceremony commended the federal government for prioritizing critical transport infrastructure in the southwest region. The Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdurrashid Akambi, expressed gratitude for the Oshobo Iwo Ibadan road dualization, noting that the complete highway will significantly improve agricultural trade and regional transit. The federal government, through the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, has unveiled draft regulations to prevent price fixing, market collusion, and artificial scarcity in the petroleum sector. Signed by Authority Chief Executive Rabiu Umar, the proposed 2026 regulations prohibit anti-competitive practices, including horizontal pricing agreements among refiners, importers, and marketers. The draft framework invalidates commercial arrangements that manipulate fuel supply or create artificial price uniformity across retail outlets. The regulatory intervention follows complaints from independent marketers regarding coordinated pricing practices by major importers that undercut domestic refining competition. Under the guidelines, operators must independently determine retail pricing and supply terms. The regulations ban restrictive trade practices, including predatory pricing, margin squeezing, and denying third-party access to essential midstream infrastructure such as storage depot and distribution pipelines. The regulatory authority announced it will monitor public trade announcements and industry association activities to detect illegal price signaling or market allocation schemes. The Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to dissolve a disputed host community development trust. The directive followed an investigative hearing in Abuja conducted by the Commission's Investment Monitoring Committee regarding operations involving Sterling Oil Exploration and Energy Production Company. RMAFC Chairman Mohammed Shehu stated that the intervention is necessary to ensure oil-producing communities receive statutory financial benefits under the Petroleum Industry Act without administrative exploitation. The action followed petitions from host community representatives and state officials alleging improper consultation and non-representative appointment within the Trust Management Board. Investment Monitoring Committee Chairman Ekene Enefe criticized the petroleum company for failing to appear before the investigative panel and failing to meet financial obligations to affected communities, while regulatory delegates defended the trust registration status under the law. RMFAC members faulted regulators for relying on operator documentation without independent community verification. Now in sports, the Confederation of African Football (CAF) has endorsed a resolution by FIFA acknowledging procedural errors during the introduction of the proposed FIFA Forward Enterprise Initiative. The commercial project, originally introduced on July 28 to raise $4.2 billion through minority stake sales, was formally withdrawn following opposition from member associations over insufficient consultation procedures. Following public clarifications from FIFA President Gianni Infantino and Secretary General Matthias Grafsform, the CAF Executive Committee expressed satisfaction with FIFA's commitment to conduct a governance review. Speaking for the continental body, CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe emphasized that operational transparency, independent auditing, and adherence to statutory governance remain vital for sport administration. The CAF Executive Committee subsequently passed a vote of confidence in President Infantino's leadership, commending his continued support for African football development programs. CAF leaders highlighted ongoing FIFA partnerships supporting regional infrastructure upgrades and youth development competitions across its 54 member associations. Now in entertainment, figures across the Nigerian entertainment industry have publicly voiced support for musician Peter Okoye, known as Mr. P, following controversial public statements made by his elder brother and former manager Jude Okoye. The public commentary escalated after Jude claimed during an online interview that Paul Okoye's solo career was outperforming Peter's career following the group's dissolution. The former manager's remarks triggered criticism across digital platforms, with fans and public figures characterizing the statements as unsupportive. Prominent Nollywood actors and media personalities launched online campaigns encouraging fans to stream Peter Okoye's recent solo musical releases, including his latest single, I Can't Look Away, to demonstrate personal solidarity. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Lagos faces deficit of 80,000 medical personnel as Governor Sanwo-Olu unveils 100 billion naira funding gap. Inspector General Disu submits foreign model state police blueprint to stakeholders. Federal government proposes antitrust rules to penalize fuel price fixing and artificial scarcity. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and minds. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, Minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It's a kind of Friday. It's, sometimes we say it's, thank God it's Friday, freaking Friday. And what do? Here? You go and enjoy, drink water. I'm not saying you should go and drink some alcohol, because wherever you find yourself, now you cause up. I say, drink water, relax, chill out, go out for a weekend, hang out, and be good. I still go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Sheshilaya, aka Red Pepper, and all kinds of spicy pepper. Today I came with bags boost. I came with juice. It's trending, it's boozing. A lot of things have been boozing throughout the week, and I still not shut up what we have been talking about. But still, before I tell you that thing that has just been trending and boozing off and on, I will introduce someone here, a special person, as she goes by the name Precious Obiago. Precious, how you doing?
Hi everybody.
She's giving me that soft girl, baby girl answer.
Actually, it's because I am.
Oh.
So I'm excited to be here.
Yeah.
The topic trending, buzzing, everybody's talking about it. So I'm wondering what actually is happening, because we are just talking from, like, we are not inside, we don't know what is happening, so we are just talking in the sense we are the audience, we're just watching, we are giving our own judgment, social media and their judgment. So let's see.
I think it's high time I let the cat out of the bag. I bring the cat out of the bag, and it's about the trending thing about the Okoyes. You know, the popular P Square, the family. You know, there has been this part 1, part 2, part 3, drop of part 4, part 5, part 6, part 7. Yesterday, part 1 A and B dropped yesterday night. Like, it was amazing. And you know who's been dropping this party? It's Peter Okoye, who happens to be one of the two squares, the popular 2 squares, and he is the one of the twins who is always on a bare low court. He came out aggrieved, you know, trying to tell the public that it's no longer a matter to hide. It's not something that the public needs to know. That's something that has really caused the breakout between the 2 brothers, has, you know, need to get to the public, and a lot of things need to be said. And he was aggrieved. He said something about he constantly mentioned just one brother. Not like he's not talking about his twin brother that he contributed, who happens to be poor, but he has just been on and off about Jude Okoye, who happens to be their immediate elder brother, who was their manager when they were P Square. And you know, he came out with a lot of stories. And one of the stories is that he did not attend their wedding during their marriage, that he was the one who spoiled the parents and the siblings' mind against his wife, who happens to be Laura, who is a Yoruba lady, and she was, you know, I think 8 or 7 years older than Peter, who happens to be her husband. This has just been trending. I'm just talking about a segment out of the part that he has released. Some people said actually he needs to go on to start acting Netflix movies, because he's actually good at it. He knows how to give details of explanation, and this talk has just been going off and on people's mouth, that what is happening, that Jude, who happens to be the elder brother, who is meant to protect them, you know, unite them and make the 2 brothers, is splitting them. So what's your take on this?
As I said before, you can't start judging a situation from the public's perspective. For you to be able to say, oh, this is what happened, you have to actually be in that scenario. So my take on this would be, as the elder brother, but obviously the case is out in public, so we have to talk now. He brought it out, so the public has to say something. So being their elder brother, I felt to an extent he had this responsibility of uniting them, yes. But then the whole issue about, and the buzz about him being the one to split them and divide them and all that, you can't tell, because I feel like to him he had a huge responsibility. That, okay, let's say it's off camera, everybody's not talking about it, people don't know about it, but he had a huge responsibility behind the scenes. So let's talk about the segment where the other twin brother is not saying anything. He just come out to make some short comment. Oh God, I wish our mother was alive, she would have defended herself. You know, a lot of accusation was made also. So the other brother, is he also accusing him? The one that is not saying anything. The one on low show, that's Peter, who has made the part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, is actually saying that Paul, who happens to be his twin brother, is allowing their elder brother, who happens to be Jude, to connive and defraud them, and he's not saying anything. That means he is part of the whole thing, but he feels that his brother might be innocent. It's just that he's being manipulated by their elder brother. So what do you think about this situation? And he brought a lot of choking evidence. He's not just saying it, I'm saying it. He's also dropping receipts. You know, when somebody is saying something and he's dropping receipts back to back, you know, that's the more interesting thing about the whole trending thing. He's dropping receipts back to back. He's not even leaving any. And then let's talk about VDM coming out today. You know, Aneke VDM has come out to drop part 1 of his own. So this issue has just been trending. This issue is something that, if we don't talk about, people need to know our opinion right there. Now, VDM has come out with his part 1. Now, his part 1 is now involving Fino into the matter. He has come out to drop that that he actually went to visit Peter, who is the one dropping the serial parts, you know, that he visited him. He narrated this story back way 2025.
you know, and he has kept it to himself. Just that the reason why he needs to speak up at this point is because that this is at the trending, that it will be very bad for him not to speak up. And he went ahead to say that Philo was also defrauded by their elder brother, and so at this point, you know, he knows that, you know, Vidiam is one person that knows how to coin his story and make it like he will draw the attention, make you want to know more. What? So he's here to release the party too, so that we know what he wanted to tell us, what Philo told him, and he dropped the likes of Cynthia Morgan. So let's talk about Cynthia Morgan. But do you have anything to say about, you know, Vidiam at this point? Do you have anything to say that do Vidiam actually need to come into this family issue at this point?
In as much as it's a family issue, Vidiam is a man of the people. So I believe
it's like a rapper, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Oh God, I see that.
So I believe he's the man of the people, and when he does things, like most of the times, I don't question what he does, because I feel like he knows what he's doing. So far, evidence has been there that this man is actually working for the people. So him coming into the issue, it's probably what the public would want at this point. They want their person to be there. They want their person to know what is happening. They just don't want to hear anything from anybody. They want everybody to like know that, okay, VDM, their person is actually
I'm coming for, see, it's not like I'm not a rapper, I'm a rapper somehow, I'm in the middle. No, but I'm coming from the angle that someone who happens to call you a friend told you something like this, a discrete information like this a year ago. Do you understand? You are coming out to say about it, and you went ahead to reveal what he has not revealed. You know, the likes of, he has not talked about his the incident within Fino and the rest, and he also went ahead to talk about his next moves. Is he supposed to say those moves when the actual owner of the moves have not made the move at this point? Don't you think he's going far? In as much as we want to chase clouds, yeah, actually, we really want to chase clouds, but at this point, this cloud, I think he went ahead and stepped above his normal boundary. Because, yeah, Peter has not come out to say this, that. You are already giving the public hints, this, that. Do you understand? I feel like he has yeah, but you as a writer, do you think he's, with all this thing that just happened, he's still correct, he's still right, he knows what he's doing?
Disclosing information that your partner or somebody you had a conversation with has not disclosed yet would not be appropriate. But then it's VDM.
I'm seeing a rattle princess here. Like, I'm seeing a very biased rattle princess here.
VDM, so he probably has a reason for doing it. Something has probably pushed him to an extent where he was left with no other choice than to talk about this. Because I believe he's a public figure, and as a public figure, he's somebody that calculates every move he makes, every word that comes out from his mouth, because he knows that eventually it will be used to judge him. So I feel like whatever he's doing, he probably knows, have calculated the risk involved, and is doing it for a reason best known to him and would later be known to us.
Okay, let's shift from VDM now. Let's move over to because I'm talking about every side, every people who are involved in this story. Now, people that are actually involved in this story. Now, let's talk about Cynthia Morgan's opinion. She has come out to make some claims. You know, recently she made a video claims that their elder brother, who happens to be Jude Okoye, he has done a lot of bad things, and people don't know that the young man she is talking about, who happens to be Jude Okoye, is evil. That he actually defrauded her and actually accused her, and stripped her of her rights, especially when she's talked about her music catalog, which he is still holding, and also accusing her of still being in debt onto him because she has not cleared her debt of being a signee into the record, while him still was the manager when she was signed into, and she was known as Cynthia Morgan. So she was trying to explain that Jude is not the person we think he is. He's way more evil than what the public are saying. And now this is, do you think is a gang up against one person, or do you think there is more to this?
They said there is no smoke
without fire. Yeah, that's the popular saying.
You have not just one person, but like 3 people now talking about the same person. Now this is an issue because he's not trying to do anything to defend himself, is he?
Yeah.
He's just like ignoring the whole.
No. Jude Okoye has made a video, you know, claiming that the other twin who has made part 1, part 2, part 3, that's Peter Okoye, is actually lying against him. So he's innocent and he ended it with God. You know, people know they use I see that thing when you want to say something. Instead of coming straight, you are using God. You know, they feel like you are hiding under the coverage of God Almighty. So you should come out clean. The way Peter is coming out clean to narrate that his other brother did this, we brought out received. You don't need to hide under God's pretext. And then she went ahead, and you know, this thing has to happen to be because his other brother told him, you know, accused him of actually not only taking 40% of the share and leaving him and his twin brother to share 30-30, that's 60. He also brought in his wife, which is Jude Okoye's wife, Ifeoma Okoye, to also be a part and parcel of the share. Now that is what we call family greed. You know, a lot of things have been said, you know, but this time I'm trying to talk about Cynthia Morgan's opinion and her plight, if she's actually right. You know, for years alone, you see her that after she left the record, now she changed her name from Cynthia Morgan to another name, she said it was not Jude Okoye that collected her name from her, like for her to stop answering Cynthia Morgan, but she actually chose that so that there will be peace, because she knows that she might not be able to win Jude Okoye, because if she definitely fight against a powerhouse, a mighty man, she might not be able to win. So she actually left it for God. Do you think this battle is for God, or do you think she's just making sentimental opinion because she's trying to live off her anger on Jude Okoye? You know, sometimes some people will say when you see opportunity to hit, just make use of it. Do you think she's actually making use of this opportunity that the whole brothers are trying against to actually fight against her? I'm making those videos. I sincerely feel like, as I said before, there is no smoke without fire. So if more than 3 persons are talking about the same person and what he has done wrong, then there should be need to investigate, and before coming to conclusions, to investigate and know that, okay, this person actually did what he was accused of doing, or this person did not do what he was accused of doing. In the case of the lady, I feel like, in as much as this is like an opportunity for her to come out and drag him and do whatever it is she wants to do, the public should not be quick to judge. Okay, now there's another one trending now. Maybe who happens to be another record artist is trying to say my own part 1 is coming soon. You know, on the same issue. So he's trying to, he was a signee, you know, into the record during that time. So he has his own plight, you know, to tell the public what's going on. So what if at this point 4 people now are ganging up against one? Do you think there is a truth in this matter now? There will be a header stone, like, yeah, they're all correct at this point. You can't judge a story from just looking at one part of the coin, or one side of the coin. You need to look at both sides. And since the man in question has not proven himself completely free of accusations, now this calls for a case of, like, our people say to know if he's actually free. Okay, let's get done with the whole maybe brother Cynthia Morgan, Jude Okoye, the family. Like Toyin Makenwa is actually celebrating her daughter's birthday today. Wow. And her little princess, she has come out to celebrate. But before that, let's talk about you. You know, a lot of things I need to know, like, who is this Precious we're talking about? Because I think the public needs to know. And there has been something that you talked about, a program upcoming. You know, recently you are talking about initiatives. So can you just tell us about this initiative and what is all about? Okay, I am Precious from Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, and this is our flyer. We are hosting the very first event this year.
Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, the real not perfect model of beauty talent show.
So I have a question. You said that this program is a Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, where a program where youth need to come and express their talents. Do you understand? Is there a talent kind of, is there any precise talent being that will be showcased that day, or is it something of general public, everybody's interest, everybody's going to benefit, be you dancer, be you singer? Is it for the general public, or just a particular set of talent to consume?
It's for the general public. There's this saying that the cemetery is the richest place to be in. It's not because of money, but because their dreams, their ambitions, books unread, and places unexplored, buried with those people in the cemetery. So it would be a pity for youths to go with dreams without the public actually having an idea of what they had with them. And this is where Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative comes in. We are here to create a platform for youths, for young adults, to build their confidence, to be able to discover their talents and showcase it to the world. Let it be known that this is what I came with. Okay. Let it be known that once upon a time, this is what I loved doing, and this is my God-given talent. This is what I was good at, or this is what I am good at. So this is where we come in, mainly to discover, nurture, and empower young talents. So
is this a centralized show? Like, is it a compromised situation that we just say it's centralized in Enugu, or is it a conglomerate of all the states in Nigeria?
Enugu. Everybody is invited. We have people from Port Harcourt, we have people from Abia State, we have people from different states who attend this event. So it's open to everybody in all parts of Nigeria.
So they have to be something, a tool or something that will motivate people, that will be the engine house for people to get in, put in effort. And what's that engine house? I'm talking about the cash prize or the gifts, an item that will actually serve as an
that would catch the audience.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at the name, it says real, not perfect model of beauty talent show. So that means we are not dealing with perfection here. We are not saying, oh, you have to be all professional to be here. We're not saying, oh, you have to be perfect. You need to align yourself with what you're doing and make no mistakes. No, this is for everybody. You don't have to be all professional and all that. So we have gifts for everybody attending the talent show.
People without talent and people with talent.
Yeah, people with
what's your talent, please, at this point?
I'm an artist. I'm very good with pencil.
Please. I have one request. You must draw me like this. Like I'm looking for a pen and pencil. So you do the whole creative, because I will actually invite you sometime to just give us I think 10 minutes drawing of a particular image and entertain the audience.
That would be nice. This is part of what we call confidence building. Not just showcasing your talent, but to be able to eventually get good in what you do.
Okay.
So this is also where our organization comes in. We are here partnering with other organizations too. We are here to give these youths a platform to build confidence. Youths of this generation are suffering from low self-esteem, social media critique, where a certain should I say limit has been placed on youths of today. So this is just a platform.
So where is the venue?
The venue, Independence Layout.
And which date?
21st August 2026.
21st August 2026 will be live there. Me, Aneke TV, we the Aneke TV, we'll be right there for our own people, the youth of Nigerians to, show in our talents, do a lot of things, perform a lot of magic. I'm a magician, I did not tell you. Magician in all field. But anyway, magician in all field. I still remain your #1 host. Thank you, Precious, for enlightening the people, the public, on how to make use of their talent and how to showcase their talent. This is a program where I feel like people need to just invest in the youth, and youth invest in themselves, and show people what's his talent without people around you knowing that you have it.
Yes.
So thank you once again, and at this point I'm going to draw the curtain close. Thank you, everybody. We do this every day, same time, 12:30 p.m. every day, same station, everything. You can always follow us on Aneke TV, on all our social. We'll do this tomorrow. Stay tuned. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
the Federal Executive Council that are here. Let me welcome the Deputy Governor of the state, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and other members of the Delta State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge, and all the members of the State Judiciary that are here. I'd like to welcome the special daughter of the nation, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I welcome you. Our keynote speaker is here, born in Africa, known all over the world, a pride of the continent, Dr. Pierlo Lumumba. I welcome you to Nigeria. Let me welcome all the members of the business community, captains of industry that are here, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, captains of industry, our royal fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, there are moments in the life of every society that define not merely its present, but the course of its future. Moments when vision rises above ambition, when leadership meets opportunity, when ideas find investment, and when possibilities become prosperity. Today is one of those moments. Today we gather not simply to inaugurate another summit. We gather to unveil
the Robo, you have the Isokos, you have the Shekiris, you have the Jaws, you have the Anyoma and Oshimele, and you have the Kaz. This diversity lies our strength, because all the cultural presentations are put in one spot to make us thicker and better as a state. And that's why we are often referred to 2022 and 2024. We have had a significant leap to 18.3. What we have done here, because we have these fundamentals right, is to invite the entire world to see the enormous job that this administration and previous administrations have done to put the state in a proper footing for investment. We have 5 critical thematic areas. The first is agriculture, agribusiness, and livestock. That happens to be a cornerstone. If you look at that, the non-oil GDP, that accounts for 32%, and that's very significant as it is. Mining, solid mineral and mining has become very strong. We are full of kaolin, we have huge presence of coal, lignite, and silica. All of this can be found practically all over in Delta states. And those are the presentations we are making and inviting the public to come on. Energy ecosystem. We have Transcorp power in Delta state, we have Sapele power in Delta state, and we have 8.5 megawatts of IPP already running, established by the states. So here we have a big opportunity for investors to come in. We have the digital economy and innovation. Our youths will be displaying their skills and the potential that they have for investors to come on by tomorrow. We have an important platform for us to run. We are situated on 3,600 hectares of land, and that's very significant. 2,600 in cocoa axis and 997, about 1,000 in the Kwale area. So gas is in abundance. What we are selling to the world is not only just the availability of that gas, we are also saying that the state has made significant development in the Delta Special Economic Zone. It's a tourist delight and investor's delight. So on this note, I'd like to welcome you to Delta State, its economy and the people. Welcome and thank you.
Our special thanks to the Secretary to the State Government of Delta. We thank you for opening our eyes to see indeed the reason why we're here and all that we partake of and from as investors in the economy of Delta State. Please appreciate Dr. Kingsley Emu for his welcome remarks. Whilst he was speaking, the governor of Anambra State walked in. I would like to say good morning and welcome to Professor Charles Soludo. Please say good morning with me. Welcome, sir. Before we hear from the summit chair, I'll welcome the chairman of the Health and Safety Committee of the summit to give us a safety briefing as we proceed in today's summit. Welcome Dr. Akpowaye Akpomiemie as he makes his way to stage. If your hands are free, please receive him with an applause.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Oboriwori. Please permit me to stand on established protocol. On behalf of the Health and Safety Committee, I welcome you to the 2026 Delta State Economic and Investment Summit. Before we commence today's proceedings, I would like to take a few moments of your time to highlight some important safety information. Your safety and well-being remains our highest priority all throughout the summit. Please take note of the following. We do have medical personnel and mobile clinics at designated areas throughout the event. If you feel unwell or you notice someone that requires medical attention, kindly alert the nearest official around you and they will inform our emergency officers who will respond immediately. Emergency responders are strategically located at all entry and exit points. They are putting on white bibs, you will recognize them. Kindly identify the nearest emergency exit close to you. Our emergency exits are the left points there. In an unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm, follow the advice and the directives of the event officials. Should an evacuation become necessary, please do not rush or push. Follow the advice of the event officers and they will take you to direct you to designated assembly points. We encourage everyone to keep the aisles, the walkways, and the emergency exits free from all obstructions at all times, please. Please keep your personal belongings secured. Ensure your mobile devices are kept on silence all throughout these proceedings. Finally, we ask for your cooperation by following all the instructions from the event organizers, security organizers, and emergency responders whenever necessary. With your support and cooperation, we are confident that today's summit will be safe, productive, and successful. Thank you all for your attention. I wish you all a rewarding and memorable Delta State Economic and Investment Summit for 2026. Thank you.
Please appreciate Dr. Akpowaye for leading us into a safe and productive environment. It is my joy and my honor to bring up on stage a man who has spent over 4 decades proving that Delta State is beyond producing oil and gas, but also to build companies based on it. He's a son of Ndokwa land right here in Delta, started his education right here in Delta before he went to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to graduate top of his class in geology. Started his career in 1980 as a well site geologist with NNPC. Grew his career to found Platform Petroleum in 2002, one of Nigeria's 24 marginal field awardees to actually bring its field into production, and of course that field is situated right here in Delta State. By 2010, he went on to co-found Seplat Petroleum and served as its pioneer chief executive officer. He has built into Nigeria's preeminent indigenous oil and gas independent, achieving the great feat of dual listing on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange. Today he serves as founder and executive chairman of the AA Holdings and sits on the board of the NNPC by presidential appointment. Colleagues who know him and have worked with him say he is methodical and meticulous, and he has brought these traits to serve as the chairman of the summit. Please welcome for his remarks our chairman today, Engineer Austin Avu.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State and Chief Host, Your Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, what I will try to do is to situate this summit in the right context and to try to establish that this is not just another talk show. This is the beginning of the new movement in Delta State. Let me start with a few fundamentals. Around the world, hydrocarbon-rich countries are consciously rebuilding their economies to achieve prosperity after oil. They are using oil, revenues from oil, to build a future economy that will be prosperous even after oil. And this is because oil and gas is a finite and wasting resource. Examples of countries like Norway, 40 years of oil and gas production in the North Sea, has built a sovereign wealth fund that is approaching $3 trillion. All the Arab oil-producing countries, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, are doing exactly the same thing. The lesson here is that even here in Nigeria, hydrocarbon-rich states must take lessons from what these countries have done. Subnationals, going forward, must now intentionally and consciously move beyond dependence on the center. We have to consciously build a subnational economy based on the niche areas of competitive advantage that we have. We have to provide the environment to attract massive and sustained private sector investments through deliberate, well thought out programs that create relative ease of doing business. Let me just highlight a few focus areas here in Delta State. Maritime commerce. As the Secretary to the State Government pointed out, we have 4 ports: Warri, Sapele, Koko, and Burutu. 2 interconnected airports. And by design, an interconnecting express route from Warri through Ughelli, Kwale to Asaba that not only connects the 2 airports, but connects our ports to markets. So what are the enablers to ensure that we benefit the most from these maritime endowments? We will have to dredge the waterways, Escravos, Warri and Benin rivers, to allow bigger vessels into these ports. It sounds very simple, but if you do this, the traffic into each of these 4 ports and across the state will more than quadruple. The road infrastructure connecting these areas, these key areas, must come under continuous maintenance. Continuous maintenance. If the roads become unusable, these assets will start to waste. Agriculture. We have avenues for aquaculture, ranching, large-scale cassava production, and oil palm. But what do we really need to do as a state to enable this? The state will have to build education must be emphasized. In the end, when we focus on these enablers, we must have a one-stop shop, very professionally run one-stop shop where investors can knock, pick up all the information they need, go back, whether you're applying for swaths of land or whatever it is, you have a one-stop shop where you'll be attended to professionally, and you come back into this safe state and invest. That is where His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, will focus his second term, so that by the time he leaves, we'll all be able to live, work, and prosper in Delta State. Thank you.
I think it deserves a better round of applause. There has been Mr. Austin Avoro, a geologist by training. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite for his speech the pilot in charge of this flight. Since he boarded, he has aggressively signed a signature across the length and breadth of the state, both in infrastructure and human capital development. His passion is geared towards the non-oil and gas sector in growing the economy, creating an enabling environment for tourism, agriculture, sports, entertainment, micro, small, and medium enterprises to thrive. To widows and orphans, he has given hope in place of despair. To our youths, he has given them tools instead of excuses. To the workforce, a conducive atmosphere to work instead of tension. And now to the private sector, opportunities to tap into the potentials of the state seamlessly without stress. He is God-fearing, prudent, bold, transparent, focused, and sincere. Your Excellencies, it will interest you to know that while he was Mr. Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, he returned the sum of 500 million naira, that is $500 million naira, back to the treasury of unutilized funds at the end of a fiscal year. And as Mr. Governor, he hasn't borrowed a dime from anyone, dead or alive. Yet, his projects are seen from mainland to the creeks. A devout Christian, he still functions as an usher in the church. Please join me welcome His Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sharif Oberowole, Governor of Delta State, to address us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, my dear brother and neighbor, Professor Shas Shukuma Soludo, CFRO, Governor of Anambra State. Your Excellency, Sir Monde Oyeme, very reliable and reliable Deputy Governor, Your Excellency, Senior Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the immediate past Governor of Delta State, distinguished Senator Edward Afinone, and members of the House of Reps are here. You can see Right Honorable Mutu, Right Honorable Victor Wunkolo, Right Honorable Thomas Eritomi, very respected guests are here, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of State Gas, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chairman of the Summit, Engineer Austin Avuru, our keynote speaker, daughter of Delta State, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, CCON. Our guest, Professor Patrick Otieno Lumba, who is also here, Captain of Industry, members of the organized private sector, and investors. You can see the ambassador of Brazil is here, the ambassador of Malaysia, they are all here, top government functionaries, our very royal fathers, stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the crystallization of a journey that began in July and August 2025, when I led a delegation of cabinet members to China and Brazil, respectively, to seek partnerships to explore and enhance the economic and investment opportunities in Delta State. This forum presents us with a golden opportunity to match words with actions, align our expectations with specific goals, and seek those goals with measurable results. It is therefore my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this Economic and Investment Summit, convened as part of my administration's strategic imperatives for building a robust economy that is adaptable to the physical, social, and technological changes of the 21st century. Let me assure this audience that this summit is not another talk show, like what the chairman said. It showcases our vision and strong will to reposition the state economy and enhance its competitiveness in business. Through this summit, we hope to connect ideas with capital, forge strategic partnerships, and maximize our competitive advantages as a state to build an enduring legacy of wealth and prosperity for the maximum benefit of current and future generations of Deltans and residents in the state. Before I proceed, permit me to specially recognize the chief guest of honor, Your Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman of the National Economic Council. Mr. Vice President, the government and good people of Delta State are greatly honored to have you here today. I commend your calm disposition, your intellectual acumen, exemplary leadership, patriotic fervor, and commitment to collaborating with sub-national governments such as Delta State for the collective good of our country and its people. Let me use this opportunity to also congratulate you on your renomination as running mate to our president and leader, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO. I extend my profound gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON, a globally renowned economist and proud daughter of Delta State, for graciously making time in our busy schedule to unlocking our potentials in Delta State. I do not doubt our contribution today will enrich the library of thoughts and information on public-private partnerships for sustainable economic growth. Thank you for putting Nigeria on the world stage. We are proud of you. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome my brother governor, who is guest of honor, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFRO, the governor of Anambra State, for this summit. Your Excellency, I thank you for this heartwarming display of solidarity. And also adding color to this event is the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. Thank you for coming. Minister of Livestock Development, Minister of Petroleum Resources, Gas, and the Permanent Secretaries representing the Ministry of Solid Mineral Development and Steel Development. Dear Honorable Ministers, I wish to put on record that your presence here is a great source of encouragement and inspiration. I recognize the presence of members of the diplomatic corps who have come to honor us with their presence. We also appreciate the group from Brazil, led by Roberto Gianetti, and director from Brazil Investment Promotion Commission, APES Brazil, and also delegation of Chinese investors, especially those who are already investing in cocoa free trade zone, for honoring our invitation. Chairman, there are also an anchor, people already, maybe not partly brief. We have people already coming to invest in that cocoa free trade zone. And I also know that you also discussed with me that you're also interested. You also want to invest there. Gas. So thank you very much. We are equally honored by the presence of Engineer Austin Avuru, an accomplished entrepreneur and a major player in the Nigeria oil and gas sector, who is the chairman of this summit. Engineer Avuru is a shining example of vision, courage, and resilience for the younger generation of Nigerians to emulate. And I thank you for agreeing to be the chairman of this summit. I also convey the deep appreciation of the government and good people of Delta State to Professor Patrick Otieno Lunumba. This gifted public speaker has carved a niche for himself through his bold and thought-provoking insights into the peculiar challenges of politics and governance, especially in Africa. Thank you, Professor Lunumba, for your interest in our state and in prosperity and progress of African continent. Today, Delta State, with a population of over 6 million people, blessed with abundant mineral resources, rich in vegetation, fertile soil for agriculture, multiple urban centers, an enlightened populace, improving infrastructure, and a business-friendly climate. Delta State is an investor's heaven with vast opportunities waiting to be exploited and harnessed. The economy is approximately 17 trillion naira, making the state a key driver of national economic growth and development. Delta State connects major markets across Nigeria, serving as a gateway to the southeast and linking directly to Lagos, the nation's business capital. With up to 15 urban cities, this is the only state in Nigeria that you have about 15 urban cities. 15. Its greatest asset remains its vibrant, hard-working people, celebrated at home and abroad for their industry and ingenuity. You can see purposely we invited Okonjo-Iweala to give the keynote address because it's one of our own that we have exported out to go and do wonder. Austin Avuru is a son of the soil. We made him the chairman. There are so many, if we want to count, we can't and can't. And I'm proud to be a Deltan. So our goal today is to partner with prospective investors with overriding objective of building a modern economy that is strongly diversified and therefore can withstand external shocks in line with the policy imperatives of the more agenda of this administration. This administration believes in a data-driven development model that is private sector-led and creates opportunities for our teeming youth population. Our primary goal today is to partner with interested parties to maximize our state competitive advantages, develop the non-oil sectors of the economy, create jobs, accelerate economic development, and achieve sustainable development. In view of the foregoing, our ease of doing business incentives are top-notch, ensuring that prospective investors have the conducive atmosphere to operate seamlessly and profitably. The establishment of the Delta State Ease of Doing Business Council, chaired by me, is one of the major reforms we have undertaken to enhance the ease of doing business in the state. Also worthy of note is the granting of waivers of payment of tenement rates, fees, levies, and other charges to investors for up to 5 years after commencement of business. The agro-industrialization plan of this administration, as contained in the more agenda, provides ample opportunities for profitable private sector investments in commercial agriculture and agricultural value chain. Investment opportunities abound in the value chain production of cassava, oil palm, rice, potato, and other cash crops. It is my pleasure to announce that in preparation for this summit, over 12,000 hectares of farmland have been earmarked for agricultural development for prospective investors. And in addition, Delta State has a coastline of 163 kilometers suitable for development of a thriving marine economy. As one of Nigeria's leading oil and gas producing states, Delta State possesses abundant natural gas reserves alongside substantial renewable energy resources, creating a strong foundation for a diversified energy economy. Investment opportunities abound in gas-fired power plants, embedded and captive power systems, solar farms, mini-grids, biomass and waste-to-energy projects, hydropower, energy storage solutions, rural electrification, and the manufacturing and assembling of renewable energy components to support existing and potential enterprises in the state. It is also pertinent to point out that this government has prioritized sound public financial management anchored on careful budgeting, fiscal discipline, judicious allocation of resources, transparency, and accountability matched with excellent service delivery. Hence, despite the huge investment in improving public infrastructure, we have not borrowed a kobo from any bank, and we will not intend to borrow. Underscoring our commitment to fiscal discipline and prudent financial management. What this means is that prospective investors are coming to a state that is financially stable and provides an enabling environment for them to operate without let or hindrance. In line with the fourth pillar of the MORE agenda, which is enhanced peace and security, we have strengthened the security architecture in Delta State. And that's why we brought you to become the chairman, so that you know what we are doing, so that you don't look as if you are those in diaspora. This state, the security agencies in the state have been very effective in combating crime and criminality, keeping our state safe and secure. Indeed, our investment in the security sectors have boosted morale among security personnel and local communities, improved trust between security forces and residents, and created a safer environment for economic and social activities. It might interest you to know that Delta State was adjudged the safest state for oil and gas investment in Nigeria in 2024 by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. This is an overwhelming vote of confidence in the state as an investor's haven. Mr. Vice President, as I conclude my address, I am pleased to announce that the government has set aside $100 million, approximately $133,800,000,000, as viability gap funding to de-risk new investments in the states. This one we are not borrow. We are not going to borrow the money. The money is there. This is a practical demonstration of our total commitment to ensuring that the agreements reached at this summit are executed without delay. As stated at the beginning of this speech, this summit is not a talk show. We are marching west with action. It is my earnest expectation that this marks the beginning of enduring strategic partnerships that will galvanize the massive industrialization of Delta states. Finally, I want to thank Mr. President, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, and their entire team for constantly working hard to bring the dividend of democracy to all Nigerians. I thank Your Excellency, my brother Governor Soludo, very dear honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other eminent invitees for honoring us with your esteemed presence. My deep appreciation also goes to our distinguished guests, especially our friends from Brazil and China, for their interest in the development and progress of Delta State. Your Excellency, the Vice President, this is Delta State. We are ready. We are stable. The state is peaceful for investment, and people are already. You look around, you see a lot of people are already. We have to close our portal. When we saw the registration getting to 4,000, we have to close it. We are ready. We cannot be depending only on oil. Oil has made us proud as a state, but we need to diversify. And that is the reason we have decided to organize this summit. The journey that we took to Brazil is working well. The China one is working well. The investors are here. And it is my belief that at the end of this summit, Delta State will smile and will be able to do things, do the needful by the grace of God. Thank you and God bless you all.
Since you bring Julius Bega, we don't know our states again. Governor Sheriff na the man when he sabi. For accountability, you be number one.
Its economy begins with a new morning. A moment when vision awakens, possibilities emerge, and ambition becomes action. Every transformation begins with the courage to move forward. This is the story of Delta State.
We ask God for better governor, King, give us Sheriff.
A state embracing its
Sheriff and writing there.
Every great economy begins with a new morning.
That's who go for the man when he's happy.
With vision awakens, possibilities emerge, and ambition becomes action. Every transformation begins with a Every great economy begins with a new morning. A moment when vision awakens, possibilities emerge, and ambition.
second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's my pleasure to bring to you Heart and Soul. And it's a period and it's a time to discuss the things that touch us most. As individuals, as families, as groups, as organizations, we are going to be looking into different areas of human life that, touch us. And we believe that in this, or through this program, a lot of homes, a lot of hearts are going to be healed and our stories shared. Because it's said that a problem shared is half solved, and in this program, it is our desire that heart and soul will be touched and be mended. You feel free to laugh, you feel free to cry, you feel free to, show and exhibit emotions. And to start this program with me today is a wonderful young lady who has, in her training and in her practice, experienced certain things that she would like to share, because she knows also by sharing it, a lot of people are going to be touched, a lot of people are going to be impacted, and we're going to dig deep. It's going to be a freestyle, actually, and because she's going to express in her own language, in her own words, how she feels about some of these situations and how she's been able to manage it such that it doesn't affect her life, how she's been protecting herself, and the way forward. So let's, without wasting more time, get into the business of the day. And I want to welcome Nurse Ebere. She's going to really introduce herself the best way possible, and then we'll go into the conversation. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Nurse Ebere Chukwu Eze. I'm a nurse, and I've been practicing for over 7 years now, especially in the mental health facilities. So there's something that I've felt like is a burden to me, and I really want to talk about it today. It's about how women, young ladies, allow relationships to break them so badly that most of them have to be admitted into hospitals to function optimally again. So for a very long time, I've come across different women in their different spheres of life, working class women, students, housewives, being admitted for severe depression or psychosis because of traumas in relationship or the desire to be chosen by a man. I could remember a time when we had this female lawyer. She's an established lawyer, doing very well in her field. She was admitted, and the period she came to the hospital, she was just a shadow of herself. For 2 weeks, she could not eat, she could not bathe, she could not do anything for herself because of what relationship did to her. She was married, actually. Yeah, she was married, and because of the traumatic experiences she had in her marriage, in her relationship with her husband, it traumatized her so much that she came down with severe depression. And I've seen several other cases, and I can't really blame women so much, because it's the way we have been groomed to desire so much to be chosen by men, that if we are not receiving the treatment we desire from them, it breaks us down mentally. So because of this, it really affected me in my relationship. I was once married. I'm just separated. And because of the experiences I was having in my relationship and what I've seen in other women, what relationship can do to them, I told myself, I can't allow myself to break down to an extent that I have to be placed on medication to function properly. And then I talked to myself and I was like, I can't allow myself to get so far that I can't recognize myself anymore. So I had to step out to actually know exactly what I'm doing and rethink if that was what the relationship was what staying in again. So
okay, Ebere, let me just cut you. It's already getting a little bit emotional, but that is the essence of why we are here. And it's actually very good to know that you have a personal experience and that you at some point had to think. At what point in that relationship did you really say, no, I just need to step aside? Even though here within our context, people look at it as strange. A woman that is married and you want to stay away from your husband. At what point exactly? What was the real thing that broke the camel's back for you? What was it for you that made you say, no, I'm not going to keep doing this?
Okay. One thing about traumas in relationship is that it doesn't only have effects in the mind, it also affects the physical body. You come down with a lot of bodily illnesses. At that time, I started taking blood pressure medications because my blood pressure was over the roof, and I didn't have that condition when I was pregnant for my child. So it was after, and I began to experience the toxicity from the relationship that my blood, because I was always sad and crying, and it affects the body. So it was at that point I thought to myself, I can't continue like this. And sometimes when I'm at work, I'll just burst out crying. So I was already seeing the signs of depression. So at that point, I just thought to myself, I can't continue like this.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. But how long were you married? For how long were you married?
I was married for 3 years.
Okay, and you have a baby, or you?
Yes, I have a baby.
How old is your child?
My child is 2, turning 3 soon.
Okay, so is it a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Okay. Is the boy with you or with the father, or where is he?
He's with the father.
He's with the father?
Yes.
Okay. And they are living in the same city like you, or different place?
We were living in Abuja, so okay. I returned because of the
situation.
Situation. Okay. Yes.
Is he from the same area like you?
No, okay. I'm from Enugu State, while he's from Anambra.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very close by. Yeah. And okay, you didn't actually mention what was the toxic thing about. What was the most painful thing in the relationship? What was it that he was doing continually that was really affecting you psychologically that you couldn't bear?
Just a whole lot of actions that compiled together. There were just bits of behaviors that piled up together to cause that effect. One was him being verbally abusive and, okay. Subjecting you to always humiliating you and making you feel less of yourself, or ordering around like your
okay.
Yeah.
Let me just ask again. When did you meet this man?
We met in 2021 in Abuja.
Mm-hmm.
We met through a mutual friend, and we didn't cut for long.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got married in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the separation happened last year, April.
That was after 3 years?
Yes, the April was our exact
3 years anniversary.
3 years anniversary,
oh.
Yes.
So how does that feel for you? That when others will be saying, oh, happy anniversary, and people are celebrating them, and then you're already out of it. Was this something you imagined before, that maybe you could, if it didn't work, when you get married, if it didn't work, you work out on it? Or did this just, how was it? Was it something you ever thought about? Because of course I know that some people think like that. I used to think like, if it doesn't work out, I'm not going to subject myself to something. You know, when I was young, I think that way myself. So was it something you thought, oh, I'm not going to strain myself in any relationship. If it is not working, I'm not going to hang on there? Or was this all a shock to you?
Okay, I didn't enter marriage thinking that it wasn't going to work out, because I felt we were a perfect match for each other and we were happy. However, along the line, especially after my child, a lot of changes started happening. And at that point, I saw that there was not going to be change because of the personality he had. You know, personality of not being able to be talked to by somebody, not being able to listen to anybody's advice or calming down when someone talks to you. So when I saw that change, I was, okay, I've seen what this situation can do to women. And if this person is not going to change, the effect is going to have on me, as is already reporting by little, in little different ways. It's already reporting. If I'm not going to take action now, in the future, the regret may be bigger. So it's better now than waiting till when I'm much older and then accumulating the trauma, which can lead to severe depression that I've seen in different cases.
Okay, so you were already a nurse, a trained nurse before you met him?
Yes.
You were already working?
Yes, I've been working.
Okay, and if I may ask, what does he do?
He's a lawyer.
Okay, so he's an educated and enlightened person, so it has nothing to do with his academic background. And since you parted with, how has it been? Have you been communicating with your son? How, you know, what has been the relationship like?
Well, the same toxicity she showed me when I was in the relationship, he still exhibits it up to now, and even to a larger extent now, because at some point that I couldn't reach out to my child, I had to go to the law to file for custody, because my baby was still too tender. Actually, he collected him from me, so I had to go to the law to file for custody. So even with the unrestricted access the law gave me, he was still refusing orders. So up till now, I still don't have that unrestricted access, but each time I go to Abuja, I can see him. He brings him to a place where I see him, but I can't see him or talk to him over the phone. Yeah,
So how does this whole thing feel? Because I can imagine your first baby, you know, like, you're really looking forward to kitting him up, going around with him, and now you are limited. You can't see him at will, and you know it's somebody that should be your protector, somebody that you both should be doing this, and he's the one restricting, holding back the child. And how does it really feel?
Well, it feels overwhelming. However, my consolation is, as long as my baby is fine, I'll continue to be strong for him and work hard to better myself for him. Because if I allowed the whole experience to break me, then I didn't achieve anything by leaving the relationship. Because the whole essence of living was not to break down. So if now that I'm out, I allowed the experience to break me down, then I didn't achieve anything. So I'm just kind of trying to be strong for my baby and work hard to achieve my dream, so that if the money is a problem, I can maybe buy a better lawyer and fight for custody. So he's been overwhelming actually, but I'm just being strong for him.
Thank you very much. I like that. Continue to be strong. But I also want to know, since the baby is just a toddler, how do you know that he's well taken care of? What about the emotional aspect of, thinking what is happening when he cries in the night? How is he being taken care of? Who takes care of him exactly at Abuja? Do you know who takes care, apart from the father? Is there any other person? Is there a nanny? Is there a relative? Who is taking care of this child?
Well, when I said he's being taken care of, I mean like the financial aspect, but emotionally, he was attached to me, and nobody's going to take care of him like I would do.
Yeah.
However, each time I visit him, I see that he's looking a little bit okay. So my partner called his mother to be with them. He has other nannies as well, but
Okay.
you know, it will be different from when the mother takes care of him. Yeah,
I can imagine. So, do you think that your relationship is reconcilable, or you think it's irreconcilable?
Well, it's a lot of times I have a wave of feelings. Sometimes I feel like, okay, if it's reconcilable just for the sake of my child, but other times I feel, no, this man is too mean. I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of human being. Sorry, I'm being emotional.
Oh, that's also to be expected. Yeah, of course. I know. I think we need to take a little break and then come back to continue. It's okay to express emotion. Actually, that is what it's meant to do, because there are a lot of people out there watching what is going on here that are in similar situation, a severe situation. There are people, women battling with should I leave, should I stay, and all that. So by sharing this experience, a lot of other people. So let's just take a little break and then we'll get back to it.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
So welcome back from that short break. Before we went on break, you were expressing how you felt about knowing that, or not knowing how your baby, who was hitherto attached to you, how he's been taken care of emotionally. And then you broke out to tears, but that's part of the healing process. It's okay for those tears. Of course, thank God you are a nurse, so you know what, what happens when tears drop. So it's not a sin, it's part of the healing process, and that's why we're here. And we know a lot of people watching us right now are also getting their own healing. So let's think about it. Yes, the mother is there, there are other nannies around there, and it can't feel like you. So how does it feel now, imagining that this man maybe has another woman staying around and hanging around him? How does it feel? Have you ever thought about it? And that sometimes, of course, your baby might want to come closer, and because of another woman, he may not get, he'll be bad. So,
well, he had other women when I was around.
Okay.
The thought of having other women is not strange to me. I know they are there. However, I just feel for the safety of my baby, because as a boy, if he has someone else, this feeling that I want my child to be the heir, because my husband is not so rich but comfortable.
Yeah.
So the thought of being harmed by another woman to take his place is what scares me. But other than that, I don't care if he has another woman or not.
Okay. And so when those thoughts come, what do you do? How do you deal with it? Because of course those thoughts will definitely come. And when they come, how are you able to still cope, manage, knowing that you can't really do anything? So what do you do about it?
The only thing I do is just to pray for him. That's what I do. I pray and cover him as his mother. I feel my covering over him should be enough to protect him from any harm, and I continue with my court proceedings, hoping for a better outcome from it, to gain custody.
Custody
Yes.
of the baby. Okay. So yeah. Are there you left him 3 years ago, or
no, last year.
Okay, just last year.
Yes.
Ever since you left him, have you had any other relationship?
No.
You're not talking with anybody?
I don't have interest anymore for now.
At this moment, you
Yes.
are not. Okay.
And
okay.
Technically, I'm still married.
Okay,
I'm not
yes,
divorced
because
yet.
you have not divorced him.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so that's also good to know. One thing leads to another. Before you fell for him, before you people got married, you fell for each other. Yes? You know, there was an attraction. There was something that brought you together. There was something that made you feel he was your match.
Yes.
So now, after a very short period, you are out of it. And how does it feel? What do you think? What comes to your mind? Do you still have some of those sweet memories?
Yeah, and it just me mourning what I thought would have been, because at that initial stage, he showed me the kind of life I wanted. So me thinking about them, just me imagining, why didn't that short period last longer? What happened? So it's just those glimpses of good life he showed me that I still mourn. But other than that, if I remember the bad side, I was like, nah.
You took a right decision,
yes,
by stepping aside. So if he comes back and says, come on, baby, we just, you know, it was just misunderstanding. Let's remove the miss and come together once again. What are you going to do?
Well, like I said, he has a very strong personality that is hard to change. So even if I accept to return, it's me going to learn how to endure a whole lot of things, because it's not going to end. Sometimes I feel like he's out of his control. He has this personality that I don't know how to explain it.
Is he narcissistic?
He has, yes.
Because
a religious narcissist.
Okay.
So yes. So, and it was that religious part that attracted me to him. I felt like I had met.
Is he a Christian or a Muslim?
We're Catholics.
Okay, both Catholics.
Yes, we're Catholics. So it was that personality that I say, okay, this is a man of God. I was like, no, this one is different. Yeah, it's different. Because he even wanted to become a reverend father at some point. So this one is different. But
okay.
So that's what
I like that part that you say that you know, it's his personality, because I was just wondering, because whatever we have in Anambra State, we have it in Enugu and we have it elsewhere in the world. So I think that is more like a personality trait,
yes,
and not a thing to be generalized. Okay. On your own part, do you think that you contributed anything to the breakdown of that relationship? How was your communication?
Well, it takes two to tango. However, at the initial stage, I was just this calm, sweet girl. So at some point when it got so much, I had to defend myself. Like, I became defensive. Yeah, I want to show that at least I can fight a little. I can fight back. So is that how do I put it? That friction he was encountering that worsened the situation. Because if I didn't react, he wasn't going to stop. Then if I reacted, he became worse. So I think that was what now made his full character to become manifest fully. Yes, because he didn't want that resistance. Yes, he didn't want that resistance.
So when you said wife material, I think I heard that, and I've heard it a lot of times. What does that really mean to you?
A wife material to a lot of people is someone who is so calm that he takes anything thrown at them. Yes, that's the definition of a wife material to a lot of people. Because basically, as a good woman, when you do your job, and okay, let me put it this way: a wife material is someone who doesn't question any treatment or accept whatever that's thrown at her. Yes, and accept it with all humility, without
objection.
Yes, they don't hold anybody accountable to their actions. That's the definition of a white material. Yes, so a lot of people.
But what should that really be? Is that a right thing to, you know, is that a proper definition, or, you know, what should be a better definition of?
That is the societal definition of white material, but the real definition is a homely woman who knows how to take care of the home and take care of her family and nurture her family. That should be the definition of a wife material, not what the society has termed it. Someone who can accept any form of abuse without uttering a word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did your parents in particular, are you the Ada?
I'm the last one.
Okay, you're so you have elder sisters and
brothers? Yeah, we are just three. I have elder sister, I have elder brother.
And they are both married?
Yes.
And still married?
Sure.
And they were both married before you got married?
Yes.
And they are both married to Enugu people?
Yes.
Okay, and you're thinking maybe if you had married Enugu, you would have. So, what is their reaction? What is your parents' reaction? They both are left, yeah? Your parents are still...
My mother is alive.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
how did she receive this news? Because I know somehow maybe it may have come as a surprise.
It's because it has been going on for a long time. She even had a first-hand experience when she was in my house. She saw how the whole environment was so
tensed,
so foul. Yes, so toxic. So, and at some point they were even begging me for my life.
Oh,
if I
really?
stay here, yes, this man is capable of killing you. Yes. So, because at some point he was the one trying to send me out. I was like, no, you cannot send me out. Cannot send me out. You
out of the home.
Yes, that statement men used to say, leave my house. I mean, like, you're not going to send me out. You married me properly, legally, so you didn't pick me from the street. So, and because I had my life in Abuja, I did my nursing in Abuja, and I've been working. So this Enugu is new to me. I just left after my secondary school.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I'm coming back to Enugu, it's going to be like starting life all over. So anytime he says I'm leaving, I know that I'm coming back to Enugu, and I don't want.
You don't want
and
to
there are not
come to
even
Enugu.
good jobs in Enugu. Just all this penal they pay, unless you work with the government. So all those periods he used to threaten, I will leave his house. He will go to the extent of calling my people that I'm coming back home, or he'll be forced to do something he will regret. All those threats.
He keeps threatening that way.
Yes, yes. So all those threats, and I will resist. I would be like, no, I'm not going anywhere. And then my people will be like, if this man kill you, now you kill yourself.
And you lose.
Yes. So when I got tired, I didn't feel any resistance from them. Yes, I was like, it's better to be alive and
tell your own story than somebody telling your story.
Because if anything happens to me, you just give them one tale that maybe I felt sick and I'm not there to defend myself.
Yeah.
So
whatever thing you want to safeguard or secure now, you can only do that when you are alive.
Exactly.
And well. So so your mother, is she here in town or?
Yeah, she is. She is, because when I was pregnant, she had a stroke, although she recovered fully.
Okay.
However, we don't want her to stay again alone in the village, so she's here in Enugu with us.
Okay, she's staying with you or with
my sister.
Okay, your elder sister, they are also here?
Yes.
With the husband?
Yes.
And her children?
Yes.
And your brother?
My brother is in Nsukka.
Okay, he's working there?
With his family too.
Okay,
yes.
he works at Nsukka?
Yes.
Okay. It's such an interesting, tale and habit, and I must commend your strength, your resilience.
Yeah.
I know it is not easy, and I can tell you for free that a lot of women listening and watching today, they are being encouraged, they are being strengthened. One I would have also, or I would like to know is, in Abuja, were you, both working together at the initial time? How close was that relationship? How closely knitted were you both in the beginning? Because you mentioned that since you had your baby or after you had your baby. So I'm wondering, before you had your baby, how was it? Could it be that the stress of the baby has brought demarcation? Was it the thing standing in the gap, or how was it before the arrival of your baby?
Okay. Well, I'd say that it didn't actually start after my baby, just that it intensified after my baby, became concerning after my baby, but there was still signs of it after the marriage,
So that thing called red flag was there. Was it there prior to the marriage or something? Was there any red flag that became full blown?
Yes.
Afterwards.
Yes.
And what is that?
There were signs actually, but when you are in love, you will not see them. So and because we didn't date for long, so it didn't actually manifest fully. You give the excuse that the wedding preparation is stressing him out. Maybe he will calm down after, because the way he would lash out at the slightest provocation or anything inconveniences, in the way he will yell at you or remind you of things that have gone past by, like it was really, at some point, I broke up the relationship, and because I could remember he works for Pius Anyim. Yeah, he's his lawyer. So there was a time he was worried he's going to close down his office because he was running for presidency. So I was like, okay, let's start submitting documents elsewhere. He was like, I didn't even tell him we're going to pray about it. Do I want it? Do I think you're going to get a good job that will pay him? The way he
blotted out as if it didn't make sense.
He said a lot of things. I was like, no, I'm not going to be with someone that talks to me in this way. At that point, I told him I wasn't doing anymore. So he begged and said, sorry, he overreacted. It's not going to happen.
Was that before
again.
The marriage?
Before
or after?
The marriage.
Oh,
this is the signs I'm trying to
noticed,
tell you that
yes,
it was there.
Yeah, but
however, he would try to
give excuse for it.
I will be giving excuses for him, and then he will try to mend to kind of
to get you,
cover it up with maybe one good act or the other. So the signs were there. However, immediately after the marriage, he felt, oh, I've gotten her. There's no need to cover. Yes, so he wasn't trying to pacify me anymore in any way. So even after offending me, I'll be the one to apologize for peace to reign. So yeah, so the signs were there. The signs were there actually, but as they say, it gets worse after marriage.
Okay.
Whatever you see in a relationship just
magnifies.
Exactly. It will magnify in the marriage.
Why do you think it's like that?
The man feels he has gotten you, and like our mentality, if you leave the marriage, your value has reduced.
For the woman.
For the woman.
What about the man?
No, they can marry as many as they want. So that's the feeling. So once they've married you and start behaving like that way, they feel like, if you leave, who will marry you again? And your value has reduced. But I don't know why they behave like that. I think this is it.
And do you think that is correct? Because looking at you now, if you didn't say you were married, nobody would know you had ever been married.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever know.
It's their mentality, and it's only bad people that think like that. Exactly. Because why would you think my value reduced because you married me? So,
and you two did it together, so it's not like you married him and he didn't marry you. Both of you did it together, you know. And actually, this is also like bringing me to a man that was close to me. And then when we discussed, it was my friend, and we discussed, and sometimes I say, there's something they say in my place. I've used that girl, like.
Yeah,
you know,
we
and I'm
used
like,
each other.
yeah, exactly. I asked him, man, when you were using her, what happened to you? Were you also naked before her? I said, then it doesn't make sense. Because when you are discrediting the person you slept with, you're also discrediting yourself. Because you are not wearing your suit while she was naked. You both were naked together. So, I mean, what is there?
You know, they feel men are polygamous, so they can sleep with as many as they want, and
that makes them even dirtier because they're exposing themselves to a lot of women, and a lot of things, a lot of gods, a lot of different things, because the Bible even says that when you bring yourself together with a woman, you join yourself. So I mean, as many spirits as they join together with,
creating soul ties everywhere.
And you know, and you don't even know the one that is dragging you. But then let me just ask you straight again. Is there some love in him or towards him? If he comes back repentant, if he comes back, do you still love him?
I love him. I didn't leave because I didn't love him. I left because he didn't love me.
Okay.
But however, I love myself enough not to subject myself to that kind of humiliation again.
All right.
So it's not about my feelings towards him, but what his feelings towards me.
So your feelings towards him, has it changed?
If you remove his bad character, if you remove his bad character, my feelings towards him is still the same. Yes.
Okay. But, so if he comes back and apologizes to you and tells you that he has repented and he's not that same person again, so what are you gonna do?
He can't change overnight.
Unless it's not overnight. You'll be away with.
It's not about asking for forgiveness. Unless he has gone through therapy, that's the only way I will know that he has made efforts to change. He can't just say, I've changed and changed.
And what if he tells you that he has been to therapy?
We'll see the evidence.
Evidence of the therapy. So how are you going to see it? You can't see it by proxy. You only need to be closer to see. So
he can send he can send it on phone. You can see the
send you what? Send you
the sessions, the therapy sessions he had. Yes.
Oh,
so
really?
there has to be evidence that he has gone through some kind of therapy, because you can't just change like that. He will always, if he comes back and apologize, if he will only give you a period of maybe a few months to show you that, okay, there was a change, and then goes back, because this is personality. It's hard to change. It's not something you can change overnight.
Okay, let me ask you, if you are not a nurse, because I know that your psychiatric nursing is playing seriously here. If you are not a nurse, would you be thinking the same way you're thinking, or talking the way you're talking? Because I see that nursing knowledge coming to play seriously.
You know, when I started, I said, it's my experience in psychiatry and what I've seen, what trauma can do to women.
People,
women coming down with severe depression. Is this experience that I have has made me to make this informed decision.
Okay,
yes.
Awesome. Okay, I think we need to go for a break, just a short break, and we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. We've been talking with Nurse Ebele, and she's been discussing her experience with her husband. Now, I will say S because they are still not divorced yet, but they are separated temporarily to see if there will be changes. And she has, explained a whole lot of things that are very important in relationships. They are quite emotional thoughts. They are quite emotional discussions. They are quite emotional conversations. And they also, of course, therapeutic, which is the essence of heart and soul. That is the essence of this program. We believe that by interacting here, by discussing issues and matters that touch the heart, that touch the soul, people will be able to get healed, and others watching us will also get their healing. And so we've been talking with Ebele, and she has espoused a lot of things to us. And of course, she has shown emotions and also shown her resilience. So just before we close on today's segment, Ebele, I will likely come back and ask you again, if the man goes to a therapy and comes and say, I'm fine now, come back, what are you going to do? Okay, if he shows you a video, before we went on break, you said if you see evidence and all that, if he produces evidence in paper or evidence in picture, I mean, for how long time will that evidence be that you will be able to believe him that he has really gone through a therapy and he has changed?
Well, an actual therapy takes about 3 to 6 months. And there are a number of sessions that you need to go. And you have to get certification from the therapist that you are doing well, or you're improving, or there have been positive changes. So if he had actually gone through, which I know he would not go, I'm just talking because he's a very stubborn man, he would never do that. However, if it's something he does and I consider as changes, of course, marriage is a lifetime commitment, and I didn't leave because I don't want the marriage anymore. I left because it was affecting my life. And so if there's change, which I pray would be if there's change, of course I would go back. Yeah.
Okay. So what will you tell young people out there that are watching you? Some people are already in relationships and they are seeing those red flags that you saw. And some are about to enter and they are seeing red flags and they are trying to man it up. Should one be ashamed to, you know, to say no, enough is enough? You know, there are a couple of questions. I want you to go around it anyhow you like.
Okay. First of all, giving advice to young people, it hardly works because, like they say, you can't advise someone in love. I was advised too. So, and because you can't just meet someone and within a short period, you get married to someone you never knew, especially someone from a distant place. You don't know his character back home. So if I give somebody advice now, I will still give, but I'm just saying that it hardly ever works because love covers multitude of sins. You won't see them because the butterflies are still there. However, like they said, marriage is an eye-opener. When you get inside the marriage and all those butterflies dies, the reality sets in. But no time should be too late for a woman to choose herself and say, no, I can't subject myself to a lifetime of torture. So even if you, the law didn't allow you to see all those signs and you're married, if there's any way you can go around it and seek solution to the problem, if it can be resolved in the marriage, go for it. If it's beyond resolution, then you have to step away and work on it from afar, because it's better to stay afar to fight for it than being inside and die while fighting. So that's basically
awesome. But from what you said, now it appears to me then there is no need to advise anybody. There's no need, just go. If whatever you see, you take it.
No, there's still need, there's still need to advise. There's a lot of self-aware ladies. Yes, they just need the right information. Because when I was getting married, a lot of my friends was like, because there was this project I had at the time. Yes, I wanted to leave the country at that time when he came, and my friends was like, if I were you, I would choose myself, build your career first. I know where you're coming from, I know how you've struggled, and this is an opportunity. But I was like, okay, this man is okay, he's good. If I lose a good man and travel, I make all the money and not find someone to love me. So the main thing is knowing what you want as a person, not building your life around a man or another human being, because if your expectations are not met, you will regret it. So the advice is just to know what you want at any time. Don't allow emotions to be cloud your judgments. Yes, so that's just my advice, and always love yourself enough to know what you can take and what you cannot take. Yes. Okay, the other thing I would like to know is, how old is this man? What is your age difference? Our age gap is just 6 years.
Okay, 6 years. He's 6 years older than you.
He's 6 years older than me.
Okay, that's beautiful. And so you didn't make any terrible mistake in that regard. That's a good, or should be a perfect match. And like you said, know when to step aside, know when to say enough is enough, because it's very important that you know that, and nobody's going to tell you that. So when you talked about love covers a multitude of sin, is it something like when people say love is blind?
Typically.
Yes. Is that love is blind? Yes. So when you are in love, you are blind to faults. Yes. You are blind to see those things that are not part of the package or shouldn't be part of the package. Exactly. Or sometimes in the relationship, you're telling yourself, oh, don't worry, it will go down, he will change. He will change. I'll pray him out. I'll pray. Do you think there is a role prayer plays in this whole thing? If you had prayed better, maybe it would have changed. So what's...
Well, personally, I have not seen any woman that prayed her husband into behaving better. So out of experience of what I've seen, Osinachi was a good prayer, a good prayer warrior. She couldn't pray her husband into loving her or doing better. So instead of staying there to pray, I advise you step aside and pray from afar. Let God change him wherever he is, and then
bring you back together.
Yes, and bring it then. Praying inside and subjecting yourself to untimely death. Because I feel prayer without work is useless. God has given us the wisdom to discern what is good and what is bad. Yes, because it's decisions we made for ourselves. God didn't choose our partners for us, but however, he has given you the wisdom to know what is right and what is wrong.
So it's just been such an interesting interaction with you today. I have also learned a lot. And one of the things you kept repeating, choose yourself. It made a lot of meaning to me. And I know it's making a lot of meaning to you out there. Choose yourself. Always choose yourself. There's also this thing that says nothing is worth dying for. Not even that relationship. Don't go and kill yourself. Because one thing I tell people, when you talk about Osinachi and other people, we may not know how prayerful she was, but we know she was a child of God. We knew she was a prayer warrior. But the other thing is, after she has left here, we don't know where she went to. Because of the relationship, she was subjected into constant trauma, constant anger, bitterness that was, that could have been covered up with a lot of things. And so if that is the case, so why do you have to go home or leave this earth angry or frustrated? Choose yourself, a better will tell you. And until we meet again next time, I am your heart and soul coordinator. I'm here. I want us to be having some nice time. We're going to be talking about different areas, different subject matters, different issues that are around you. My name is St. Rachel, the anchor for this program. I know you have had a nice time with our guest, Ebere. Thank you very much for finding time. We'll meet again next week, same time, same station. Keep a date with us. This is Aneke TV, and my name is St. Rachel Ngozi. Thank you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Once in a while I dream. Once in a while I think of you. I reminisce on days gone by when you and I were new. Once in a while.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not.
I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. The Nigerian Labour Congress has declared the 70,000 naira national minimum wage outdated due to rapid inflation and rising living costs. The ICPC has recommended the prosecution of a promoter who operated a fake presidential investment council and 2 fictitious federal agencies using forged documents. Governor Alex Oti has extended the operational hours of Abia State Electric Bus Network to 10 p.m. and added 20 new vehicles to the fleet. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics has issued a 3-week extension for the federal government to conclude negotiations on all outstanding demands or face a nationwide warning strike. Set to expire on August 31st, 2026, the deadline serves as a final window for authorities to address lingering welfare and institutional issues affecting medical and dental lecturers across the country. Following an emergency National Executive Council meeting in New York, the association mandated all local branches to hold congresses and sensitize members in preparation for industrial action should the government fail to reach a meaningful resolution. Highlighting the severe impact of brain drain and the ongoing neglect of medical education in Nigeria, NAMDA warned that failure to act will force the leadership to declare a 3-day warning strike. The Nigerian Labour Congress has declared that the current 70,000 naira national minimum wage is no longer sustainable, given rising inflation and the soaring cost of living. Speaking in Birnin, KB at a summit marking 88 years of trade unionism in Nigeria, Nigerian Labour Congress Deputy President Adewale Adeyanju urged federal and state authorities to immediately open negotiations for an upward wage review that reflects present economic realities. Former Nigerian Labour Congress President Ayuba Waba echoed the demand, emphasizing that true workplace dignity extends beyond base salaries to include social protection, job security, and meaningful dialogue. Responding to the call, Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris assured workers that his administration will fully implement any new minimum wage approved by the federal government, promising to champion the cause among his fellow governors at the Nigeria Governors Forum. The Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the pharmaceutical community in the state have reaffirmed their commitment to a joint strategy against substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking. Following a high-level visit by the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria to command headquarters in Benin City, both organizations pledged closer collaboration to restrict the illegal distribution of controlled substances. Edo NDLEA Commander Michel Ofoyeju emphasized that curbing drug abuse requires a collective effort, citing major operational challenges such as illegal cannabis cultivation in forest areas and the exploitation of school children by criminal networks. In a show of solidarity, community pharmacists announced plans for a free medical outreach for ndlea officers while pledging to support public enlightenment campaigns across transport unions, religious institutions, and local communities. Former Vice President and ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has raised concerns over a breach of his financial privacy following an unsolicited credit transfer into his strictly private bank account. In a statement issued by his media aide, Frank Shaibu, Atiku revealed that an unknown individual deposited funds tagged as an electioneering contribution without his knowledge, authorization, or solicited. Warning that the incident points to a serious leak of confidential banking data, Atiku questioned how private financial details of high-profile political figures could be so easily compromised. Formally notifying security agencies and the public, the former vice president described the transaction as a desperate smear tactic ahead of the upcoming elections, maintaining that such maneuvers will not distract him from offering credible leadership. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has recommended the prosecution of Adeyemi Matthew after a 30-day investigation revealed he operated a fictitious body named the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council using forged presidential letters and gazettes. Presenting an interim report to President Bola Tinubu, ICPC Chairman Musa Adamu Aliyu revealed that Adeyemi had unlawfully broken into the defunct Presidential Economic Advisory Council office and created two additional fake agencies, the Foreign Capital and Wealth Investment Promotion Agency and the Foreign Investment Promotion Agency Public-Private Partnership, to open illicit bank accounts. The investigation highlighted systemic, administrative and procedural weaknesses across several key institutions, including the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Accountant General's Office, and the Federal Road Safety Corps, which issued official government vehicle license plates after relying on forged documents listing top government officials as board members. Meanwhile, the State House has completely disowned the illegal council, denying any correspondence to create a budget code, as the ICPC prepares formal criminal charges and recommends nationwide administrative reforms to prevent similar fraudulent shins. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has presented his administration's governance scorecard, highlighting transformative investments in healthcare, education, road infrastructure, and senior citizen protection. Speaking as the keynote presenter at a civic event in Lagos, Oti declared that national development requires a strong partnership between empathetic leadership and active citizens who demand accountability and refuse to tolerate mediocrity. Also revealed that education, health and roads account for over half of Abia State's current budget, alongside structural protections like the Abia Senior Citizens Center law. Urging citizens to make informed choices and hold leaders to high standards, the governor emphasized that caring for the vulnerable is a moral duty, while active public engagement remains essential for building a just society. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Nigerian Labour Congress has declared the 70,000 naira national minimum wage outdated due to rapid inflation and rising living costs. The ICPC has recommended the prosecution of a promoter who operated a fake Presidential Investment Council and 2 fictitious federal agencies using forged documents. Coming up shortly, Governor Alex Oti has extended the operational hours of Abia State Electric Bus Network to 10 p.m. and added 20 new vehicles to the fleet. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Edo State Deputy Governor Dennis Idahosa has officially flagged off a National Health Insurance Authority program designed to provide free medical coverage for 4,000 residents across Ovia Southwest and Ovia Northeast local government areas. Facilitated by Idahosa during his time in the House of Representatives, the initiative aims to eliminate out-of-pocket medical expenses and expand access to essential health services. Over 2,000 beneficiaries have already been enrolled and issued activated insurance cards, with card distribution set to begin immediately across accredited facilities in the state. According to the NHIA officials, all covered medical expenses, including consultations, maternal care, and minor surgeries, have been fully prepaid, guaranteeing seamless healthcare delivery without point-of-service payment for benefiting families. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has extended the daily operational hours of the state's electric bus system from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., aiming to provide safer and more reliable late-night transit for commuters. Commissioning 20 additional eco-friendly buses at the Nenoti bus terminal in Umuahia, Oti emphasized that a modern, clean energy transportation system remains a vital engine for economic growth across the state. The newly deployed fleet features expanded cargo space and accessible facilities for passengers with disabilities, significantly broadening the reach of the state's transit network. Governor Oti also issued a stern warning against traffic violations, vandalism, and sabotage, establishing an independent monitoring team to enforce regulations while directing transport authorities to prioritize staff welfare and protect public infrastructure. Now in sports, Rivers United technical advisor Finidi George believes his upgraded squad is fully equipped to eclipse last season's impressive run in the Nigerian Premier Football League. After finishing as runners-up in the previous campaign, the Pride of Rivers have heavily fortified their roster with fresh talent to mount a stronger push for the title. Expressing supreme confidence in the new arrivals, Finidi emphasized that the overall quality of the current squad surpasses last year's setup. The team is now shifting its focus to an upcoming preseason tournament in Ikene as they fine-tune their preparations for the new campaign. Now in entertainment, media personality Toke Makinwa has officially introduced her daughter Yakira to the world, sharing her very first public photos to celebrate the child's milestone first birthday. The review follows Makinwa's light-hearted declaration that motherhood has elevated her status and that people ought to speak to her with a renewed sense of respect. The popular host revealed she is flying Yakira to London for an extravagant birthday celebration to mark the occasion. Expressing deep gratitude for her journey into motherhood, Makinwa shared that having a healthy daughter has fulfilled every prayer she made during her pregnancy. And now to end news, here are the main points again. The ICPC has recommended the prosecution of a promoter who operated a fake Presidential Investment Council and 2 fictitious federal agencies using forged documents. The investigation exposed serious administrative lapses across multiple government ministries that allowed the fraudulent scheme to proceed undetected. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Labour Congress has declared the 70,000 naira national minimum wage outdated due to rapid inflation and rising living costs. Labour leaders are demanding an immediate review of the wage structure, with state governors pledging to implement any newly negotiated federal rate. In the meantime, Governor Alex Oti has extended the operational hours of Abia State's electric bus network to 10 p.m. and added 20 new vehicles to the fleet. The expanded clean energy transit system aims to improve night travel efficiency while offering better access for commuters with disabilities. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded Fourth Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and lower-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agabozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period, or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work, but the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? Makana na steady on a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, yeah, Shibuna. Oh, Mazzy, now more like our finish and Obacha, or one ever like a Ghana go school. Now Mukwalaka at the same time. I have been when is Mikana, where is Mika Brainy? I'm a chocolate on now.
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
More na suggest when I get on holidays. Eje chọrọ ha obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ị nọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọkịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma ọ na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara ị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọ nata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpu ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop ote o nwere onye nke gbagote tukuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọfụkwa ebe si eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village because children were there for township supposed to know their village. Them supposed to know, no be only me born am. I get mama who born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do pupil or student close by 2 o'clock. You find that they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life, because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Okay. Welcome, viewer, to your program, The Mysteries of Life. Life itself is a mystery, but still, we try to understand the mysteries of life. Today, you are one little boy or little girl in primary school. The next day, you are an elder, and people are looking up to you. You are, sometimes you even become something that people get afraid of. But that is not the kind of thing we are looking at today. We are looking at a food complement. Food. If I know, but it is so important in the culture that sometimes people fight even to the point of being ready to sacrifice other human beings because of that particular food. And that food item we are trying to understand is kola nut, oji, particularly among the Igbos, oji Igbo. I know that kola nut is a West African staple, but among the Igbos, there's something about it, and they don't play with it. They even give, interpretation to the numbers. Is it obaleto, obaleno, obalise, obalesa, and so on and so on. So, which means they to look at this kola nut so that we'll be able to understand the spiritual quality of it. What is this kola nut all about? A lot of people talk about its, chemical compositions, but the spiritual quality of that kola nut. We have our brother who is in the business of understanding and resolving conflict so that we have peace, because peace comes before progress, or peace and progress. We have our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. Welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then, of course, by my right, we have our regular brother here who handles the growing ones in the Assemblies of God Church. Very, very important, because the future, the child is the father of the man, according to Milton. So, Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
The pleasure is mine, Prof.
Thank you. So, kola nut. What is kola nut? I know I've tried to play around, but what is kola nut? And why do we even put so much import on this kola nut in Igbo land and maybe other parts of the world?
Kola nut, our people call it, Igbo people call it oji.
Oji.
Oji Igbo.
Oji Igbo.
Oji. Kola nut is a native fruit consumed, that could be consumed ordinarily, but most of the times kola nut has more spiritual symbolism than its material symbolism.
Okay.
Is given significance based on its spiritual function among Igbo community. Even in West Africa, Yoruba, Edo, Ishekiri, Ijo. But I'm talking of we Igbos. It has a great role to play before God Almighty. The indigenous deities
and
the holy ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah, kola nut is not a mere fruit. It represents the connection between humanity and divinity. It represents a traditional Eucharist, an indigenous Holy Communion, with which we, the mere mortals, communicate, have interaction with the spirit beings to negotiate issues, peace, conflict, marriage, negotiation, and even petition. So, kola nut has a very prominent role to play in conflict resolutions between man and man, man and God, and deities and men, and ancestors and men.
Yeah,
that's why if you watch it, if you see it, whenever kola nut is brought, it said, I say, he that brings kola brings life. And if you just support it with the Christian faith in the Holy Eucharist, said, whenever that kola nut represents the body of the deity, whenever it's brought up, he said, you see it whenever an Igbo man brings to this is Nkaboji, as only with an then the church will respond. So it is an amalgam. It's a point of amalgam between the living and the dead, but mostly the holy living and the holy dead.
Okay, that's your own view. So, Reverend, you have heard him. What do you have to say?
Yeah, kola nut is quite a mystery seed, a mystery fruit rather, that to me, it opens the window to discussions. It is a doorway to engagement in discussions, either spiritually or physically. Is a doorway. You cannot, there are certain discussions that before you commence it, there must be a breaking of kola nut. So kola nut is not really something you have to think in the order of Eucharist or something like that. No. It's just a fruit that is on its own, but it has a very strong spiritual significance. Because if you go into it, you discover there are ones that doesn't have branches
at all.
There are ones that are 3, there are ones that are 4, 5, and 7.
Yes.
And these are spiritual numbers, and they have spiritual connotation in application whenever you want to use it. Even if you want to do like marriage or whatever issue on table, and you break the kola nut and discover that, because there is a clothing over it that covers it, you will not know how many it is until you remove the clothings. Then when you now open it, you can exclaim. There can be exclamation. Thank you. And when it is 7 like that, it signifies completeness. It signifies a rest. So people will be happy to break it and eat it. And in divinity, we have God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So you now try to, there is always a way of bringing spiritual inclination.
Like it's not about enough.
It's not about enough. That is God and humanity.
Yes.
That's God and humanity. You are finished with God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then you come into man, extension.
Or the 4 market days.
Or the 4 market days. There must be a way people interpret the segment of kola nut based on their own cosmology. Yes. So that is it. It's not something you just have to, and again, when you need to go beyond it. There are people that doesn't have kola nut in their house when you visit, and when you go, they say akolamonoji. They are trying to tell the importance of that kola nut. They can bring other things like drink and say, yes. They are trying to tell you that kola nut is the one that should stand, not what they are giving to you.
Good. So now that we have it, because we are always looking at the viewer, particularly the younger ones, trying to make them understand some of these things. Like Reverend mentioned, you have a number of segments, whether it is 3, whether you call it lobes, whether you call it whatever, and you have 5, and you have 7 or more. The strange part of it is that before you open it, you may not even know that they are up to 6. You may think it is just 2. And then you open it and you start seeing that. So why has nature imbued kola nut with such quality? Why is it that it's like that? Sometimes you just think it's 2. And probably the Ojibo, because they're nothing, the Alja Hausa or whatever, is always like 2.
Magic.
It's always 2.
Magic.
I don't know whether it is magic. But why do you have Ojibo and Oji Hausa?
As you said about the looks and the spiritual connotation given to them, the sections of the looks. As the man of God rightly said, kola is shrouded in deep mysteries. It's a mysterious thing. It's not ordinary. I was to ask, why can't somebody know how many that are inside? So the only person that can interpret it is unless the person had the spirit of the gods. You get me? It's not something you. So that covering shows that it's shrouded in mystery. Which when you uncover, you see what the mystery will dissect it through according to ethnic cosmology, ethnic interpretation of meanings.
Okay.
So, like whenever you open, like if you open, that's called what they call ikenga. 3 ikenga, that is 3 poles. Well, you know that whenever something has 3 poles, it has stability.
Okay.
Everything. So it's a good omen. When you open it, it's good omen. Then when it has 4, Eke, Ole, Afo, Unko, that is north, south, east, and west. The 4 cardinal poles of the earth where the cosmic powers are concentrated. Then when it goes to 7 means perfection and dominion, fertility, prosperity. But in Igbo cosmology, whenever you open a kola and it's 7, it must be kept. Then you get a good native cock, because it means 7 means that it brings good luck, extraordinary fortune. So it must be celebrated because we believe that the spirit controls the physical. That color that is 7, there's something great, good is coming. So we welcome it because that's why Igbos are they know what faith is. Because even the Bible said faith is seeing what is in future now. That is faith. That is no faith. So that means that our Igbo understanding about color says whatever you get when you open that collar, even it's used in alpha in divination. Have you seen? So, and there's a kind of collar you get if it's only one pass or job. That one is left to the deity. It's not an ordinary. It's really a mystery.
So there will be no segment.
Is not, you can't eat it.
There's no segment.
Yes, you don't. It's used by top traditionalists in some spiritual works, okay, as they know. I'm not an expert in that field. So what I'm saying that the covering of a collar means it is really mystery, which only comes out when it is opened. Then how the people who opened that mystery receive it depends how it will manifest in their lives.
Yes, we call it breaking the collar now.
Breaking the collar. When you break it, I don't break it with knives, with sharp objects. Don't break. That's like even the Holy Eucharist, the bread in the communion. You don't break it with knife.
I think Reverend has warned you about trying to try the two.
No, we know what they call comparative religious studies.
Okay.
So you need to do. So you have not seen a Reverend Father, a priest of the Christian church, using knife to break.
We're not talking about that. We don't do it.
That color knot is the living body of the deity. Then why represent the blood of the deity? That is why in the interwoven, when the body and the blood are interwoven, that's why when you take Holy Communion, you receive a strange power in you to do what is impossible. It means that the divinity has entered in you to become a spiritual being. So whenever you order kola nut appropriately, you with it you can pronounce the unseen and they will become flesh. Okay. Then turning the word into flesh. So there are a lot of things surround kola nut in Igbo traditional understanding. So it's not something you play with. It's something that you use to determine your present and your future in life. So and it's something you can even use to address your past so that you have a better future.
Yeah. So let me go back to the Reverend, because some Christian faithful, some people, some sects, they do not believe in kola nut. What's the problem?
Well, let me start from disabusing the mind of my good brother.
If you can disabuse it now.
Because some of the issues he raised was tending to be superstitious.
Yes.
There is as much as I know, there is no issue where you use knife to break kola nut, it will devalue
its
strength. No, that I said as much as I know. And I said let me disabuse you.
Kola is a mysterious fruit. You can't use knife to break it. Okay, no problem.
I agree with what you said, but I'm saying let me disabuse your mind. Now that it's even in rare cases now, you don't use nail or your hand to break kola nut because people fear you can poison the other by doing such.
Yes.
So the truth of the matter is that kola nut, the actual proper name of kola nut is the beginning. The beginning. You cannot start anything, conversation with human to human, with human to gods, human to spirit, without bringing what? Kola nut. Even in libation, you use kola nut first. I'm not a native this thing, but for those that practice it, you use kola nut first before you bring in a drink.
Yeah, but we wear what we wear
yes.
before the you know,
even the only communal one is libation. The only communal one is libation.
Our parents, before there is a commencement of matters, they bring what? Kola nut. That one you mentioned, the non-kola nut, the one that has no segment. They use it to do rituals.
That's what is it.
And you know, when they use to do it, it means stagnation. They can use it to manipulate somebody. You will just be revolving like that. No, I happened to join someone in a vehicle, and the person was telling me issues about kola nut.
Okay.
And that was the first time I heard it, that if they use a kola nut without segment to conduct a ritual on somebody, that person go anywhere, that person will remain like that. No increase, no advancement.
Stagnancy.
You understand? So we understand too well that of all seed, kola nut is special. Even there are ones that will try to break themselves on their own in that their segment, and they use rope and tie it. When you come to buy it, they use rope and tie it.
Put them together.
It means that kola nut speaks. Even on their own, they speak. And when you involve it with gods, there must be a communication. Do you understand?
That's what is called divination.
Yes, there must be a communication. And it is the spirit that understands the voice of the spirits. It's only that we as human beings, we try to, it's either we abuse a process or we undermine the importance of that very, very particular thing. Kola nut should be respected. Kola nut should not be abused. And you mentioned of we as Christians, how do we respond to it? Now, we do not place too much importance to it. Reason is that the blood of Jesus Christ speaks better things than any kind of material things. You understand? But because of the foundation we are all coming from, you still have to observe that you count one before you count two. And in discussion, in matters, anywhere you go, if you don't have kola nut, you have not started. You bring an egg, it's conventional. Even though it's a seed, they will still ask you, where is a kola nut? Even to the point of getting a bitter kola. They are all fruits that are very, very important. And so in Christianity, we give respect to that seed, kola nut, but we do not give it to have a preferential advance more than our faith.
I understand what you're saying, Reverend, because part of why I'm talking with you is that I don't want the Peter commitment to mix up things for me, in my mind's eye. Now, because a friend of mine, a professor, he had an occasion and he refused to bring kola nut, and the Igwe was, but even the Igwe stayed though.
Okay.
He stayed, but he wasn't. At the end of the day, when he made his comment, he said, "Look at that Igwe is here. You didn't even bring kola nut."
Okay.
Why should the Igwe stay? That's how good this Igwe worship. A traditional ruler stays where there's that kola nut represents the throne that gave him ordination as an Igwe. But the kola nut is a synergy, is symphony with the deities and ancestors. So there's no way Igwe will stay where there's no kola nut. The Igwe is the traditional pope, the traditional archbishop of Canterbury. So how can a pope stay when you tell him that you bring a deity to pray with it? So that Igwe who stayed there, ethically, is wrong.
But the Igwe should have also
what
the component of meeting,
and that's
component of meeting. So that you now tell them these things are supposed to be there. Not until when it comes and is not there, you now react to it.
Prof, if a great man of God, as I call it, I call them, or Pope, or Archbishop, or GO, attends a ceremony.
Okay, now we are going to take a break. When we take a break, we come back and continue with the discussion. We continue with you when we come back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, so we want to continue from you, really, Mazi, because you said something, but I also respect the interjection, his own view about it, that the Igbo should have told them what would be there for him to
the component of meeting.
Yes, for him to be there, because it's important. Even though my brother was too, I don't know whether to call it jacketed, but he believes that there should be no orgy, that he is a born again, and so on and so on. It confuses me.
Yeah. It is very wrong.
Why is it that people talk about being born again? They don't want to bring orgy. They don't want to bring palm wine. I mean, are they fighting the tradition? What's happening?
When Jesus was talking to that woman of Samaria, he told her that a time is coming when true worshippers will worship God in truth and in spirit, not in location, not in appearance, not in methodology, but in genuinity.
Yes, in essence.
In sincerity. Now, what you eat, what makes a ship to sink in the ocean is the water that gets into it, not the water that surrounds it. Believers need to understand that our character is more important than what we say. That you bring a cola nut in a meeting does not define your identity. That you bring a cola nut before a meeting as a beginning does not make you a herbalist. It's a fruit that has been culturally, traditionally, morally ordained to spearhead a discussion, a gathering, activities. So what is the need than to give it the honor it deserves? And when you don't do that, people even begin to question your credibility of a person. I say, this thing that has been before this person was born. And you will not have any verdict to defend it. That this is why you don't, there's no amount of garden egg you will use that will defeat the emblem of kola nut. There is no amount of granite you will bring that people will say, just that kola nut. You see how people will honor it. So when you bring it into being, you as a person you create credibility on yourself.
Good. Yeah. So now, because we are trying to speak about that, my friend that refused to bring kola nut, and he sees that he's a Christian.
The refusal to present kola nuts to the traditional ruler that attended
to the people.
To the people is a gross disrespect, an inexcusable disrespect to himself and to his roots, because the kola nut represents the Igbo roots, and even the Bible said charity begins at home. And let me remind us, Christ was never a Christian. Yes. He did not come to teach us about, they called him the Christians. It's not even from, Christ did not call them Christians. The normal thing to call people who follow Christ is disciples of Jesus Christ. Disciples. So what I'm not saying is that, why would someone who claims to know God doesn't know the roots, his roots that brought him to know God? We invited a traditional ruler to an occasion and failed to bring kola nuts. And it is even abnormal for the traditional ruler should not tell him to bring the kola nut. He or she, as any Igbo, knows that the first thing to bring to traditional ruler is kola nuts, because he represents the traditional roots of the land.
Yeah, but so you don't like the idea of the man telling you what he has to come with.
No,
I think it's important.
No, it's important.
The time that God signed, made the covenant with Abraham.
Yeah.
He told him, bring this one.
Okay.
Bring this one. Bring this one.
How will they know if they don't have anybody to
okay, it's important.
So
but you know that when an Igwe or even an Ozo comes to your occasion, that's something you have to give to him. What is going on? Igwe or an Ozo is a priest. Is a priest. Igwe is the head of the whole priest that serve the deities of the land. He's the whole priest. So that's why whenever I say an Igwe is a Christian, born again, I become disturbed. It baffles me.
Why should you do so?
No. There is nothing concerns. It's a topic for another day. There's nothing concerns a traditional ruler with the throne of Jesus Christ. We treat it. I'm not talking. We treat it. Let us delve into it.
Yeah, but because I'm confusing now.
Any Igwe
cannot be a bonus.
Any Igwe somebody who is ordained, the throne of Igwe has the authority of the ancestors and deities of the land.
Yes.
And there's no relationship between the traditional deities and ancestors and the throne of Christ.
Who told you that?
Excuse me. Once you accept to become an Igwe, you have given up anything concerning Christianity. In fact, you are not even a Christian. Let me finish.
His interpretation.
Let me tell you true. They call him traditional ruler. Okay, do you know that it is really wrong when Igwe is praying to use Oji, Igwe in his regalia, in his authority as Igwe, you use Oji, and you say the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. It's wrong ethically. Ethically, it is wrong. Philosophically, it is wrong. Excuse me. When an Igwe prays,
Christ is Alpha and Omega.
When an Igwe prays, Igwe should invoke, if it's no man, he said, and the deities of the land, he has no concern with Jesus Christ. Igwe has no concern with Jesus Christ. I will prove it. No, don't say that. No. Igwe has no, the throne of Christ and the throne of the deities of the land, they have no affinity.
They are not fighting.
They have no affinity.
No, they are not fighting.
It's important that my brother understands that the Bible says that the earth is of the Lord and the fullness thereof.
Yes.
Yes, you said well that Jesus Christ was not a Christian. You are right. Jesus Christ was Christ. He came to make people Christians. He was Christ and he came to make people what? Christians. Now, in a community,
you know that
we have people that are traditionalists in a community. They are serious adherents to culture and tradition. Now, when they hold the seed orgy, you know, before we come to that, when they hold the seed orgy to make libations or pray or make a statement or whatever, do you understand? Now, they call on the name of the Lord. If they said in Jesus' name, it's not a crime. Reason is that the other one that have not been regenerated, that is not born again, can pray with any other name. But the Igwe that is born again, Igwe born again, can pray in Jesus' name. Now listen, amen and ise are two parallel same word. Amen for the Christian, ise for the
traditional man.
Cultural people, traditional person. So yes. So you know that the born again person say amen. It has defied the essence of soul or not. No, it is still in efficacy. But that is the language that the born again Igwe will use. Now, coming again also to the community, if the light of God shines in a community, the power of that kola nut will even increase. Because God has entered into it. He doesn't destroy the power of the kola nut. You know, kola nut, we need to understand the sensitivity of it. If you eat it too much, there are chemical components in it. It's
acidic.
No, not acidic.
It will remove sleep from your eyes. Telling you that it has a spiritual connotation. What does people go for night vigil to do? To stay awake and pray. So kola nut to remove sleep from your eye is for you to be alert. It will dissolve anything called sleep. So what are you staying awake to do? You are awake to see the gods. But if you don't see any God, then you do not apply the power of the kola nut. So you have abused it by eating it in excess. So we need to understand that kola nut didn't come to make trouble for humanity. It is here to be a complement to the process of life.
Reverend, I think he has a problem. The way he has that, I don't think he has read his Bible very well. Because Jesus said that I have not come to destroy the law.
Yes, to fulfill it.
I have come to fulfill it.
It may seriously be that he is seeing kola nut only from the angle of the tradition.
I'm not saying, I said it will be a topic for another day. When we will discuss if a true Igwe can be a true born again.
Of course.
I will defend. Sure, it will be a topic for another day. Let us focus on what we're doing. It will be a topic for another day.
Except
excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. When you are being ordained as a reverend father,
yes.
You're ordained before the Holy Eucharist.
Yes.
Before the Holy of Holy of the Catholic Church. Then, do you know what the process is before a true also Igwe is ordained? Those who ordained him, those who give him the throne, are not the Jesus Christ and the Holy Ghost fire. If it's a no man, the people, the entities, excuse me, not at all. The people that give him the authority to become Igwe is Anye Amanji, Anye Mama, Anye Emego, Anye Obrego, the whole did the whole land of Nome. Mvuna, Mvuobodo, Oji. The whole deity is an attitude gave him authority. There's no bishop come there, no pope come there, no GO come, no church GO come. What are you? So forget about it. Let us not confuse ourselves. Sometimes I hear Igwe is carried to the church. They are doing mass. You see an Igwe kneeling down for a pastor or front of pray for who? Pray for you. Are praying for an Igwe is a living deity. An Igwe is a living deity.
Have you forgotten that the Bible says in the
An Igwe is a living ancestor.
I think there's a place that Christ was able to show them hand. Even in that, even in Exodus, even in all that he was going to give all the gods.
Even in origin, listen, know what origin represents.
Yes.
When somebody comes to you, you go to somebody's place.
Yes.
Don't just not present origin. Even if he gives you a cow, don't take that cow.
That's what he said.
So now, origin represents the Christocentric philosophy of do unto me as I will do unto you.
Good.
Begin. So origin encapsulates the Christology. Christ consciousness.
And then why are you not saying that Igwe cannot be a born again?
That I'm talking of the kind of born again, whereby you center on Christianity. Igwe they can never be a Christian. Why? Has any bishop or reverend father prayed with Uvuna or Uvuobodo? Why should he? But why should an Igwe mention the name of Jesus Christ when he's praying?
Wait.
It's wrong.
No, wait.
He's not serving Jesus Christ. He is serving the deities of the land and ancestors. He has no concern with them. I've said it. I prove it. Let us make it a topic for another day. We need to trash it.
No, Pastor is.
I think my brother needs to understand that there is what we call demonic captivity.
What is demonic? Whenever it's concerned what is demonic?
I think you need.
Whenever it's concerned deities and ancestors, it becomes demonic. But whenever it's called born again and believers become godly now.
You know when we are doing reasoning,
you know a Christian.
You have to be liberal.
I'm a Christian too.
Yeah, I think you need to understand that there is what is called demonic captivity.
Whatever contribution is always recognized as demonic by you people are pastors. That's why you have enveloped the minds of the people. I'm telling the truth.
When in a community, you see people dying before their time.
Well, there exist answers
of families. You know, you are always mentioning your place, your place. And
has Christ is it deities that are killing them, or allowing to say what you want to say?
When the light of God shines into that community, you know there are forces, there are causes, there are covenants that inherited by our forefathers. The light of the gospel comes to quench them. John 10 verse 9 tells you that the enemy, the devil, Satan, comes to do what? To kill, to steal, and to destroy. Verse 10 says Jesus he said, I have come
to give life,
that you will have life.
And have it in abundance.
Every community is a product of darkness. Darkness
I don't believe
covered every community before the light.
I don't believe it.
Light always
the sins of the past. The sins of the present is more than the sins of the past.
No, that is a different context we are talking about. Okay. We are saying that for a community to be delivered, there is a captivity. And the Igwe that is the apex leader of that community receiving Christ ought not to go and be praying in the language of the captivity, but in the language of
captivity. I think we continue this discussion. I want to thank you, just because I always want to say, because what is your last word for the viewer, particularly the young ones among us?
About Oji.
Yes, about Oji.
In Oji is a traditional.
Some of them might be wanting to go for.
Oji
want to go for traditional.
Oji is a traditional Holy Communion. It is a food. It is a food to communicate with the living, the human and gods. Okay. So whenever you open Oji, accept the spirit of God in it, and whatever it says to you, do it accordingly, and you have life in you.
Yeah, right.
Yes, my own is that our fathers, our parents, ought to transfer certain knowledge they have to the new generation, especially in Kola North, because any child that doesn't know anything about it, the tendency of abuse will be there. Okay. But if the child understands it, he will operate normally.
Okay. So I want to thank our brothers who have come to help us. Ordinarily, we would have even brought the issue of women and so on and so on. Even though they sell it, they are not given to breaking it, like Michael Jaya said, and so on and so on and so on.
The smallest boy will break it.
Thank you. So that will be the issue for another day. Why it should be like that. So having said that, we thank God for today, and we hope for better days ahead. I would just say thank you.
Thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Ud.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Ndewo, afambo Mrs. Fidelia Okeke. Ana m azụ afịa na New Haven Market. Mụnwa bụ past woman leader New Haven Market. Thank you. Na nke mbụ ekene m niile na-agalụ His Excellency Barrister Peter Mbah bụ gọvanọ Enugu steeti. Ana m ekene ya maka ọrụ ọma ọ na-alụ n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụrụ ma ọ na-alụ ọrụ, ọ na-alụ ọrụ n'Enugu steeti. And o melụ ka ife dịla anyị mfe n'Enugu steeti. Ekene dịlụ gọvanọ anyị wee na-asị ya lụrụ gaba ya deme.
Mana ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-eti mkpu si na ihe siri ike ịbata afịa tata ọ bụghị ihe igwe tata ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata echi, ọ bụghị ihe igwe ga-enye ya ka ọ ga-abịa ịbata tata. Ka o si wee dị nwa na-azụ afịa.
Ihe ndị mmadụ na-ekwu bụ eziokwu, mana ị na-anya ọ bụrụ osiro n'aka gọvanọ Enugu steeti ya bụ mmiri si n'isi wee gbalụrụ na-agbadata, maka na ọ bụrụ ihe gọvanọ anyị ga-eme ka ọ dị mfe ọ ga-eme ya n'eke n'ụzọ ọ na-edozisili anyị. Malụkwa na mmalụ na ụzọ ndị ime obodo na-esi n'ime obodo bupụtala anyị nri. Ọ bụrụ na ụzọ adịrọ mma fama mbupụtala anyị nri. Ihe siri ike bụ eziokwu, o siri ike. Nri ọnụ, enwe ndị nri ọnụ na-anị, economy dị bad. Mana kedu ihe anyị ga-eme? Ọ bụrụ ihe anyị ga-akwụsị ozugbo, mana ọ ihe anyị ga-eji nwayọọ wee malụ ka anyị ga-esi wee na-arazie. Abịakwuonu na-ekwuzienu fuel, a na-agazi aga na fuel. And ịma na fuel bụ ihe moto ji aga, and without transportation o nwere ihe ga na-aga aga n'obodo. Maka na moto a ka mmadụ ga-abanye jee mkpe ya, moto a ka a ga-eji si ebe ọbụla bute ihe a na-ele. Anyị nwa na-ego ewurukwa moto jekwa bute tinye na shop anyị. Mana kịta ọ na-afịazi arụ maka na gịnị? Fuel agalaga ọnụ. Fuel agalala ọnụ bịa mee ihe niile tinye ego. Nke ị na-ego bụ 500 maka na fuel agalaga ọnụ, ije igwe ị na-egozi 1000. So nke a bụgodo a major problem issue of this fuel. Now ọzọ dịka ibia gị, enwekwa m aṅụrị nne ihe gọvanọ Mbah melụ nyaa, maka na nyaa nọọsụ ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị petty traders a nọcha n'ụzọ na-enwero shop na-azụ afịa na ha ma na-akwụzi tax n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụ ezigbo ihe magburu onwe ya, maka na ndị a na-azụ afịa tebụl olo anyị na-akpọ ha petty traders maka income, obele income ha ji azụ ya, ha nwere shop. So nke a nwe loan bụkwa ọdịmma nke. Then ọzọ dịka ibia bụrụkwa inekwa anyị ihe na-eme n'obodo kịta. Insecurity dị ebe niile. O mezele ndị mmadụ adịghị ejezi farm. Onye na-eje farm ọchịli uche n'aka, ọtụtụ ka a na-egbu na farm. Ada harvest zi lee Easter agbacha kịta, ama m ego na igolu ọkụkọ, ama m ego na igolu green pepper. Green pepper anyị na-ego bụ 500, 200, na nke nwe ibukazi ibu igo ya 1000, mana igochala ya 3000, 4000. Ọ bụrụ maka gịnị? Ihe na-eme n'ugwu Hausa. Onye debe arụ na o metụtara ya, ọ na-emetụta everybody, because ọ na-eme n'ugwu Hausa o deprive onye flow maka ndị ọrụ adị, ndị na-akọ ugbo adị ejezi farm. Now anyị nwa na-ebudatalụ nwobele a ga-ebudatala anyị ọgala ọnụ a na-ekwuzi okwu anụ ihe dịka anụ efi a na-esi ugwu Hausa ebudatala anyị nke a nọzi n'enu ọjị mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ kịta no mmadụ one ka na-ata anụ so ịbịa n'anya itin zulo ebe niile as far as ị nọ na Nigeria ọ na-emetụta gị one way or the other.
ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dị ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-emetụkeri n'ahụ ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị na-eme n'anyị ka ọ ga-esi gaa n'ihu ọ dị mma.
Ndụmọdụ na-adụ nwaanyị ọbụla na-ekele mbụ onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ihe bịara abịa ga-ana ana maka na anyị tinye ebe obi na ya anyị nwa bụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka na anyị na-ebu afọ ime chịa nwa ọ dafịa anyị ara BP set in a na-ekwu na BP set in stroke esoli ya so onye ọbụla jiri nwayọọ ịbụla onye na-azụ azụ ịzụta tinyekwala ya bụ profit mana emeni ya ka ọ bịa fịabazie onye ga-ego arụ gị na ngwa afịa nwa the end of the day adọlụ so ka onye ọbụla nyere ibe ya aka ma onye na-ele ma onye na-abịa ego ka anyị niile malụ na anyị bụ ofu. Thank you.
Afa m bụ Oriakụ Patience Ọkụ Adejeje mba 1 n'Isokom.
Adejeje mba 1
n'Isokom.
Enweghị otu. Daalụ rinne. Nkata anyị taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ịna-anya ihe na-eme n'obodo ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị gị state of the economy onye Igbo asị gị ọnọdụ obodo anyị a biko dịka onye na-azụ afịa anyị na-anya n'ihe kpọsacha dịka onye na-azụ afịa biko ka ị ga-esi wee kọwaa ọnọdụ obodo anyị ọ dị mma ka ọ dị njọ.
Daalụ na ajụjụ anyị jụrụ m dịka onye na-azụ afịa ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo a adịrọ mma chacha nke bụ na ọ na-emetụta anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne maka na ine ka ọnọdụ si nọdụ ịya akpọsa ọ dịka o nwere onye ya ajụ gị ese na ajụrụ gị ese ma ọ bụ bịa gote gị a pụtara na ndị mmadụ achọrọ igolu gị nyaba afịa kama na onye pịa aka na akpịa ọ mara ma ọ ya batana na ọba afịa mmadụ kwebe ọnụ afịa ifuru na ọ na-emetụta anyị rinne
maka onye akpịa gwara eziokwu
ịpịa aka na akpa gị efu gbam ịpịa aka na akpa onwe ife dị na ya ịzọpụrụ njem bataba afịa bụ igote ife mana ọnọdụ akụnụba obodo anyị ya bụ ife fịara arụ rinne ọ fịara arụ onye nsogbu ihe na-akpagodi gị mkpa n'ụlọ inenesie icheki akpa gị ifu na o nwere ife dị na ya ịkado nọ na n'ụlọ mana ọ bụ na ịpị aka pịta something nwe ihe ịpịchapụta ịgbapụ ọsọ onye bụ na anyị nwa bụ ndị afịa ilebekwa n'afịa nwebe aṅụrị mana ọ na-enye nsogbu rinne
ịma ndị ụfọdụ pụta dịka onwe onye ọnọdụ ya onwe onye o dobere ute biya ma onye na-azụ azụ ma onye bịara ego onye ọbụla na-eti mkpu na echiche nke gị ọ dịghị ka gịnị bụ ihe butere ajọ ọnọdụ anyị na-afụ n'obodo anyị kịta
o nwerekwa onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya iche maka ama m na ka ọ dịbe oke bụ ka ọ dịbe ọgịnị maka gịnị ọrụ anyị pụtasị otu a ị na-akọ ka ọ dịbe gị ana m akọkwa ka ọ dịbe m ifu na o nwere onye ọ tọrọ ute na biya na ya bụ ife na-agbacha onye ọbụla arụ o nwere onye ọ ka ala mma iche ịnebe anya n'obodo anyị kịta ọtụtụ ihe bụ ihe na mụ onwe m uche bụ ihe na-akpata nke m makwa na ndị ọzọ na-ekwupụtakwa ihe gbasatalụ ọ dị m ka ya bụ mmiri o site n'isi mmiri wee gbalụtaba o wee na-emetụta onye ọbụla ịna-anya n'obodo anyị kịta ihe mmanụ eji anya ụgbọala fuel gaa n'enu ọjị ọ bụ ọzọ mmadụ niile mgbe mbụ bụ ịpụta moto a na-echikọrọ ibie mana kịta ọrụ inwe ya ego iji agbanye fuel wee bupụtebe ya n'ụzọ ịna-anya ife na ndị mmadụ paakịchazi moto fa were ụkwụ na-akụ ya mana ngwa ngwa ya bụ ego mmanụ afọ tinyere ego ife niile arịa n'enu ọjị ọ narazi ekwe mmetụta aka ụgbọ mmanụ ụgbọala so n'ihe butere ife esimike kachakwa n'ebe ndị afịa nọ.
Enebe anya ka o si aga n'echiche nke gị ọ dị gị ka ọ gịnị ka ọ ga-eme ka ị ga-esi wee kwụọ onye ukwu ka ihe ọ dị ka ọ ga-eme ọnọdụ anyị dịtụma mma?
Ngọ nwanne m like imetụrụ nke a aka ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ dịkwa ma taksị asị anyị kwụọ asị ndị afịa niile kwụba ma ị kpọsara lee ma ị kpọsararị ịkwụọ taksị mana ekele dị Chineke aka m asịkwa onye sịrị anyị kwụba taksị a ya gwetunata aka mana ana m anụ kepu na gọvanọ Petermbah asịgo ndị na-akwa baro ma ọ bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ma ụmụ nwoke na-akpọsacha afịa tebụl n'ụzọ fapụsisi anya bụ ịkwụ taksị na-asọ bụ na nke a bụ eziokwu na ekene dịrị gọvanọ anyị gọvanọ Ndụbụisi nke na-achị Enugu steeti mana o nwekwa ọtụtụ ife ndị ọzọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka maka ama m na o si n'isi dịka m kwuru na mbụ ọ bụ na gọvanọ ha ga-enyere anyị aka jọkwanụ onye isi ala ka ewetuo n'ọnụ fuel a maka eji m n'aka na ewetu ọnụ fuel ngala ọnụ ya na ọ ga ihe niile ga-agbadata maka na akpara aka ebe afọ onye ọbụla ndị ụgbọala dazi ekwezi ijegodo ime obodo igote ife ofu ife ahụ a ga-ebunu gị nata a ga-ebunu gị je eticha ego anwa o mezie ngwa afịa agala ọnụ n'ọnya bụ ihe nna ya.
Daalụ nne dịka nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ kee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọkwa n'ụfọdụ ọnọdụ a maka ọtụtụ ndị ka ọnọdụ a meburu isi gasa ọtụtụ ndị ka ha ma ha amaghị ojije na kee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị.
Ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m enwekwa m ndụmọdụ a bụ na anyị ga-enwe ndidi wetuo obi na chinchi siri ụmụ ya na ife dị ọkụ ya emechaa ọjụọ oyi maka ekwenyere m n'ebe Chineke nọ na ife mfiamarụ ada adịgide ọ ka ya eme Chineke emekwala anyị ebere ihe niile adajụ. Ọzọ bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-enwe ndidi anwa ewetuo obi baa na be gị ịma nwoke ịra menata onwe gị otu afọ izizi na-eche na mgbe gara aga n'iji okporoko jiri mkpụrụ azụ jiri crayfish jiri kanda na-esi ofe icheta na ọnọdụ agbanwego imenata iwefunata ụfọdụ na onwero ka iticha ha ncha o nwekwa ike ndị na-etiri ọkara ihe ahụ itinyere ofe ha atọkarịkwa nke gị so ineba anya ịpịakọnata nwa akpa gị oke ọra ka ọ ghara ife anya arụrụ nne ọnya ka ndụmọdụ na-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m.
Ọ bụrụ onye nwọsị na cut your clothes according to size. Ada
cut clothes kịta according to size. Nọ ine ka clothes gị ra ịkwalụ oke ọ ya akwata nwuru gị. Ọ bụrụ nke enu ka ọ ya clothes gị ya akwata nwuru gị cut ịkwala enu rapụ nke mgbada ọ bụrụ nke mgbada ịkwa debe maka ịkọtụwa ka ịra akwa gị nwere ike ya ma ya ezu na gị arụ. Ọkụ ya bụ
daalụ ekene gị.
Afọ m bụ Sunday Nnaji onye Akịgbu Ugwu ụmụ atọgbọ ụmụ Akịgbu Ugwu mgbe nka n'elu so ọnọdụ anyị n'obodo a na maazị nkwue na ọ na-agba m anya mmiri because of na ihe ndị nna nna anyị na-anọghịzi ndụ fụchara ọ bụ na ha nọ kịta a ga-asị n'ụwa emebigo na ọkụsọ na ọ bụghị ọjọọ ọnọdụ ha hụrụ ụwa ka ọ na-egochizie so mana onye dị ndị anya ma njin ọsọ wee je gbuo owie n'ihe ọ na-ahụ nwakwa ma ihe dị kịta ike oshiri ọ bụ na otu a ka ochie mgbe nna nna anyị ha nọ many people ama nnọkwa ndụ na-ahụ ya na-echi na-ekiri ya ọchara akụkọ maka ịtọnụkwa dịkwa ihe ya hụkwa dọda side ka e were so ọ bụrụ ya na-ekwu ọ bụrụ ya tụbụrụ okwu so obodo a na-anọ dịka oshiri nke akpa chi na-asata a na-achị ka ọ dị mma ya na-ahụkwu ya na-ahụ abụ ka ọ na-adị njọ wee mgbe chi satara achị na ọbịa ya nọchikịta chibụ anụ ọzọ chi na-efoto ọ bụghị ihe na taa ka ị na-ana echi many things story enweghị ọnọdụ weji sekuriti ọ bụ sekuriti ka a ga-ekwu echi weji ndị nchekwa ọsọsọ chukwu na-echechi mmadụ na onye nchekwa niile agago ọtago onye Chukwu na-echekwa mmadụ Chukwu na-echekwa ihe na mgbe a na-evuji mmadụ ka ahụ ọkụkọ bịa ovuru egbe mpụtakwa ovuru ọkụkọ ụta ka mmadụ ibe mmadụ si evujiri mmadụ ibe o wegheji n'oho dọp ọsọ Chineke esokwe na-achite chi esokwe ụta ka isi ndụ ya ndị nke n'ebe nke egbe akpọrọ ta isi so ọ bụzi ka ezi ebe nchekwa anyị wejiri ọ bụzi ndị ọchịchị anyị ka a na-enekwuchi anyị wezi nchekwa Chukwu bihe na-echekwachi mmadụ ụmụ ogbenye kịta so ihe m nwere ike ikwu n'ọnọdụ a na-anọ for me abịa jụrụ nke ezinụlọ ọ bụ ya na-akwụ n'ụgwọ ekwu mgbe gara aga bụ a na-akwụ kịta ọtago mgbe nke kịta anụnwa bụzi ọ kachi njọ ọtago tem na-agwụ na-adụ be ka abanye tem ọzọ ya chịrịpụta kwuturukwu ị ga na-akwụkọtakwa gbagogide ka ịkwụwuo ya ihe bet amandụ uju n'ukwu ọtago so weji ebe ha si eme ka ọnọdụ a katara detawa mma ya na-eme ya eme ka ọ na-aka njọ everyday chichi na-asa ka ọ na-aka njọ ọtago so na aghọtaghị m isi ụwa anyị nọ kịta ọtago
daalụ rinne dịka nna nọ n'ezinụlọ kee ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ ndị nna ndị ọzọ na-afụkwa ọnọdụ anụnwa anyị nọ ya
ndị nna adịghị ma sista bụ na mmadụ achị na onye chi ya na-egbughe mmadụ ama mgbughe and onye nke na-ezubeghekwe na amachi ka eje wuo because of nke eje tinye isi n'ụdọ wuo ọ ebe ọ ga-aka njọ na ọ bụ onye ọbụla ohe okwukwe na Chineke na one day na ọ ya adị mma ị gbawakwa mbọ na ọbụla ị ga-eri ugwu na-agba okwu na-agbachi ike na ehe Chukwu na ọ ya adị mma ọsọ ihe okwukwe mmadụ ibe na ọ ya adị mma ma sista onye kwere nkwa ike ikwuchigodo nwa gị lele asị ga-agbarizi end of the day ọwọghị na ọ bụrụ ka ị gị mmeri na ọka mma na ije gị n'ịtụkwasị Chukwu obi na Chukwu bụ ịma na ọbịa bie ga-asọ avocado problem ihe a na-akwụ maka ọwụ ike iwe isi ọtago so my sister onweghị onye ọbụla makwa ka ọ ga-esiwe gwa onye nke ọ bụ ya na okwu ya gwa ya tụkwasị obi Chukwu na ụwa ndị na ọ ya adị mma gbachiwe mbọ ọ na-agba ike ọsọfọ kwuru sọsọ ihe na-enye m obi ọcha na-ekwe m zer bụ na from ọchịrị anyị nọ from agbamụmba ka ga-esiwe rift anyị up ebe a ga-esiwe vini anyị so onwe mgbe ọ chara na agbamụmba anyị ga-esi wee yekwa ihe anọda sọfa ọtago sọsọ ihe na-enye m ọgụ na ndụ a
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
in a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agha nna. Ọ dị na social media. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from Aneke TV's Enugu studio.
And I am Princess Kana Chama. It's a beautiful Friday morning. You're welcome.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. We urge you that it's time to go grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a good Friday, and we are in the thank God it's Friday zone. But Choma, you're looking very. Since Monday, you've been looking amazing. I mean, astonishing. And I could tell you for a fact that Mr. Uche could be right with what he has been saying.
I know that Mr. Uche is playing the chopper for you. Is there something you're not? Even me said that I will tell him. I am surprised.
No, you should not be surprised because
it feels like there's something you're not telling us.
No,
it's time for Ashedi.
Today is Friday, and you're looking all Friday. And Mr. Uche too is when I saw him.
Yeah, switched to Mr. Uche.
Yeah, because everyone is looking amazing.
When a young man starts looking in one direction, it's maybe an Ashebi calling.
Ashebi cannot call twice. It calls only once.
You're beginning to admire your job.
So I didn't. It was you that started.
You should have allowed me.
Okay, let me allow you.
You should allow me be sending the compliments. Now that you are helping me to send this compliment.
Oh my God.
Are we getting set to get Ashebi?
Me myself, I sure.
There is something that we're not being told though.
Well, it's been a wonderful week. We've seen a whole lot. We've cried, we've laughed, we've vexed from issues that has happened in the week, and finally it's Friday, and it's like we say, thank God it's Friday. It's been in my books, it's been a successful week, even both in our personal life here in the studio and with the plannings adjustments that have been made so far in the past week. So yeah, it's been a long first week in August.
And tomorrow is Saturday. After yesterday, Mr. Uche was already into Friday, and I'm sure that today is his Saturday. So now his tomorrow will be Sunday. Yeah.
But I didn't know how that happened. I felt like yesterday was just Friday. Mentally, I was already living in a Friday, and even till this morning, I still repeated to someone that I lived yesterday as if it was a Friday. I don't know how it happened, but like you rightfully said, Nigeria is always on the speed lane.
Yes.
On the fast throttle lane. No slowing down, things keep popping up. Then when you think that they are slowing down, there's nothing happening, something pops up again. But thank God it's Friday, and we're here.
Thank God it's Friday.
So if there's an after party, that's where we'll go the Friday.
Well, there's no after party, and
they know that some people will be in the rural rugged area. But for those of us who love 759, it's a Friday.
All right, now let's go over to the quote of the day, our inspiration segment here on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV, where we have a quote from Anne Landers. She said, opportunities are usually disguised as hard work, so most people don't recognize them. It's a very short quote, an interesting one. Opportunities are usually disguised as hard work, so most people don't recognize them. So now we are talking about hard work, and from what she's trying to say this morning, opportunities are in those areas that seems to look as though it's not an easy thing to do. So I mean, those things you do that seems not to be easy, that time it takes you to figure out how to embark on a project, how to work on anything that can help you or that can change the course of humanity. It is an opportunity for you to shine, for you to thrive, and for you to grow on, also for you to create employment, and also for you to bring in more hands into the fold. It's a great opportunity, and that opportunity is actually disguised as hard work. That's what Anne Landers is saying this morning. So it means that daily and monthly and yearly, wherever you see yourself, you are seeing it as though you are working so hard, or you are trying to do something that you have not done before. It is important that you understand that it is a process, and that process means that you are going to come out of the light. So whenever you work, even if you're working harder than you think, that's an opportunity to shine, so that when the easy ones come, you can now have your place and have a full life.
Well, I don't think there is ever an easy one, because with every step, we often say this, with more the reward for hard work is more work, and when opportunities present themselves, it's another avenue for you to prove yourself. And in proving yourself has never been easy. Proving your worth, proving your integrity has never been a walk in the park. Some persons do not realize that hard work is opportunity. We pray for opportunities daily. We desire opportunities. We often say, oh, opportunities come but one. Opportunity comes more than once. It is up to you to decipher what these opportunities are in the places where you find yourself, and the jobs that you do, in the environment where you express yourself daily. When you see yourself doing more, it opens you up to more things. If you are secluded and you limit yourself to doing one thing, you don't desire to explore, you don't desire to leave your comfort zone, you will not see those opportunities. So it's when you push yourself to the limit or stretch yourself further that you see these opportunities, and they are presented as hard work.
All right, looking at these quotes, I just realized that all the successful men we know, or those I've come to see or read about, that these are hard workers.
They are hard workers, yes.
We're speaking about opportunities, but I realized that yes, it could be hard work that created those opportunities. Speak about Dangote, Tunelumelu. You see these guys, they work hard. And then, need not mention Mike Adenuga, whom usually operates, even in the office, sometimes 2 p.m. at night. You see him seated and interviewing, staffs and intended staffs and others. So you see that these people that we reverence and admire, that they are hard workers. Need why they say, and I'm not trying to here dismiss the place of fortune and luck, or what the religious people call grace, you understand? But when we work hard, the opportunity invariably creates itself, which is why, often they will tell you that when the hard work will beat talent, if, talent doesn't work hard. And you see a typical example where Cristiano Ronaldo is, when, the football lovers are talking. You see him, so hard-working, and you see the height he has attained. Whereas there are many talented people in the game of football who are more talented than Cristiano Ronaldo, but they've not gotten close to the apex where Cristiano Ronaldo rests at this moment. So it tells us that in any given time, one needs to work hard. Those opportunities will come to those who work hard.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we go right into the weather updates. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and calm with morning temperatures between 24 degrees Celsius and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it becomes warm and humid, reaching 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. Showers and thunderstorms are likely later in the day, especially towards evening.
Today in Enugu, the coal city state, starts warm, calm and refreshing with morning temperatures around 23 and 24 degrees Celsius. The afternoon temperatures may climb to 29 to 30 degrees Celsius with light to moderate rain expected later in the day. The evening might be cool and pleasant after the showers.
Good morning, Abakaleke. The day in Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. It will be among the warmest states in the southeast today, peaking at 30 to 31 degrees Celsius before heavy showers and thunderstorms arrive later in the day.
Welcome to Imo State, where the day begins mild and cloudy, with morning temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. The afternoon temperatures will rise to 29 and 30, followed by showers and a few thunderstorms later in the day.
Good morning, Umaya, Abia State. The day in Abia starts warm with cloudy skies, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will reach 29 to 30 degrees Celsius before moderate rain and occasional thunderstorms develop towards evening.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay warm, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping a person.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. I'll be taking a look at some stories from the newspapers and looking at the stories that are making headlines across major newspapers this morning, talking about the Punch, the Vanguard, the Guardian, the Daily Trust, the Nation, you know, as it appears on the cover stories. All right, starting off, we'll read out the headlines from the Punch newspaper. On the Punch this morning, see Osun account freeze. EFCC boss faces public fury as Tinubu reverses order. EFCC boss faces public fury as Tinubu reverses order. On the Vanguard story, Tinubu to EFCC, defreeze Osun account. On the Guardian story, methane emissions in Niger Delta. How poor regulation shields oil firms, harms host communities. And on the Daily Trust, ICPC clears presidency. On Phantom Council, ICPC clears presidency. On the Nation newspaper, the president asks EFCC to vacate order freezing Osun account.
And joining us with deeper insights on these news issues is revered Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning, and thank goodness it's Friday. We are always looking forward to Friday.
All right, Mr. Res, you've heard the headlines that have been reeled out. Let's listen as we dig deep into these news issues.
We're starting from the Vanguard headline, which says Tinubu to EFCC, go to court, get order to defreeze Osun account. President Bola Tinubu has directed the EFCC to immediately approach the court to vacate the order freezing the Osun State government's bank accounts. Although the anti-graft agency acted within its legal mandate, the president felt the timing close to the gubernatorial election could be misconstrued as federal interference. He therefore ordered the legal reversal to safeguard democratic integrity while maintaining his policy of institutional independence.
Mr. Ress. Why are you laughing?
You know,
you're laughing to the headlines.
yes, because you see, it has been there a little while, and Osun State government have been crying foul that some power, the upper power, is beginning to, do things that will be inimical to the freeness of the election that is coming on 15th. They have crowded out, they have alleged that, they have made claims, and so on and so forth. And now it became so obvious that at this time that people are going to pick up a new leadership for the state, that the EFCC now deemed it expedient to begin to act on what is believed to be a constitutional right per se, but you see, even the president, who is a Democrat, have seen that it is doing the right thing at the wrong time. Although some legal experts says it may be wrong in some aspects, because freezing the account of a state will freeze also the responsibilities of government, the runnings of government. Because the moment you freeze an account of a state, it means you have stagnated that state. I do not know if Constitution primarily gave, or the ICPC Act gave them the right to freeze state accounts. I do not know if it is in the spirit of the lawmaking. That is because sometimes when laws are made, there is the spirit of the law, which may not be the literal meaning or the literal implication of the law made. Then, so they have said they have the constitutional right to do so, to freeze account for 72 hours, even before going to court. Although the president said, the president was even assuming that they may have gone to court to get a legitimate court order to freeze the account. But they did not, because they said that they have right to freeze the account for 72 hours if it is seen to be carrying out some fraudulent deals. And then who convinces the other that the account of the state government is being, used for fraudulent dealings? They said monies were going out. Of course, the state government account money must be going in and out almost all the time, except there's no money there. But naturally, there's always money in the state coffers. Even if they don't have money, they can also get a short-term loan from banks and then replace the money. So the legal opinions, who are majority senior advocates of Nigeria, people who are very knowledgeable in law, and people who are seen to be experts in legal interpretation and all that, said that they are not supposed to do it. Although the EFCC chairman claims it is their constitutional right. But until it is tested in court, we will now know the spirit of the law and why it has to. Of course, the president, in his wisdom, saw that the timing, it is based on the timing that the president took his own action by asking them to defreeze. Whatever you can do, going to court or otherwise, defreeze that account. It is not a good timing for you to freeze the account of a state. But I do not know if the law expressly stated that the anti-graft agency should freeze the account of the state. If they do have the right to do so, then it means they also have the right to freeze the account of federal government. And you see, and we have seen situations where certain things were done, were not accountable, certain accounts, then NPC and all the revenue agencies have not actually given proper accounts, where there are allegations of fraud. They have not taken any action in freezing any of the federal government accounts for one thing or the other. That is an infraction on accountability. So one wonders why EFCC has to go, right out to freeze the account of the state government. beyond the freezing of the state government accounts, we all know that even the police have been doing theirs, arresting officials of the state government, for one allegation of crime or the other. You see, and all these things are happening within the time that the election is just very close by. So one now begins to look at the fact that maybe some powers from the top is beginning to use state power and state agencies to begin to, intimidate the government and those who are interested in re-election. Intimidate them and make things to be very difficult for them. Because at a point, in some states today, also, they are now beginning to come out with policies of paying 200 million before you campaign. And some places like FCT, 750 million before you do a presidential campaign. I wonder if Tinubu, during his presidential campaign, will be seen to have paid 750 million. How much is his salary? Or is the party paying? How much do the party have? Party, where do they get the money from? If it is not money that are siphoned from government accounts everywhere?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Yeah, because that is the allegations that are making rounds everywhere. They said people allege that the government, all the state governments, the federal government, that all the monies they spend in their politicking are monies, gotten from the business of government. And not even that. That's the allegation. And it is very prominent. I wonder, there will be no smoke without fire until they begin to now investigate. That is the area where I would have loved EFCC to come in and investigate and know where all these monies are coming. It should not be one-sided. You see, they are now investigating Osun State in a one-sided investigation because election is just very close by. And during the elections, they will now begin to go to other state governments that are not. Because I have not seen that governments that belong to APC that have been brought to the fore in terms of such investigations and in terms of doing something that has been done in Osun State, where account of the state was frozen. But then, with the president's order to the freeze, I think within a few days, it's about 8 days from now, we'll have an election in Osun State. They should please allow election to be free. People should not be harangued. Security should be put intact, especially when it's an off-cycle election. You can always have over 40,000 police in the state alone to, see for the security of that election. I do not expect that there will be skirmishes, any form of security skirmishes in Osun State, because the police will have the number. And of course, if it warrants adding up from other security agencies as assistance, not at the polling unit, but within the state roads and all that, to ensure that there is adequate security of lives and property, and ensure that people will freely vote and freely wait for their vote to count before they go to their houses, so that the election will be seen to be free, fair, and of course, with that fairness, it will certainly be credible. But because of these problems, the credibility of that election is already, put on the road to doubts. It's already on the road to doubts because the process already has various problems, which will elicit claims and counterclaims by the dramatics personnel.
This is something that we have seen, and I would say kudos to Mr. President for intervening in such a time, because if there was no call or there was no retraction, it would have been said that it it's actually politically motivated. But you are seeing Mr. President intervening, calling the governor of Osun State, you know, directing him and also directing the anti-graft agency, EFCC, that there has been, you know, there's a court that they should go to court and revert the, you know, freezing of the account. We have seen such a thing happen in Benue State, Akwa Ibom State, and Kogi State. But why Osun State seems to be, you know, very pronounced is because of the election that is just nearby. And that's why what Mr. President was saying, that even though maybe there was such an issue, it's not now that EFCC would have, you know, moved ahead to freeze the account. And one of the things I was thinking about when I saw the news, I was like, how many days does it take for a court order to be processed and a state account to be freezed? That's actually what I did. Now we have from the news, we are seeing that the government, the state government, they are saying they are going to check if the account has been, you know, frozen, so that they can start their state, you know, state activities, you know, running their day-to-day activities as a state. So my own is, how long did it take for that account to be frozen? How long did it take?
No, you see, the FCC froze the account of the state government based on what right they have in the constitution to freeze for 72 hours. That is something, it's a mandate that they have right to freeze for 72 hours.
Mr.
After which,
Mr. S, 72 hours to freeze a state government's account?
That is exactly what I now interrogated. That it will now be a matter of pronouncement of court whether they have the right to freeze account of government. Because when you freeze an account of government, it means you have crippled government. Then it may not be in the spirit of the Constitution for you to exercise that right on a state government account. Otherwise, you also have the same right to exercise that same constitutional right on the account of the federal government. So someday, the AFCC can freeze federal government account and everything in Nigeria will be grounded. So that's the argument of these legal experts, saying that it is not done because it means you are now, you know, putting down every activity of government in a state, a federative unit set up by the Constitution. That I wonder, the spirit of that law may not be for you to do that on state government. It may be on other issues where it is absolutely necessary.
All right, we see we see EFCC coming out to defend their action, saying that they had to freeze the account, one of the government accounts, that's how they put it, based on some, you know, irregularities that they observed going on the account, and that they did not need any court order to freeze any account according to their the regulation on the Money Laundering Act, you know, under the EFCC. Now, my question is, and of course, we see that the state government has fined or has, you know, sued EFCC to the tune of 2 billion naira, you know, for what they did. Now, my question is, if it didn't take them, if they didn't need any court order to freeze, why did they necessarily need a court order to unfreeze? Because if no investigation was conducted or no notice was issued to the government to check your account, oh, this is what we're observing, check it or we will freeze it, they just wake up, go ahead and freeze an account, and then we see the government coming out to tell EFCC to go out and freeze. Another question is, what is the sanction? What sanctions are issued to agencies who, you know, I don't know, do things just because they can?
You see, when you talk about sanctions to agencies that do things,
because we are seeing EFCC
when you talk about
refuting.
sanctions,
yes,
the sanctions could come from the National Assembly. That is exactly because that is the oversight function. The National Assembly can sanction such agency, can call for the president to sack
them,
whoever is culpable in doing things that are not supposed to be done.
Now, away from,
come from there. Then your first question is why they
need a court order.
They may not need a court order. It depends on the communication. It depends on the way, the perception from where the president got it. That is exactly why the president said go to court and unfreeze. The president may have thought that they actually went to court formally to get the freezing order. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably knew that, or he knows that at this time.
You are alleging.
Probably alleging, because we understand that things happen with knowledge. On what he has said, okay.
And what he has said is
but away from that, how long? Because we see that this August 15th is just barely a week away. Do we expect that the court resolves this issue, issues them this order prior to this, because they need at least 2-3 days before the election
That
date?
is if AFCC goes to court, or if like Osun State have gone to court. But the AFCC may not need court to unfreeze the account.
Exactly.
So he may have even complied with the order of the president yesterday.
All right. Taking on this issue, there are several angles to it. And when one would want to look at this issue, we must equally give credence to the divergence of opinions. And before the law, you see that all opinions seems right until it's given judicial interpretation. We've seen the case with state of emergency. We've seen different presidents declare state of emergency in some states, and we've seen different actions towards state of emergency and the divergence of opinion on interpretation. That said, I'm not a lawyer, but I've looked at Nigerian constitution and the law that set up EFCC. I've not seen anywhere that it gave EFCC the power to override the constitutional authority of a federating unit. Now, if anyone shows me that part of the Nigerian law, you equally would show me the part of the Nigerian constitution that empowers EFCC to freeze the federation account. I celebrate Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his forthright and the speed with which he has spoken out on this issue. I continue to applaud him for maintaining that toga of a Democrat. But that said, what is happening is because we have strong men, weak institutions. If institutions are meant to function, Mr. President need not make a pronouncement on this issue, because the contention that is arising from his pronouncement and order to EFCC to unfreeze, I bet the fact go to court and see that account is unfreeze, begins to tell you that we have weakened institution. Even the president in a nation where the rule of law is absolute has no power to declare or mandate EFCC. He can send them to go to court and argue your case and see that you follow the constitutional and legal requirements to your actions. But mandating them to go to court and unfreeze the account of Osun State tells you the dilemma of the Nigerian state when it comes to the rule of law. And while we're at it, I quickly looked at the profile of EFCC chairman. And it's quite unfortunate that someone who is so knowledgeable, not an outsider, to the operation of EFCC, will lead such onslaughts against the Nigerian constitution. If the president doesn't have a right in the Nigerian constitution to seize the allocation of a local government in Nigeria, then tell me where that power is. The EFCC got that power to make such an attempt. Remember, and I cite, the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while the governor of Lagos State fought tooth and nail against Obasanjo when the local government accounts of Lagos State was frozen. The court gave him victory. They gave him verdict. Then, President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, God rest his soul, now expressly obeyed the order of court, and the accounts of Lagos was released. You begin to see the work of strong men who continue to weaken our institution. And I say this, the EFCC chairman is a lawyer. And I should add, perhaps because it is in the trajectory of EFCC to continue to take powers where they do not have such powers, perhaps he must have learned as the chief officer to Mangu as EFCC chairman. He's been in the system, so he continues to uphold the system, leading us to one thing: we need to purge ourselves of these tendencies to abuse and overreach ourselves where we do not have such powers. Because this is a big controversy before the Nigerian Constitution. And I'm happy, though Mr. President has declared that the Osun State government has gone ahead to institute action against the EFCC for this matter, then calls an urgent attention for the need for proper interpretation of the system of government that is working in Nigeria, where the limits of the federating units, because we know that there's a clear separation when one looks at the powers of the federal and that of the state. And we are told in the Nigerian Constitution that the power between the states and even the local governments are well spelled out. So in this case, one will continue to pray that the operators of Nigerian Constitution do not operate us into chaos. And then when one now begins to even, ask many other questions, a lot could be unraveled. Because like Mr. President has cited, that the timing is not right. But the truth is that there's no proper timing. There's no better timing. Irrespective of the fact that the Osun election is, fast approaching, one needs to call out those who are around Mr. President not to continue to take actions that will put our president cast him in bad light. Look at the feelers coming out from Osun State. We've seen the arrests of individuals who are close to the Osun State government. A lot of things going on. So people need to be careful not to heat up the politics for nothing. There were elections in Ekiti State. We had an off-cycle election in Anambra State. There was off-cycle election in Kano State. And what is the report? We continue to celebrate the Anambra election as a roadmap to 2027. So what is it about Osun State? That's 9 days to the election. A lot of things are being unraveled. This is deploying 15,000 personnel to Osun State. We are seeing thugs with machetes. And this we are calling Mr. President. Kudos that he has spoken at this time, but there's still one that is needed to see that the enabling environment is created in Osun State. Election shouldn't be a do or die affair. It is upon him as the father of the nation to ensure that there is a free, fair and credible election in Osun State. And like his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari did, he was at the helm of affairs and he ensured that we had a free, credible election. And the incumbent went to thank him, not being a member of his political party. We wish to see the same replicated, Mr. President.
Okay, moving on to the next story. This is from the Daily Trust. And the headline reads, Phantom Council, ICPC clears presidency. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has submitted an interim report officially clearing the presidency of any wrongdoing in the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council saga. This investigation revealed that the council was entirely fictitious, operated by an individual using forged documents and an unauthorized office space, though no government funds were ever disbursed. Consequently, the ICPC has recommended the prosecution of the impersonator alongside administrative sanctions for public officers whose operational oversight enabled the scam. We're back to the ICPC. I mean, ICPC has finally concluded the investigation.
It's almost...
It's 30 days already,
30
yes.
days. Yeah.
It was 30 days, I think, last week.
7th July, right?
Yes.
This is...
So this is their verdict that declared the presidency.
It is 30 days, and ICPC has made pronouncements.
This is a preliminary report, though. They actually recommended for prosecution. But they said investigation will still continue, which means they have not actually concluded investigation. But one wonders, they say exonerating the presidency.
Exactly.
The ICPC is part of the system. It means government has been given the responsibility to look at itself. Certainly, many persons will not actually agree to the veracity of whatever, or to the factual. Let me use the word fact, because truth may not work most often, but facts works, and that is what the court needs to make pronouncements. So may not believe in the fact that the EFCC, the ICPC, is presenting to the world, because you cannot be a judge in your own case. You cannot investigate yourself, especially in a matter that is as grievous as that of a fake agency. Although they came out with the idea that there are other fake agencies, around the same, around the same person, but those people, they all actually indicted some government officials. But my worry is that the secretary to the government, or the office of the secretary to the government, did approvals for these director general, and all other agencies all did approvals. My worry is, what is the position of the National Security Advisor, who was in the know even before budget anything? He was in the know even before the budget was put in. And my worry again is that they tend to parry the fact that Adeni was in prison or detention when the budget everything went through and came down to what it is. And the matter has been raging even before the president signed that. The matter has been raging. Investigations have commenced much earlier, before even the budget, the appropriation bill was passed and sent to presidency. So how did the budget, that budget, still scale through? Because already you have uncovered a fake agency. And when you uncover a fake agency, the National Security Advisor, is he faking? He doesn't know. Or did he not possibly intimate the DSS, intimate the ICPC, intimate the EFCC about a fake thing happening within the National Appropriation Bill? Already the man is in jail. So who now continue the facilitation of these things until it became part? When did the presidency sign the budget? Was it not in April? April?
Yes.
I suppose in April.
It was in April.
Thank you. And this man has been in detention since last year. The budget has not been passed. Yet the budget went in through. And already they know there's a fake agency. And they already know there's a DAB. who, in quote, was assumed the fraudster. And yet, the activities of the fake agency continued to go until it came out to be a budget, to be an allocation approved by. And what happens to the approval now? Will the National Assembly withdraw what has been passed? Are they going to revisit it? Because it's a law, appropriation law. It's a law. Except that law is repealed, that money remains put for a fake agency. So it is only when you bring back, assuming you completely say this is a fake agency, yes, then you have to retrieve, you have to go back through the process to bring back that part of the Appropriation Act. But that has not been done. And now the ICPC is saying they are giving a preliminary report. The man should be tried alongside, okay, administrative reprimand has been suggested for those who are working in government. So the man is only administrative reprimand. So who knows what kind of administrative reprimand? Will they be sacked from work and now be tried for fraud? Or I don't know exactly what they intend to do, but they have a way. They have a way of getting around all that to protect their own for those in government. I see those in government being protected, except for those who are not liked. You say exonerated the presidency, which means Madam Amala is completely exonerated because he is working with the presidency.
Was he interviewed?
He was not. That is exactly what both the ICPC and the National Assembly Committee, House of Representative Committee on that matter have all exonerated everybody, including the presidency. Because at the end of the day, the whole preliminary feelers we are getting is that Adeniyi is culpable. He forged all documents and did everything alone. But I asked, and therefore I will continue to ask, on the side of the police, Adeniyi mentioned Terminal, or Tanimo, or Terminal, whichever way. I cannot pronounce his name well. But he mentioned, and this man is dead. And the reports are that he died in a hotel. Yes, he died in a hotel. In a hotel inferno fire. Now, police, on your own part, what happened in that hotel? What are the footages of the cameras? Because I do believe that such things.
He got burnt.
Huh?
Everything got destroyed. The hotel.
No! You see, we have cameras in this studio. Somebody is watching it somewhere.
Even the camera got burnt.
It's to know if it's being recorded.
Excuse me. No, every camera stores. And on your phone, you have your storage. Whoever is handling those things will possibly get. See, I should be able to ask questions on what should, of course.
Every Nigerian has the right to ask questions.
Of course, that should tell us exactly what transpired. That's why I said that somebody has. We know how this technology works. When you say it got burnt, what do you mean by getting burnt?
They got burnt.
Yeah, the camera got burnt. Yes, and you don't know that the cameras on the phones of India.
They could have gotten burnt.
Okay, the readers also got burnt.
They could have gotten burnt.
Yeah.
There's a possibility.
There's a possibility.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm saying. At least they should tell us that. They have not told us that. That is the thing. They go and they didn't even wait for a little while to now level the entire place, excavate and leave nothing there. So these are some of the questions that Nigerians kept asking, and that's exactly why they said the government should not investigate itself, because it will be counterproductive, and there may not be much that will be seen in this matter except to now level it up with sand?
Well, this is where we are right now, and I've just been, I'm laughing mixed emotions, because we are seeing that from the whole interrogations ICPC had to conduct, from the whole investigations, they had to present the details of the investigation back to the presidency, and they have cleared the presidency. Now, part of those people who was, part of them who has been mentioned to have a link to the PFIPC, for instance, looking at the chief of staff of the president, no interrogation. Looking at the ONSA office, maybe just few interrogations. The other day, Mrs. Wilson Jack had to come out to clear the air that they head of service that they had some, that they saw the name, that they were not able to diligently conduct. That was what was said. There was no diligence in consultation and also clearing the air to get them in to know actually what is being said. Now my question is, if there's no government fund, or there's the budget and what was allocated to them was not given, and the government has been cleared, so on what basis, who sponsored? Was it private, individually sponsored? Who actually sponsored the agency? Who actually gave the go ahead to have a space in the federal secretariat? These are the questions that we ask day to day. If the ICP said government is free, that the budget, there's no money, there's no even one kobo that came from government, federal government, to the agency. They even said there are other agencies that were discovered in an agency in Abuja and just around the agencies. Who now sponsored the agency? How much? Because you won't tell me they have not been operating. If you have over 100 staffs, how have they been paid? What are the the miscellaneous expenses and expenditures that has come through for them? Where did it come from? And it will not be, let me just, how Nigeria is. There's no, you say, okay, it's 50,000 naira. No, it will be rolling into millions. When you say it's 50,000, somebody can say, okay, it's 50,000. What even the public can gather the money and bring. But now it's rolling into millions. So who released the millions if the federal government is clear?
ICPC has come out to say that the presidency does not have a hand. Can we just believe them? Because
believe them.
I mean, they have come out to say that they've done their due diligence. They've had 30 days to interrogate, to investigate, and they have come out. I mean, we read that the House of Representative had their own ad hoc, and they conducted their own investigations, called in the people that they called. We didn't really see ICPC calling anybody. We just heard that they started, and now we heard that they are done. So if they are coming out to tell us, from based off of everything that we've heard, based off of these supposed allegations, and Adeyemi saying that he has evidence to back his claims, the ICPC comes out to say, oh, that the presidency is completely exonerated. I don't know, but we should just believe them and hope that they conducted their investigations duly and correctly.
All right, so I have only one question. Was ICPC able to interrogate Adeyemi?
Yeah, has he been able to talk?
Under what condition? The very individual that we want to hang is pleading to be heard in public. He was requesting the House of Rep panel to create an enabling environment. He doesn't want to speak behind closed doors. He wants to speak where the whole world, could hear him. ICPC rather, has done a very commendable job within the time frame given to them by Mr. President. But beyond all this, let me state that Femi Gbajabiamila, unfortunately, to me, is innocent. He has not been proven guilty. The only link to him is Adeyemi. And Adeyemi has not, to me, been given the opportunity to make those allegations on record. And the place that are prosecuting, or ICPC that is now recommending prosecution, we should be able to at least give the gentleman time to speak his own bit of it. Today we are seeing him now as a serial forger, because we were told that every document we were forged. But let me ask a question. What ICPC has now told us is how they subjected the so forged documents through forensic and scientific search to know that it was forged, and that the signatories and the various things that he forged all this. He forged the extent he got to occupy the office of Presidential Economic Advisory Council. They are the FCT. There are a whole lot of things that are not sinking. But Mr. Rest, like you rightly, cited, and I rest it on that, the National Security Advisor, to me, is the one man that Mr. President needs to ask a lot of questions. I rest.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at the Guardian headline, which says methane emissions in Niger Delta, how poor regulation shields oil firms, harms host communities. An investigative report highlights how weak regulatory oversight in the Niger Delta has allowed massive unchecked methane and crude leaks, such as the ongoing Uzere well failure, to severely devastate the health and livelihoods of host communities. Despite the NNPC spending nearly $29 million on pipeline maintenance, glaring discrepancies in compliance ratings, and a systemic failure to collect hundreds of millions of dollars in flaring penalties continue to shield oil corporations from accountability. Although new reporting mandates take effect in late 2026, the current regulatory framework heavily incentivizes operators to hide emissions rather than face costly environmental remediation and community claims.
Well, you see, it is just one story too many in Niger Delta. We have been having problem with gas flaring. We have been having problem with the environmental hazard within the oil-rich areas of Niger Delta. We have been having problems of spillage. These were some of the factors that the then late Ken Saro-Wiwa fought. May he so rest in peace. He fought the government of the country to ensure that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. That the environment, their own environment, being the goose that lay the golden egg, were shortchanged. But eventually, in the course of that, they had problems resulting in his being sentenced to death, and he was killed. And now, in Delta State, to be precise, oil wells have failed. There are emissions. There were, gas going on, not even fled. But when you talk about fled, then it means you're burning it, putting a burner up in the air and burn it, and which, of course, should have given us more revenue. The methane gas is a gas that can give us as much revenue as any other thing. And yet, in all parts of Niger Delta, you see places where they are being flared, and the gas flaring is still going on till today. You go to ports, you go to Delta, you see gas flaring everywhere. So, it is not a good development. It is something that the regulatory agency, of course, the complicity. There are fingers being pointed at the regulatory agencies who tend to leave the oil companies to, tend to enforce them to do what is the needful where they are supposed to be, drilling oil. But instead of doing that, they leave them. And these oil companies try to circumvent, get away from doing the needful to ensure that such spillage and such flaring and all that, will not be handled, because they're going to pay more money. They pay more money for environmental clearing and all that. You see, people are already crying foul. Some fishermen are crying. Those who are in their cassava farms are crying. In fact, remember that even the money, the national wealth that comes, it seems government do not take a recourse to the fact, even when they say 30% derivation, where does it go to? And what has this money been used? Even the Delta Development Commission, what all these monies, where have they been plugged? If they are used in these areas, people that own the land will not suffer. But there is environmental degradation, somebody's farm is spoiled, no other means of livelihood, and government is not making any provisions. The oil companies are not making provisions. So it becomes a real bad situation for Nigerians. So I continue to talk. I talk to government of the day and the oil companies to please do. The international agencies are even coming in. Civil society organizations are also coming in to say oil companies and government do what you ought to do to give life to these people. But they are not doing it. I do not know exactly why they are not doing it. Whether they hate the people as a people, or corruption, or they do not actually want that responsibility of governance which they have been given is not used, it's not supposed to be used for the good of the people, because they are not using it for the good of the people. The people who are in that community are all crying. Yet every day you see tankers going out with crude. Every day you see tankers going out with crude. Yet nothing happens to the lives of the people whose soil, whose ancestral land is where this goose that lay the golden egg is. It's unfortunate for Nigeria.
Well, it's very unfortunate for Nigeria, because when we've seen the issue that has been raised here about the methane greenhouse, how it has been, how the people who are giving to the nation are not able to have something, even if it's just a clean environment. I'm sure we all know that it's not today that this issue started. It has been happening over the years. Now I want to maybe deviate a little from the government side. I want to also bring it to certain inter-community issues that they could be having. For instance, we may see a community being settled, or a community having some leverage over the other community, and that could bring clash, a clash of interest and clash of of activities in the community. Because I would say basically this could be intercommunal relationship which has been broken, because if communities could come together to facilitate and raise their voices together to the government, to the federal government, and to those, because crude oil is not just what we use in Nigeria. You've seen how important this crude oil is, and the people, the production, the place it comes from naturally, there's spillage, and it affects the standard of living in that area. It raises a lot of questions that we need to ask if they are together, or if they are together to raise their voice to the federal government for an appeal for intervention, I would say.
Emissions, the issue of emissions and, you know, discrepancies, regulatory oversight has been a reoccurring issue for so many decades now that we have not, or probably I wouldn't say we've not addressed it, but we've not completely looked into it, because I remember there was a time when the NDDC commission, when the NDDC was on, they had some communities were settled, some regulations were put in place, but then again it has become, you know, something that needs to be looked into, and it has, if I dare say, it has gone beyond just the Niger Delta. And it's not something, the air is being polluted, living conditions are stifled because of these things. So I wish the government sees this report, or the government authorities in charge of this region sees this report and finds a way to mitigate against these emissions and ensure that the lives of the people living in these communities are not endangered further than it already is.
All right, very well said. I'll just sum this up in one bit. You know, when we talk about oil firms, so keep looking at the big oil firms, the BPs, the Shells, and the rest of them. But what are we doing, even beyond the legislations and regulation? What are we doing? Government at a time sets up NDDC. Go into that commission. I suppose it's populated from people from oil producing areas. What are they doing? Remember, we had off your mic. Until today, the mic is off. I rest.
The mic is off, really.
Okay, we're bringing to you a brief documentary on the World Breastfeeding Week. The first week in August in the UNICEF calendar is celebrated worldwide as the World Breastfeeding Week, and the World Breastfeeding Week 2026 is a powerful reminder that breastfeeding is not merely a personal choice. It is a life-saving public health investment, a foundation for child development, and a responsibility that families, employers, health institutions, and governments must actively support. This year's theme, Breastfeeding for a Sustainable Start in Life, Strengthening What Works, challenges society to move beyond applause and awareness to practical action. It calls for stronger maternity protection, access to skilled breastfeeding counseling, baby-friendly health facilities, safe spaces for nursing mothers at work, and policies that protect mothers from the pressure of aggressive marketing of breast milk substitutes. Breastfeeding gives a child the first and most important protection against illness. It provides ideal nutrition, supports healthy growth and brain development, strengthens immunity, and helps to reduce the risk of infections, malnutrition, and preventable childhood deaths. For mothers, breastfeeding can support recovery after birth, deepen the bond with the child, and offer important long-term health benefits. But no mother should be expected to breastfeed successfully in isolation. A mother needs time. A mother needs accurate information. A mother needs emotional encouragement and practical support. She needs a health system that guides her, a workplace that respects her role, a family that stands with her, and a society that recognizes breastfeeding as essential, not optional. Now, as we mark World Breastfeeding Week, the call is simple but urgent. Strengthen what works. Protect every mother's right to breastfeed and give every child the sustainable start in life that they deserve. Congratulations to all mothers, congratulations to all birthing nursing mothers who have given us the privilege of being breastfed from our mothers directly and not, having to be subjected to all breast milk supplements and substitutes. I mean, I'm glad that I was breastfed. My mom will fondly tell me that she fed me for almost 2 years, so you can imagine where all the strength comes from.
Yeah, this clearly tells us that no child should be, deprived of the opportunity to be breastfed.
Yeah. All right, that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV, and also a wrap on the newspaper review. You can go out there and grab a physical copy of your favorite newspaper or catch the full details online. I am Goodhope Chukuma, thanking you for watching this edition of Sunrise. Until we come your way same time on Monday, have a wonderful week.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a blessed day.
Mr. Resa, it's a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you. And for you, viewer, keep on watching us on Aneke TV. We'll give you the best all the time.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.